Good morning. How is everybody? Giving you a virtual hug through the camera. How is everybody doing there today? Doing out there? I am the Squeegee of Justice, and you are watching Trial TV Live. And, all right, Fala, what are you doing? You may have gotten this work chat foot thing figured out, but then you need a mouse for your personal laptop. Okay. So you have a flexible keyboard hooked to laptop. Flexible keyboard hooked to laptop. So is that okay? And a laptop in my lap, so it fits both work and okay. When you a flexible keyboard, is that one that bends, or is it like this where it's not connected? Hey, Pilola's mom, how are you? Only fan, good to see you. Dream, good morning. Venus Ventura, morning. How my favorite host from Puerto Rico. Awesome. Thank you for joining us. Love it, love it, love it. Who else is with us? I know it's early. Baca, and therapist you know. So it's bendy. Interesting. I didn't know if keyboards could bend. That's cool. Hey, Missy Russell, good morning to you. Lola's mom is going to be, lurking today. Good morning, everyone. Happy Thursday. That's right. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. All right. So we are picking up on day 2 of Florida versus Radford. So let me get my rusty, trusty little notes going here. All right. Let's see. Just to recap, so this is Florida versus Gerald Radford. So the victim is John Walter Lay, who you can see in the upper right. He was 52. And then the defendant is Gerald Declan, or Deck as they call him, Radford. And he was 65. We have to update that. He is 66 right now. So that's the photo on his right is currently, if you will. And then the photo on the left is when he was arrested. So let me, let's get to it. Hey, Brat, good morning to you. Thanks for joining us. Hope all is well with you. Father says lap desk that you would use at couch for kiddo or something. Use 2 keyboards and 2 mice. Wow, the lap desk. I'm not even sure what's going on there. Lily Wayne, yay, got your notification. Awesome. Yeah, we kind of changed it on you. I thought we would start at 11:15, but that changed. So here we are starting at 10:30. Hey, Gordon, good morning to you, or good afternoon, or is it good evening? No, it's still afternoon for you, I'm assuming. Widespread Panic, hello to you. Thank you for joining us. All right. So day 2, we're going to pick up on day 2 of the dog park murder trial, Florida versus Gerald Radford, where he shot and took out John Walter Lay. So let's get to it. Oh, don't need that anymore. Well, might as well play it right now. Right? What the heck? We'll play it. All right. Get ourselves sorted here.
Who did you first learn of that video?
All right. So this says day 2, but now this is the detective again. So if this seems familiar, I'm going to switch some things up. Let's see if this is familiar to us or not. Because remember, they ended really weirdly. They did like a sidebar and then they just ended abruptly. So that's the issue, or the challenge, I should say, when you have trials that you're rewatching. You just never know. Why can't I find this guy? you never know what is going to come, what's going to be presented to you, I should say. All right, so let me get my. All right, we think this is going to be a detective again, but we'll see. So state witness number 3 again. That's who is on the stand. Hey, MEG, how are you? Thank you for joining us. Good to see you. All right, let's get to it. So this is day 2, and we're picking, it seems like we're going to pick back up. Remember yesterday kind of ended abruptly, and that's just what the stream, what we had available to us. So if this starts to sound familiar, I'll go ahead and, you know what? You know what I can do? I can look at his tie. That would be smart. Let's see. Just give me a moment here. If he has the same tie on, then I think this should be the end of day 1, which I'm still going to play it. I'm not going to not play it. I just want to make sure that we're truly in day 2, or if this is just the end of day 1. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. All right, looks like he does have. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to. Seems like a different tie. It's hard to tell. All right. In any event, let's just get to it. And this might be the end of day 1. So anyway, this is Florida versus Radford dog park murder trial.
Itself, who did you first learn of that video from?
One of the witnesses an individual that sent me a email sent me that video.
And to be clear, that would have been Miss Wolfey?
Yes, sir.
When did you receive the email alerting you to the existence of that video?
The following week, sir.
Do you know an exact date?
I do not, sir.
You reviewed that video?
Yes, sir, I did.
And that's the video that was presented during your direct examination with Mr. Lay, what appeared to be in the dog park, right?
That is correct, sir.
Advising that Mr. Radford had told him that he was going to die,
Yes, sir, that's correct.
To your understanding and knowledge, did your agency in the years leading up to February 2nd of 2024 ever receive a complaint or call reference threats of violence against Mr. Lay by Mr. Radford?
No, sir, not that I'm aware of.
There was a mention in that video that he was instructed by the police to record those videos. If I understand your answer to my previous question correctly, through your investigative resources within your own agency, you are unaware of any call for service to the non-emergency or emergency line of Mr. Lay having any interaction with the deputy in your agency advising him to do that.
That is correct, sir.
Did your analysis or the digital forensics analysis of the digital forensic analyst who did the cell phone extraction, did either of you utilize the geolocation data located in that extraction to verify that that video was actually recorded at the park on that specific day?
I'm not certain there is geolocation on that video, sir.
Did you look?
Not specifically for that, sir.
But you have the ability to do that?
If it is available, yes, sir.
Did you task the digital forensics analyst at your agency to do that?
I did not, sir.
So to be clear, there is no way to verify when exactly that video was in fact recorded?
There is a date and time stamp on the video, sir.
I understand that. And to be clear contextually for the jury, that date and timestamp could be when that video was saved on the phone, right?
Potentially, sir.
But in and of itself, that does not mean that that video was actually created on that date and time.
There is a date and time stamp on it, sir.
My question is, can you say that that video was recorded at that date and time? And the answer is no.
I cannot say with 100% certainty, but there is a date and time stamp on it.
Is there any eyewitness testimony that you uncovered throughout your investigation that would corroborate that that actually took place that day?
No, sir.
We briefly discussed yesterday your ability to arrest somebody that you believe you have probable cause committed a crime. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
Throughout the course of your career as a detective and your entire career as a law enforcement officer, but specifically on, let's focus on homicide cases, have on scene you effectuated an arrest of a murder suspect?
No, sir.
So your testimony to the jury is that you've never effectuated an arrest on a murder suspect on scene?
I don't believe I personally have, sir. No.
Have you or any of your fellow detectives that you're aware of ever effectuated an arrest on a murder suspect without the approval of the state attorney's office?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
There was some discussion on direct about the victim specialist, Rundis, that works with your agency?
Yes, sir.
Her official title is victim specialist.
I believe that's what it was at that time. I think it might have changed. I think she's now a manager over that section, but at the time I believe victim specialist was the title that she was given.
How many times throughout your career have you referred a potential homicide suspect to a victim specialist?
I have referred the victim specialist anytime it's been requested. Anytime it's ever been requested, I've referred the victim specialist.
My specific question, Detective, is how many times in your career have you referred a potential suspect in a homicide investigation to a victim specialist?
At least on 2 occasions, sir.
And a victim specialist, to be clear for the jury, is somebody that provides victim services, yes?
Among other things, sir.
And other things would include resources for trauma therapy?
It could be. I'm not sure what their entire scope is, but they have a pretty large network.
A network of resources to assist potential victims?
Among other things, sir. They also provide services for maybe family that's being accused of child neglect or abuse for services. So not always classified as victims, but that is the title.
Understood. I want to discuss with you the text message that was discovered on Mr. Lay's cell phone. Had you found this text message throughout the course of your investigation, prior to the presentation you testified you made to the state attorney's office in early March, I assume that you would have presented this text message as part of that presentation.
Yes, sir. Like mentioned yesterday, had I located that, that would have been documented, sir.
And publishing on the overhead what has been entered in as State's Exhibit 18, which is this text message. Now, did you speak to Sue Jones after learning of this text message?
No, sir.
Now, investigations, even though charges may have been filed, investigations can be ongoing, right?
That is correct, sir.
So you could have reached out to Sue Jones to discuss with her the context of this conversation?
Yes, sir.
And you did not?
That is correct.
Okay. And to be clear for the jury, and I appreciate the quality of the explanation you gave about the UTC time, because that can be rather confusing.
Yes, sir.
The dates that we have here, except for Ms. Jones' text, are accurate, right? The 2-1 dates are accurate?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Jones' text message was actually sent on January 30th of 2024?
Yes, sir. I believe it would have been the 30th at, I think, 11/19/55.
And what we have in State's Exhibit 18 is a text from Sue Jones to Walter Lay's cell phone, yes?
That is correct, sir.
And it says, "Hey Walt, I have not been able to find any paperwork from my court case. I do remember that his first name is Declan. I have given this some serious thought. I do hope you will file a police report because what he is doing to you constitutes a hate crime and he needs to be stopped. Have Tammy or one of the guys ask him what his last name is. Let me know what is going on. Love you." Right?
That's what it states?
Now, and moving forward with the timeline, on February 1st of 2024, at roughly 1:11 p.m., Mr. Lay responds, right?
He does send her a text message, sir.
Okay. And to be clear for the jury, this text message is roughly 5 hours, give or take, after you testify Mr. Lay's video was either recorded on that phone or saved on Mr. Lay's phone. Yes?
That would appear so, yes, sir.
So Mr. Lay either records or saves a video alleging that he was threatened by Mr. Radford at the dog park on February 1st at 7:58 a.m., I believe you said?
Yes, sir, 7:58.05.
5 hours later, after he records a message that says, "This is my video blog to protect me. Today, Deck told me you're going to die, you're going to die." He sends a text message to Sue Jones that says, "Hello, I'm at work. Our computers are down. I was able to get all his info from the morning crew. He's crazy. He doesn't have anywhere else to go. He doesn't really intimidate me. I'll keep you posted. I thought if he blocks my path again, I'll try to tackle him. He's really older than he looks. He's weak and feeble. I'll keep you informed. This weekend should be drama." Right?
That is what was sent, sir?
Detective, you'd agree that the tone and tenor of this text message directly conflicts with the tone, tenor, and message that Mr. Lay allegedly recorded on his cell phone at 8 a.m. the same day, correct?
I would agree that it's two separate things, sir.
Well, it's more than two separate things, because in one video he's saying that his life was threatened, but in this message sent 5 hours later, he's talking about tackling Mr. Radford and that this weekend should be drama. Those are two very different things, yes?
They are two different text messages, sir.
Throughout your investigation, you talked to how many civilian witnesses, would you say, kind of reached out to you or you proactively reached out to?
I would say roughly 20. There could have been more.
And you testify on direct examination that in a variety of capacities, those witnesses told you various things about Mr. Radford's behavior and speech and things that he said at the dog park in the years leading up to the shooting. Yes?
Yes, sir. That was some of the information provided.
But consistently and universally, every single one of them relayed to you that in that time period, there was never any physical violence between Mr. Lay and Mr. Radford, correct?
That is correct, sir.
No physical violence that Mr. Lay directed at Mr. Radford, yes?
Correct, sir.
And no physical violence generated or caused by Mr. Radford to Mr. Lay.
That is correct, sir. I believe so.
And roughly 18 hours after Mr. Lay says, "If he blocks my path again," well, let me ask you this. Is standing in front of somebody a crime, detective?
No, sir.
Is being a jerk a crime?
No, sir.
The term has been introduced throughout this trial that Mr. Radford had referred to himself as an asshole. Is being an asshole a crime?
No, sir.
Now, while disrespectful, uncouth, socially unacceptable and frowned upon, being a jerk, blocking someone's path, those are not criminal in any way, shape, or form. Right?
Not regarding this, sir. No, sir.
And if you were standing in a park and you watched somebody block somebody's path, and while you were watching that, that person whose path was blocked tackled or punched or assaulted with any form of violence the individual blocking their path, you would have probable cause to arrest them for a battery, for a crime. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Because that would be unlawful.
Yes, sir.
With no provocation physically.
Correct, sir.
Is it a coincidence to you that 18 hours after this text message was sent, with a history of 2 years of no violence, verbal disputes, disagreements, animosity, but no violence, is it a coincidence to you that 18 hours after Mr. Lay says, I'll try to tackle him if he blocks my path again, that for the first time in the dynamic that you investigated and from the witnesses you spoke to, that Mr. Radford told you that he was tackled and attacked by Mr. Lay? Is that a coincidence?
I don't know if it's a coincidence. That's what I was told.
But you would agree that 18 hours after this message was sent, that Mr. Radford tells you he was tackled or attacked by Mr. Lay?
That was stated, yes, sir.
And shortly after the 1:11 p.m. text, Mr. Lay follows it up unprompted with, he's eat up with bursitis. I think he wants me to beat him in some weird crazy sex, ... I don't know, LOL. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Now, you learned throughout your investigation that from Mr. Radford that he had, arthritis or bursitis or issues with his shoulder, right?
Yes, sir. He informed me of that.
And it's evident from these messages that Mr. Lay is intimately aware of those issues, yes?
He does state it, sir.
When you meet with the state attorney's office for a case presentation, they take your opinion into account?
I would assume.
Well, do you give your opinion?
No, sir. I present the facts, known facts of the case.
Do they ask you your opinion on whether or not you believe it is self-defense or homicide?
No, sir.
Question on irrelevance?
Overruled. He's already answered.
Detective, if someone threatened your life, disregarding Mr. Lay's response to Miss Jones for a second, if someone tells you that you're going to die and you believe them, are you going to seek out an interaction with that individual one-on-one the next day if you genuinely believe them?
Sustained.
Detective Harrop, throughout the course of the 30-plus days that you were investigating this case before you arrested Mr. Radford, you believed that this was self-defense, yes?
No, sir.
The truth is that you told Mr. Radford that you thought it was self-defense, correct?
No, sir.
Are you sure that you never told Mr. Radford that this was self-defense? Not just once, actually, but on 6, 7, or 8 occasions.
No, sir.
Do you recall giving testimony in a pretrial hearing on this case?
Yes, sir.
Would taking a look at that refresh your memory as to your answer to that question at that hearing?
Yes, sir.
one moment, Your Honor. Directing court and counsel's attention to page 154. Permission to approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
Sir, I'm going to direct your attention to page 154, lines 17 through 25, and page 155, line 1 through 6. If you could read that. And just
17 through 25.
17 through 25, and line 1 through 6.
Yes, sir.
Just let me know once you've read that. Is your memory refreshed as to what you said the last time I asked you that question?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling Mr. Radford that you thought this was self-defense on more than one occasion?
I did not say that, sir.
Okay. In fact, I just asked you in front of the jury, did you ever say that to Mr. Radford? And your answer was no.
That is correct.
At a previous hearing, you were on the witness stand under oath, yes?
Yes, sir, I was.
Swore to tell the truth?
Yes, sir, I did.
And at that time, I asked you, referring to page 154, line 17, question, how many occasions did you tell Mr. Radford that you thought it was self-defense? Answer, I don't know if I ever specifically made that statement to him. Question, are you sure about that? Answer, I'm not positive about that. Question, so it's possible, in fact, throughout the course of the 35 to 40 days before Mr. Radford was arrested, that you actually told Mr. Radford, I think this is self-defense. Answer, I don't know if I ever stated that to him. Question, it's possible you did, though. Answer, I don't recall ever stating that to him. Question, are you sure? Answer, I'm not, sir. So today you've told the jury unequivocally that you did not say that, but previously, under oath, you in fact implied and said that it is possible you said that to Mr. Radford. Which is it?
So at that time, during that hearing, I hadn't listened to every single interview or interaction that I had recorded. I didn't believe I had ever said that to him. Since then I have, and I never stated that to him. So that's what it is.
That's interesting, Detective, because you testified yesterday that you weren't wearing a body camera during this investigation, right?
I was not, sir.
And so the only footage you could review is either the interviews that you conducted, which are a small segment of time, or the body cameras of other officers, yes?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, when those cameras aren't recording in the interview room, you're traveling with Mr. Radford to and from parking lots, you're talking about the case, you're going to crime scenes, but your interactions with him are not captured on those videos, yes?
They are captured.
Okay, so your testimony to the jury is that you had no conversations with Mr. Radford that were not captured on body cams. Is that what you're saying today?
A conversation, no, sir. Everything that we talked about regarding the case was in some way, shape, or form recorded.
I'd imagine that had you been wearing a body cam, the jury would know for sure if you're telling the truth or not, right?
I mean, there would be body cam available.
Yeah, so there'd be body cam footage of you traveling to Mr. Radford's house before you activate a recorder to interview him, and after you turn off that recorder and you say, hey man, I think it's self-defense, this is a process, I've got to go through this process, right?
I mean, that wasn't stated, but the case itself, the discussion regarding the case was either audio and or video recorded.
Let's talk about the body cameras. Detective Hoffman, or Deputy Sheriff Hoffman, his body cam is activated the second he starts traveling to the crime scene, yes?
Yes, sir.
It captures every interaction for hours that he has with other deputies, yes?
Yes, sir.
It captures every interaction he has with civilians, yes?
Yes, sir.
Even when he's not talking to anybody, the camera is running, yes?
Yes, sir.
And had you had a body camera, we would know, and the jury would know, every conversation and statement that you made while Mr. Radford was in your presence, yes?
I mean, there would be body cam available. There are other modes that we record, i.e. audio and video, from my cell phone, which I did. But body cam, yes, I do not have body cam footage of myself.
And when you are walking to and from interview rooms, if there was a body cam active, we would know exactly what conversations took place, correct?
Yes, sir. We didn't travel together in a vehicle or anything like that, but if I had a body cam, that would be available, yes, sir.
Do you think telling a potential suspect or somebody that you genuinely believe acted in self-defense, hey, I think this is self-defense, is a rather important statement to make in an investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when I asked you at that previous hearing, did you ever tell Mr. Radford that this is self-defense, and your answer was, I don't know, why wouldn't you remember that?
Because I didn't believe I had ever said that to him.
In fairness, Detective, that was not your answer, though. Right? You could have said that.
Well, in essence, that was my answer, sir. That was the substance of what I answered.
We covered, and you agreed yesterday, that words matter. Yes?
They do, sir.
And your words, under oath at a prior hearing, were, how many occasions did you tell Mr. Radford that you thought it was self-defense? Answer, I don't know if I ever specifically made that statement. Question, are you sure about that? I'm not positive about that, right? That was your answer.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, and today you are telling the jury, because you reviewed footage of other deputies, not your body cam footage, because we don't have that you are 100% sure that you never said that. Is that what you're telling the jury?
That's what I'm stating, sir. I did not tell him that.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Anything else from the state?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. I was going to ask you yesterday if Mr. Futch said words matter multiple times, but he did me the favor of saying it again today. Words matter, right?
Yes, sir, they do.
Okay.
I think I left the text message. That was the only one I had.
That's the one I happen to be looking for.
Give me 1 sec, make sure I didn't mix it. Oh, I did.
So if words matter, I mean, I have an English degree, but I can't rely on that. If, the word is if in the text message, right?
Yes, sir.
If he blocks my path again, it doesn't say then, but then it says, then I'll try to tackle him. The text message that we focused on so intently has the word if in it, right?
Yes, sir, it does.
If I were to make a statement like, if you give me $100, I'll give you something of value, The presumption is you have to give me the $100 first before I give you the thing of value, right?
That would be correct, sir.
It's what we call a conditional statement.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, Mr. Futch has gone to great lengths, mostly yesterday, to talk about all of the instances where Mr. Radford could have gone to the bathroom, could have gotten treatment from medical attention, because we know he got some medical attention. He got bandages on his face. You gave him a bottle of water, right? There's all of
Yes,
these
sir.
moments that he asked you about that led up to the interview at the station and then eventually the pictures back at the dog park of Mr. Radford.
Correct, sir.
And I don't think it takes a genius to guess that he's probably suggesting there was time Mr. Radford could have cleaned his face.
That is correct, sir.
Does this body cam have a timestamp on it?
Yes, sir, it does.
8:05?
That is correct, sir.
What's our time of offense?
The 911 call was made at 07:55, sir.
I mean, look, you're not a doctor, but this sure looks like blood on his face, doesn't it?
All right, Mr. Diaz.
But you watched the body cam footage from Deputy Hoffman, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to play the body cam footage from Deputy Hoffman. Sound is turned off. Deputy, we can actually do things to this video to, for example, slow it down, right?
Yes, sir.
So if I go to here, play speed settings, and I set it to half time, for example. It's from a distance, but here we are at 8:02 and 14 seconds. Here we've gotten closer, 8:02 and 18 seconds. 8:02 and 20 seconds. There's the side of Mr. Radford's head at 8:02 and 21 seconds. Do you see dirt on his face anywhere?
No, sir.
The defense was kind enough to put in pictures from the body cam of Deputy Hoffman of the knees of the victim, which they have asserted were in contact with the ground. Did you see anything like that dark black discoloration anywhere on Gerald Radford during any of the interaction you had with him?
No, sir.
In any of the body cams that you watched, did you see any black discoloration like this dirt on the knees of the victim on Mr. Radford?
No, sir.
Mr. Futch also went to great lengths to keep asking you about what did you do on February 5th? What did you do on February 6th? What did you do on February 7th? And then he kind of built a window of there was no new evidence between February 9th and March 8th, right? Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Isn't that exact period the time that we were trying to see if there was a video?
Yes, sir.
Did we know if we were going to get a video on February 9th?
No, sir.
Did we know what it was going to contain?
No, sir.
Mr. Futch has just assumed that it would have been good for his client.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Yes.
February 9th, what that video was going to show if we ever got a video?
No, sir.
Did we know that on the 11th or the 12th or the 15th or the 20th even when you got involved?
No, sir.
What day did we actually figure out whether or not there was a camera there was a DVR, there was potentially footage, and then ultimately there was no footage, because that all occurred on the same day, right?
Yes, sir, as a whole it did.
What day was that?
March 5th, sir.
So just 3 days before the decision to arrest and just 2 days before you presented to the state attorney's office.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Futch also asked you about whether or not, you had an opinion and you said you don't. The standard procedure for the sheriff's office is typically you guys show up and you don't have an opinion. You tell us it's up to us. We're the lawyers. Is that right?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. But to be clear, we don't always agree, law enforcement and prosecutors, right?
That is correct, sir.
There are times where you think we should arrest people and we say, no, we don't. There are times where you think maybe we don't arrest people and we think, yes, we do.
Correct, sir.
But at the end of the day, the call is ours.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Futch asked you about whether or not you can be sure the video was filmed at the dog park. This is the video we're referring to. Let me find it here. This is the video at dog park, which is attached to the third interview.
Then states.
16.
Thank you.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Hey, this is part of my video that I already done.
Sir, I'm not going to suggest you're an arborist or a park expert, but does the background appear consistent with West Dog Park? Are there trees and big open spaces of basically completely uncultivated ground?
Yes, sir.
Then you, because the police told me to do this with that, which
I know you're not a veterinarian, but I'm now at the 7-second mark. There's a black thing just over the shoulder of Mr. Lay on the left side of the camera. Does that look like a dog?
Yes, sir.
That looks like an all-black dog with a collar, doesn't it?
Yes, sir, it does.
I'm going to go back to Deputy Hoffman's body cam, which is State's Exhibit 1. Any day now. I won't ask you to comment on what that animal there looks like. I'll just let the jury look at it. But we are, for the record, at the
Objection, Your Honor.
1 minute and 5 seconds.
Sustained.
Now, you were asked about whether or not you told Mr. Radford that you did or did not think this was self-defense. And so I want to ask you about techniques that you can use as a detective when you're trying to get witnesses or even potential suspects to talk to you. One of them is, can you lie to them?
Yes, sir.
I mean, could you grossly lie, even to a suspect? Could you tell the suspect, for example, we've got you on video, we know you did it, just to see what he says?
Yes, sir.
Could you invent the existence of fingerprints or DNA or even the existence of people to say, we have witnesses who saw you do this?
Yes, sir.
You can flat out lie to people when you're interviewing them, even when they're suspects.
That's correct, sir.
Even when they're actually already arrested and charged, if they're talking to you, you can just still continue to lie to them.
Yes, sir.
You were asked if you told Mr. Radford that you thought this was self-defense, and you said you never said that. But even if you suggested it, even if Mr. Radford thought that, you could lie to him, correct?
Yes, sir.
Ultimately, even if you did think it was self-defense, your opinion is not the deciding opinion, right? Mine is the deciding opinion for charging. The state attorney, I mean.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And the ultimate decision is theirs, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
So, we started this, and I want to end again on words matter. And so, I want to go back to the jail phone call of Mr. Radford. Let me get my list. State Exhibit 17, and specifically, it's the phone call that ends 12-196-637. That's the wrong folder. And in a minute, I'm going to play at the 4 minutes and 33 second mark, roughly. But I want the jury to understand where we are chronologically in the progression of not just the investigation, but the case. This call, we've already established, is March 31st. Mr. Radford is arrested when?
March 8th, sir.
And on March 18th, did you testify in court at a different proceeding where the state basically put on the evidence of what we thought we had against Mr. Radford?
Objection, Your Honor, to reapproach.
Yes.
Part of that testimony, hearing March 18th, 2024, where you came and testified, correct?
Yes, sir.
As part of that testimony, Mr. Radford would have been in the courtroom and heard you talk about how the autopsy results did not comport with his version of events as he described the shooting, correct?
They were discussed during that hearing, sir.
So by the time March 31st comes around, he now knows that there's a piece of evidence he's never heard before until March 18th about the autopsy. Is that correct?
That would be correct, sir.
You've never told him the autopsy results on prior to March 18th when he hears it in court.
That is correct, sir.
And so on March 31st, I will play it again. This is at the roughly 4 minute and 33 second mark.
No, that's not wrong. I go over it. I can't help but go over it again. Nothing's wrong. The only thing I did wrong is call that guy a fag. I didn't push the gun. I didn't do the thing too big. I didn't give him HIV. And I'm sure as hell didn't want it from him. I turned around to look for the whiskey, and when I turned back around, he covered 10 feet in a matter of seconds. It was probably 15 feet. So there was an airplane going over. I didn't hear a damn thing. I was fumbling with my phone in my hoodie, trying to get the volume down, and just bang! And all of a sudden, I'm on the ground on my back, and he's like,
Is Mr. Radford saying the victim covered 10, maybe even 15 feet, basically ambushed him while a plane was going overhead, and bang, he was hit, and all of a sudden he was on the ground?
Yes, sir.
That's March 31st. So since words matter, I want to go back to the defendant's first interview, which is part of State's Exhibit 16. And I'm going to play the audio only just because it's easier to jump around. There's the open with. This way. Open with.
all right, today is Friday.
And I'm going to go to 13:12 on the timestamp of just the audio version.
So he comes walking the other way and he said something. And I said, fuck off. And we're like walking towards each other.
Did he just say, we come walking towards each other?
Yes, sir. We're like walking towards each other.
And again, I'm not asking you to interpret this audio. Do you remember him saying to you in the initial description that the two men approached each other intentionally?
Yes, sir.
And he just fucking, he said, get away from me or I'll kick you. I don't know what he said.
When Mr. Radford said, he said, get away from me or I'll kick your, I don't know what he said. When the he is he referring to, is that the victim? Is he saying the victim said, get away from me or I'll kick your ass?
Yes, sir.
I can't say he said or I'll kick your ass. I said, what are you going to do? And then I woke up on the phone. He hit me. Obviously, he fucking hit me. Went down on the ground. And that's it. Scuffling on the ground, and then I'm on the phone, you guys.
Now, in that portion of the audio, is Mr. Radford saying That basically, he said, what are you going to do? And then he got hit, and they were just magically on the ground the next thing he knew.
Yes, sir.
But I want to direct your attention also to 1730 as it relates to the audio clip, the audio version.
And then we started scuffling, I guess. So how did that kind of begin? I don't know, dude. We just look at that. He hit me. I saw that fucking nose. He hit me in the fucking face with that, whatever you have in his hand. And I just went ape shit. But I tried to grab hold of him. I guess I got a handful of shirt or something because he got like around and I fell over and he's fucking down.
And I know it's hard for the jurors to hear this because they're trying to hear it at a distance. They can take it back and listen themselves. But did he say, I tried to grab a hold of him? I got a hand to pull his shirt or something because he got like around and I fell over?
Yes, sir.
Words matter, detective?
Yes, sir, they do.
Thank you.
Right, you can step down, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Is he released from his subpoena?
No, Your Honor. He needs to remain on standby, please.
Does he need to remain here in the courthouse?
No.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Call your next witness.
The state calls Dr. Kelly Devers.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you, ma'am.
You step this way.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. How are you? Good. How are you? Good. If you would please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for us all.
My name is Dr. Kelly Garland Devers, Kelly, Garland, D as in David, V as in Victor, ERS.
Dr. Devers, morning.
Good
Where do you
morning.
work?
The Hillsborough County Medical Examiner Department.
And I think you use the word medical examiner. Do other states call them coroners?
Yes, it's not the same thing, but similar.
Okay. But I think that may be the term people know more commonly
many people
here.
are yes.
Okay. Tell me how you became a medical examiner. I assume you went to medical school at some point.
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Yes, I actually was a nurse first. I got my bachelor's degree from Virginia Tech, and then became a registered nurse and worked in an intensive care unit for about 10 years. After that, I went back to school, to medical school at the George Washington University in Washington, D.C., and got my MD degree. Then I went to a residency program in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and trained there for 4 years in anatomic and clinical pathology, and then went on to do subspecialty training in fellowship at the University of Florida in Gainesville for neuropathology, a 2-year fellowship I completed there. And then I came here to Tampa and did a forensic pathology fellowship for 1 year, and then stayed on at the medical examiner's office, and I've been there since 2012.
And how many years of schooling is that in total between starting medical school and eventually becoming a full-blown medical examiner?
17, 18 years.
Okay. How long have you now been a medical examiner?
Officially since July of 2012.
Okay, so not quite 13 years.
Right.
That puts you about 30 years in the field of medicine, not counting your years as a nurse?
Yes.
What is your current assignment or duty or responsibilities at the medical examiner's office?
I'm currently the chief medical examiner, and I have a deputy chief medical examiner and 4 associate medical examiners, and we all work together, and I'm supervise them, and then we also teach medical students at the University of South Florida and do other outreach for the community as well as do our work, which is autopsies.
All right, and so I know you probably have a variety of administrative jobs and whatever now in the work that you do, but in terms of a homicide case and a homicide investigation, what is the role of a medical examiner? What do you all do? What are you tasked with doing?
So we're technically forensic pathologists, so we are tasked with determining the cause and manner of death in cases that fall under the jurisdiction of the Florida statute 4611.
What is cause and manner? Why is that a distinction? What does that mean?
Cause is the disease or injury that leads to the person's death. The manner is how it happened. So if it is a car accident, it would be an accident. So manner could be a natural death, like from cancer. It could be an accident from a motor vehicle accident or an overdose. It could be homicide, which would be death at the hands of another person, or a suicide, death at your own hand, or undetermined, meaning, for example, we find a skeleton in the woods and can't really determine the cause of death because of their state of their remains.
Now, you say that you make a determination ultimately of manner, suicide, homicide, accident, natural causes, unknown. When you say homicide, though, that's not a legal determination, correct?
Not for us, no. It's a vital statistics determination.
Okay, so it's not like you're telling the jury this is definitely.
No, that's not our job. Our job is just to find out how they died.
Okay, so walk me through what the process is of how the medical examiner's office would get involved in a case and what like the initial stages leading up to the autopsy might be.
Well, we would be contacted by law enforcement that, in this case, a body or a person has been found injured and taken to the hospital and died. So the law enforcement officers would call our office and talk to our death investigators and inform them that we have a person who has died and needs to come to the medical examiner's office for an examination.
Now, if a case is a person is found dead, like in the woods, right, clearly dead,
right,
they don't send them to the hospital, right?
No.
Do they go basically straight to the medical examiner's office?
Yes, they do.
But if life-saving efforts are, if a situation where life-saving efforts are rendered and a person is taken to the hospital, does the body then come to you all after the hospital?
Yes.
When the body arrives at the medical examiner's office in a case where a person has already gone to the hospital, what precautions are typically put in place to try and preserve any sort of evidence or indications of what might have occurred?
Sometimes there will be swabbing of the hands in the emergency room. There will be bagging of the hands to protect any evidence that's on the hands. And other types of photographs might be taken in the trauma bay.
But if a person's at the hospital, and for example, they're hooked up to machines and they got tubes put in them or whatever, and they show up at the medical examiner's office, do they still have all those things attached to them, or at least as much as they can?
Some of the things, but not all, of course.
Okay. So they try to keep the body as much as they can when they deliver it to the medical examiner?
Correct.
Were you the medical examiner assigned to the autopsy of a John Walter Lay in 2401188?
Yes.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to publish what has previously been admitted as State's Exhibit Number 19, the stipulation. I don't know if you want to read it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to read you what's generally called a stipulation regarding identity. And a stipulation is simply a fact that the parties both agree to have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And in this case, it's stipulated between the defendant, Gerald Declan Radford, in the state of Florida, that John Walter Lay II, the person named in the information in this cause, died on February 2nd, 2024, in the vicinity of West Dog Park in Hillsborough County, Florida, and the autopsy of John Walter Lay II was conducted on February 3rd, 2024, by Dr. Kelly Devers under Hillsborough County Medical Examiner file number 24 1-01188, and it's signed by Mr. Radford, Mr. Futch, and Mr. Diaz. So, as I said, it's a stipulation regarding identity, and that the parties agree that the individual that was autopsied on that date is indeed the victim named in the information. Any questions about that? All right, great.
All right, I'm going to start with what's previously been admitted as State's Exhibit number 20A. What are we looking at here, Doctor?
This is Mr. John Lay.
And it's basically just a picture to document who he is, the case number, all those sorts of things.
It's considered an identification photo.
I want you to talk about how an autopsy proceeds. What are the various steps or stages of an autopsy?
After the body is brought to the medical examiner's office, photographs are taken as is after the body bag is opened up. A case number is generated. Then the body is brought to the processing part of the morgue where the more pictures are taken. If there's any clothing on the body, that would be removed. Fingernail clippings taken, and other types of identification, like fingerprints, scalp hair samples. And after that has happened, then the body is prepared for autopsy and brought to the morgue station, where the body is again photographed in the as-is state. And after the photographs are taken, then documentation of the external examination begins with it's called a body diagram. So we actually write down indications of injury, any tattoos, hair color, eye color, all of the external findings first from the front and the back of the body. And after we do that, then we would create a Y incision with a scalpel and open up the chest plate and remove the ribs in the front and look at all of the organs in the body, and then remove the skull cap and look at the brain as well. And we will take pictures as we go along.
I noticed that you didn't mention anywhere in there, but at some point along the way, as part of the preparation for the autopsy, is the body cleaned?
Yes, after the quote-unquote as-is pictures are taken, then we would clean the body so that we can see injuries better and differentiate them from blood spots, that dried blood that gets on the body.
All right,
and dirt and
I'll
all
show
that.
you State's Exhibit 20B. This is after a body has been cleaned, right? I mean, he looks pretty clean here.
That's correct.
All right, so there was a time that he came in and he's still got all the medical equipment or whatever might have been attached to him, any blood or other debris on him. This is after that.
Yes.
Okay. So we're looking at State's 20B. Tell me what you notice about this picture that is of initial interest to you in performing an autopsy.
The right side of the chest, which is on the left side of your picture there is a wound consistent with a gunshot wound.
Is this what you're referring to that I'm pointing to here, this sort of darker spot on the right side of the chest?
Yes.
Do you notice anything about the face, just kind of taking an initial look at it here?
There are some injuries that we will focus on, and take more close-up pictures later. There's an abrasion under the left eye, and perhaps the chin. There's a little pink spot on the right side of his face, on his chin, that you can see in this picture.
All right, so here's State's 20C. This is more of a close-up, and then eventually 20D. Now, doctor, what is it about this picture that tells you, and you saw it live and in person, what is it about this wound that tells you this is a gunshot wound?
There is a hole in the center, which is in this picture looks pretty black, and there's a margin of abrasion, which is where the projectile passes through the skin and rubs the skin and creates this black rim. And then around that are these little red dots, and that's called stippling, and that's created by gunpowder that strikes the skin and causes tiny little abrasions or injuries to the skin itself. And then there's a faint purple rim around the hole, and that is a bruise or contusion.
Taking all that together, this indicates to you that this is a gunshot wound.
Yes.
can you tell if this is an entry or an exit wound?
It's consistent with an entry wound
And why is it consistent with an entry wound?
because it has all the appearances of an entrance gunshot wound that we see on a regular basis.
Now, you talked about stippling. Is that, for example, these little spots of sort of reddish purple here that kind of rim around the hole?
Yes.
And you talked about stippling is created by the gunpowder?
Yeah, the burnt and unpurged gunpowder that comes out of the muzzle of the gun when it's fired.
Does that indicate anything to you in terms of the distance between the firearm at the moment the projectile is coming out of the muzzle of the firearm and the person who's being hit by the bullet?
Yes.
What does it tell you?
It tells me that this is not a contact wound, meaning that the muzzle of the gun is far enough away from the skin that some of the particles of gunpowder can spray out onto the skin itself.
But this looks like a fairly tight pattern of stippling, so does it give you an indication of, it's not contact, so it's not literally gun to flesh, but does it give you an indication of distance beyond that?
It's a close range wound.
And close, what would you define close as?
Less than 12 inches, probably just a few inches.
All right, so somewhere definitely less than 12, maybe just 2 or 3.
We can't say exactly by looking at the wound. We have to have more information.
Is this ultimately the fatal wound for Mr. Lay?
Yes.
And explain to us why this wound is fatal.
This wound goes through rib number 2 on the right side of the chest, and then it passes into the right lung, perforates the right lung, then it enters the pericardial sac, which is the heart sac, and it hits the aorta at where it comes off the heart, so that the aorta is that large blood vessel, the artery that comes off the heart and pumps blood to the rest of the body. The aorta gets perforated, then the projectile enters the heart itself and perforates the heart, and it continues sharply downward towards the diaphragm on the left side of the body after it exits the heart sac, and then it perforates the diaphragm, which is the muscle that helps you breathe. It goes through the diaphragm and it hits the stomach on the left side of the body. So if you feel your rib cage on the left side of your body, your stomach's kind of right under there. It goes through the stomach and it keeps going downward, and it again hits the aorta lower down towards the groin area, where, not really the groin area, but lower towards the pelvis. And then it hits the left renal artery, which feeds the kidney on the left side. And then it ends up going into the deep muscles of the back on the left side of the body and ends in the lumbar region, or the lower part of your back. And actually, the projectile could be felt underneath the skin on the left side of the back in the lower part.
All right, we'll talk about the projectile in a little bit, but you talk about hitting the lungs, portions of the heart, or the arteries, things like that, hitting the stomach. How quickly is a person going to die from this?
It usually would be seconds to minutes. We can't say exactly because every person is different. Will to live, health issues, all kinds of situations, the weather. But seconds to minutes is what we would usually say is a fair estimate of how long it would take.
I asked you to bring something with you today, correct?
Yes.
What did you bring?
A skeleton.
Is this your skeleton from the medical examiner's office?
Yes, it is.
Judge, could I have Dr. Beaver step down from the witness stand?
Sure.
I brought this prop gun. It's plastic. It's not real. I'm going to give this to you, and I'm just going to be a stand for your skeleton.
Okay.
Doctor, what I want you to explain to the jury is, first, where is this hole in the body of Mr. Lay?
I'm going to just pull this zipper down so you can see a little better. So right here is the second rib. Are you all able to see that? So it hits the second rib here, and then it goes downward through here, and then you want me to
We'll get to that in a second. Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. And if you need to put the gun down because it's holding up your hands, please do. I just want.
And I'm going to ask you to take a couple steps back so that you're closer to that microphone because we're losing the voices on the mic.
We'll do this for the moment.
Thank you.
Okay. So you said it goes in basically around the second rib on the right side of Mr. Lay.
Yes, I do.
And now I'm going to spin our little friend here around as best as I can. And can you demonstrate to the jury roughly where on the body the bullet ultimately lodges in the back of Mr. Lay?
So if he had some muscles in here, the projectile is coming from the right side and it's going all the way over here to the left side, where the kidneys kind of sit right here above the pelvis. So it comes right here into the soft tissue of the back, where you can actually feel it. So it's come all the way from the front to the back.
Would I be correct then in saying the path of travel is downward, right to left, front to back?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you kind of got ahead of me in the script, but we're at that time. If you would take that thing there, that prop, I'd like you to tell me what you can determine based on the forensic evidence that we have. If you could demonstrate not only the distance, but the positioning of the gun in the way it would have to be to create that track through a human body.
So it would have to be, the gun could be anywhere in, if you rotate it around, but it's the muzzle. The only thing I can say is that the muzzle of the gun had to be pointing in such a direction that the projectile, when it leaves the muzzle, is going to go in this direction. So some, close to the body, but not touching, and then going downward at this sharp angle from the right side back to down here.
All right, so if I was to rotate our friend here for a second, I notice you're right-handed. If you could hold the gun as you might normally do right-handed. And then instead I'd like you to do is, if I was to suggest to you that the shooter instead drew the gun with his right hand and immediately just sort of pointed it up, where would you expect that bullet to go instead of over here, going right to left downward?
Well, if it was drawn and fired immediately, it would go over here on the left side.
Right. And would you also expect it to go something more straight front to back and maybe not as much up and down?
Yes, if they're facing each other in some fashion.
Okay. So if I was to suggest to you that there was evidence in this case that the shooter was firing, as he claimed, basically from the hip, let me see, if he was to draw the gun and just sort of immediately point it like this, you would expect the injury to be over here on the left, not on the right. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you, when you're doing an autopsy, you know the direction of travel, and I'm sort of positioning the body here, standing upright like you are. Does that mean the two men have to be upright at the time of the shooting, or could they actually be in some other configuration?
They can be in multiple configurations.
All right. Is there any way to tell from the autopsy and from what science can determine exactly what position the shooter and the victim must have been in at the time the gunshot is fired?
No.
All you can tell is the positioning of the gun. Is that correct?
The position of the muzzle of the gun.
All right. You can have a seat again. Thank you. And I'm going to set this guy aside for a moment. I happen to have one that's a little easier to move around. Doctor, if I was to ask you, if I was to give you a hypothetical and tell you that the shooter is on the ground and the victim is positioned in some way on top of him where his knees are touching the ground. There are a variety of positions the victim could be in. He could be sort of fully upright. He could almost be completely leaned over, correct?
Yes, so the skeleton is the victim, you're saying?
Yes, the skeleton is the victim and he's on top of somebody, and we can set him at any angle.
Sure.
From sort of 0 degrees to 90 degrees.
Yeah.
We can't be sure exactly. Does it get harder to achieve a gunshot at this angle if the person is upright? Meaning the victim is upright and the shooter is laying on the ground.
Well, if you're kneeling, then that limits your motion. You know, you don't have as much mobility as if you would if you were standing.
Right, but I'm asking if the shooter is on the ground,
Okay.
and he's drawn the gun in my hypothetical again
Right.
with the right hand,
Yeah.
is it difficult for him to get his arm all the way up here to be able to shoot downward into the victim?
If the guy's if he's straddling him.
Right, if he's
it's
sort
harder.
of straddling him sitting
Yes.
90 degrees.
Yeah.
Does it get easier if the victim is leaned over? Meaning now the shooter is shooting more like this.
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Does it make a difference if the shooter his face is right underneath the face of the victim? Can that change the equation?
Well, it makes it harder to move that arm and get that arm in that position
Well, we're going to get to
if
that.
they're facing each other.
Okay. And Your Honor, if I can use Mr. Cruz and we can use him as sort of a prop.
Sure.
Mr. Cruz, if you would please bring your step stool, and we'll get to the step stool in a minute. Just put it there if you would. Doctor, I'm going to try and demonstrate a variety of things, and if it's easier for you to step down so you can see
Oh,
better.
no, it's okay.
Okay. So for this purpose, Mr. Cruz is going to play the shooter, and I'm going to need to allow him yet. Hang on. Stand over here if you would. Okay. So you are the shooter, and I am the victim. Okay. Now, if I continue on with my hypothetical, the shooter draws the gun with his right hand, and now he needs to shoot me over here. Would I be correct that the gun has to come up past the face and come back this way, to my right side, basically?
Yes, but it's also got to twist more.
Well, we're going to get to that. In this particular case, if he was shooting me, you would expect the bullet to, for example, hit up here on my collarbone
And it would
maybe
go out that way.
go out my right shoulder. But instead, the gun has to come across my face and turn back this way, doesn't it?
Yes.
So you not only have to get your arm in a weird position, you also have to sort of cock your wrist. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now,
It's awkward.
if I was to change the scenario, and I was to say the victim has got both hands on the gun, now the shooter has to be able to move the gun all the way over here, and then something has to cause the shooter to turn the gun back towards the body of the victim and the face of the victim. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Now that's assuming the two men are sort of eye level to eye level with each other.
Yeah.
Okay? But if for some reason, through the course of this proceeding, we discovered that there was now a suggestion that the shooter was actually a little bit more raised up and the victim was further down the body. Mr. Cruz, if you'd stand on the thing. Stable? Stable. Okay. So again, you'd have to draw the gun with the right hand. We would have to be struggling or whatever's happening, and the shooter's going to have to come all the way across and still turn the gun back to what is effectively my left as the victim, correct?
Yes.
Is this still a weird angle, sort of, for a person to be shooting a gun?
Yes. It's awkward.
Does it get significantly easier just because I raised Mr. Chambers up by, I don't know, maybe a foot on a step stool? Does that get any really easier?
Not really.
And again, we would still have to keep the gun basically pretty close to the body of the victim in all of this. Is that correct?
Yes, and it has to be, the wrist has to twist more.
Right. Now, if I was the shooter, if I was the victim, which I am in this scenario, and I wanted to get this gun away from me to where it's not a danger to me, and I want to get it to the defendant, I either have to be able to twist it all the way down like this, or I could twist it up, which seems the faster, more expedient way, or maybe to the right of me, correct?
Yeah, away from your body.
If I'm twisting it to the left, what I'm really doing is I'm either pointing it at my face or straight into my torso, correct?
Yes.
If I was to further change the scenario and suggest that I not only have my hand on the gun, but now I got to also somehow, as the victim, get my finger, some finger, into the trigger guard so I can meaningfully pull the trigger, is this just getting more and more complex?
It's getting more complex.
Does it seem less and less likely to be something that you would expect to happen in any sort of struggle?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chambers. Doctor, was there a proceeding about 2 months ago where you had to come to court and provide basically the same testimony?
Yes.
and at that proceeding was the defendant present and would have heard all of your testimony regarding the autopsy and all of these different angles the gun could have been and the likelihood that it could or could not have been any particular positioning?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to keep going with the other injuries to Mr. Lay. We're going to turn back to 20E like Edward. What are you noticing here on the face of Mr. Lay that becomes of note or of interest to you in the autopsy?
In this picture, under the left eye, there is an abrasion or a scrape of the skin.
Is this what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay, because it's right in the picture, but it's his left eye.
Yes.
When you refer to body parts, you refer to it like...
The right side of the body or the left side of the body.
Right, okay. So this is what you're referring to?
Yes.
Anything else that you see here of interest?
You really can't see much else. It's kind of a blurry photo.
Okay. Well, I can give you the actual photo, and I know the photo doesn't do justice to the actual live, seeing in person. Did you notate other injuries to the face of Mr. Lay?
Yes.
What did you notate?
On the right side, on the temple region, where next to the right eye, there is a bruise or a contusion.
What else did you see?
And then on the left side, on the ear, there is a contusion on the actual ear itself,
okay.
The ear helix, or the soft part that you can wiggle around. And then behind the ear, between the skin of the ear and the skin of the head, there's a tiny little area of bruising and scraped or abraded skin.
Did you notice anything on the forehead or the chin area of Mr. Lay?
Yes, on the forehead there's a linear abrasion or a linear scrape on the left side of the forehead, and then also on the top of the head there's a abrasion or scrape right about here in the middle of the head, on the top of the head.
And anything on the lower part of the face, the chin area?
There's some little like punctate type red abrasions or scrapes on the underside of the chin, on the right side and near the middle, and you can't really see them here.
What is a punctate abrasion? What is that?
It's like a little like a poke,
okay.
Or a scrape,
All right,
tiny
so
scrape.
This is States 20F. You talked about a linear abrasion on Mr. Lay's left forehead. Is that mark?
That's it.
You talked about the punctate marks on the chin area of Mr. Lay. This is States 20G. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
We talked about something in the area of his right temple. Is this area here just kind of beneath his eyebrow? Is this the area you're talking about?
Yes. That's the temple area.
All right. And can you tell me how these wounds are created? Can you say they're from a fist, they're from a baseball bat, they're from a knife, they're from a gun? What can you tell us about it?
Just that it's an impact site from something blunt. The scrapes could have, an edge to it, but it's not a cut or a stab wound or a gunshot wound or anything like that. It's just coming from some kind of a scraping or a blunt type of injury.
Could it be from a punch with a fist?
Yes.
Or an elbow, for example?
Yes.
Those are all sort of blunt weapons, correct?
Sure.
You talked about Mr. Lay's left ear.
Yes.
What about this ear did you notice or did you think was interesting?
On the left ear, there are some purple discoloration on the inside of the cartilage of the ear, and that is a bruise or a contusion.
All right, and I actually have a picture on the other side of the ear. Here's States 20L. Can you zoom out? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, so the ear's now been pulled up and you can see that there's more injury underneath. So something has struck the ear and injured it and created an injury that goes all the way to the other side of the ear.
So the ear as we see it in States 20I, and I'm sorry I said L, it's actually 20J, the ear, the inside of the ear, it's J, not L. Those are effectively connected wounds?
Yes, it's consistent with one wound. Usually when someone's ear is struck, people don't peel back people's ears to strike the underside. It's usually one strike to the ear in some fashion that causes, and it's got to be hard enough to create that type of an injury.
And when you say hard enough, does the use of an object increase the chances of a wound like this as opposed to just using a fist?
It could, depending on the object.
If I had a metal cup like a metal thermos mug, and I was right-handed, and I swung it at the head of Mr. Lay, would I, assuming we're face-to-face, of course, would I hit him in the left ear?
Yes.
And if that cup had weight, because it's full of liquid, would that potentially have enough force to do this type of
Yeah,
injury?
because now it's got some heft to it.
You talked about injuries to the back of Mr. Lay's head, or the top of his head, what I would refer to for me as my bald spot. Here states 20K, now 20L, and then you have shaved the head so we can see what is here depicted in 20M.
Yes.
And what do these tell you?
So we have an abrasion here on the scalp. So it's again a scrape or a blunt impact injury.
Okay. Did these wounds all appear, for lack of a better term, fresh, meaning they occurred at or around the time of Mr. Lay's death?
They all have a similar appearance.
And I want to ask you, do bodies bruise or get like, you know, this is sort of red, this thing under his eye as depicted in States 20B. Do those things happen once the heart stops pumping?
Usually they start to get a paler look to them.
So the fact that this is red, for example, the injury behind the ear is definitely red. The injury to the top of the head, those sorts of things. Do those suggest that those are injuries that are suffered by Mr. Lay prior to the moment he expires?
Yes.
It doesn't suggest that, for example, somebody beat him up afterwards.
No, it doesn't look like a post-mortem or a wound that's created after death.
I want to ask you about Mr. Lay's arms and, well, I guess we should finish up with the gunshot wound first, so let's do that. This is States 21, and this is States 21A. What are we looking at here?
This is Mr. Lay is laying face down on the gurney, and in the lower left part of the back, there's a lot of red coloration. Some of that is just celling of blood after death. But in the lower left corner of his back or his lumbar region, there is a contusion, and I was able to also feel the projectile under the skin.
All right, and I don't know if you want to stand up and point yourself, or I can try pointing from here, but can you tell us where you're talking about the lower left lumbar region?
Right in this area.
All right, and so on the left side of Mr. Lay's body, there appears to be sort of this configuration of three maybe slightly darker red spots. Is that the sort of area you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about blood settling that causes this sort of purple discoloration of Mr. Lay's back. What does that mean?
That is something that happens after death. When the heart stops pumping, the body starts to settle. So if he was face down when he died and he laid there for a while, then the blood would settle to the front of the body. But if he's laying on his back, then the blood's going to settle to the back.
So do you ultimately, for lack of a better term, perform surgery on Mr. Lay to try and find the actual projectile in his body?
Yes.
This is State 21B. Is this what you discovered?
Yes.
And can you point to, if you stand up, can you point to exactly what the projectile is?
Right here.
All right, so it's sort of there in the sea of that dark reddish color.
Yes, this is all hemorrhage or blood. It shouldn't look like this. It should be more like a dark red muscle. But this is just bleeding around the wound, and that's the projectile right in the middle.
And do you eventually remove that from the body?
Yes.
Here's States Exhibit 21C. Is this that projectile?
Yes.
And then you ultimately preserve it and document it should it ever be needed for any purpose.
Yes.
Correct? Now, doctor, how do you know the exact path of the bullet through the body? What is it that you look for, or what is it that you can see that would tell you that it hits the lung, hits the heart, hits the stomach, all those sorts of things you discovered?
When the wound, when the projectile hits the ribs, it creates a fracture of the rib, and the bone goes inward as opposed to outward. And then you follow the track by following hemorrhage and injury. So there's a hole in the left lung, in the middle lobe, in the right lung, the right lung in the middle lobe, and then it keeps going and perforates and makes holes in places that there shouldn't be. So we're able to follow the track of the projectile through the different organs because they create these wounds that tear the tissue apart and cause a track to form, and we can follow that track all the way to where the projectile ends. And even if the projectile exits the body, we know that we've got an entrance and an exit. We still have a track that we can follow.
All right. So I want to now talk about states 22. If I was to suggest to you that Mr. Lay was in some sort of fight and was using his hands as the primary weapon, there's signs that you can look for on a body, particularly in the area of the arms and the hands, that might give you some indication as to whether or not the hands have been used as some sort of weapon?
Yes.
And what would you be looking for?
Well, like if you think about somebody being in a fist fight or even a boxer, who's fighting bare knuckles, you will see big red swollen knuckles and scrapes on the knuckles if they're fighting each other and hitting each other in the face and the bones of the face, or some, if they're striking objects, you're going to have injuries to the hands. They could be just scrapes or bruises on the hands or the fingers, tearing of the fingernails. Things like that would be what we'd expect to see.
So we would look for swollen knuckles, redness, cuts, scratches, scrapes, things like that?
Yes.
Okay. So let's just go piece by piece here. This is states 22A. What are we looking at here?
This is Mr. Lay's right arm, and we're holding it out from his body.
See any cuts or scrapes or scratches there? Anything to suggest the arm somehow might have gotten injured in a fight?
No.
Here's states 22B. We can see the hand, but I want to focus more on the sort of the forearm. Any sort of cuts, scrapes, scratches, anything there that you note?
No, just the forearm. The photo doesn't have any, and I didn't see any at the autopsy. There are no injuries.
All right. From what you can see from this current positioning of the hand, anything that you see that suggests there's cuts, scrapes, scratches, bruising, redness, anything of that sort?
No.
We obviously will then flip the hand over. Here states 22C. Can you tell me which hand specifically this is?
This is the right hand?
The right hand.
Yes.
And it's a little hard to see in that version, but the defense also has a similar version. This is Defense Exhibit 3. Maybe the color's a little better here. There appears to be some redness or discoloration here on the, I guess, is that the pinky knuckle of the right hand?
Yes.
All right, so we see that. But looking at the remainder of the hand, other than that red discoloration, you got swollen knuckles?
No.
You got other bruising of the hand?
No.
Cuts, scrapes, scratches?
No.
Here's another angle of, is that the same hand?
Yes.
Now that's actually the bottom of the hand. So if I was to suggest that I wanted to hit somebody with what's maybe referred to as a hammer fist, where I'm sort of pounding my hands into their face instead of hitting them with the front of my knuckles, is this the area where you would expect there to be a lot of bruising, cuts, scratches, redness of the sort?
Yes.
Other than that little area of discoloration on the pinky knuckle, you see anything else?
No.
Here's states 20E. Any signs of injury there?
No.
States 20F. Any
No.
signs of injury there? Now, doctor, I don't know how good you can see it. I can give you the picture, or maybe you remember, but that hand looks dirty to me. Does it look like there's dirt on that hand?
It's actually ink from the fingerprinting process.
So that's not dirt, that's ink.
That's ink. It's hard to get it all off after we
Sure.
fingerprint.
I just want to make sure, because the jury's going to go back and look at these pictures. They may think that's dirt on the
Yeah.
hand, but that's
Yeah.
ink. What are we looking at here?
There are a few tiny punctate abrasions on the hand. You can see a little red spot near the wrist.
All right, and for the record, this is states 22G. All right, so over here by the wrist,
Yes.
you see a mark.
Yes.
But what about over here, as we get to the fingers and the hands and the knuckles, anything?
No.
Are these this is states 22H? Are these the fingernails?
Yes.
Do you see any sort of marks there or anything of interest?
No.
What hand are we looking at here? This is States 22I.
It's the right hand.
This is the right hand. There appears to be something here in sort of the bend in the index finger. Is that correct?
Yes.
What are those?
Little abrasions, very, very superficial pink scrapes.
Can you tell anything about what would have caused that?
No.
I mean, can you tell me, for example, oh, that's definitely because a finger was in a trigger, pulling a trigger?
I can't say definitely. I can't tell.
I mean, is that a possibility?
It's a possibility, sure.
Is it also a possibility it just got injured in a fight?
Yes.
And finally, here is States 22J. Anything you notice about this hand?
No.
Again, this is this side here in the picture, what is the left side of the hand here, that is the bottom of the hand, correct?
Yes.
If I was hitting somebody with my fist like a hammer, is this where you would expect to see bruising or cuts or scratches or something of the sort?
Yes.
Some sort of injury. Here's a States 22K. Any signs of injury on the left arm?
No. The only thing you see is the needle puncture mark at the crook of the arm where they were trying to resuscitate him.
Okay. Here's States 22L. Any sign of damage to the forearm?
No.
22M. Other than the discoloration from the ink, I assume again, any signs of injury to his left hand?
No.
I'm just going to go through several of these. 22N, 22O,
No.
22P,
No.
22Q,
No.
22R.
No.
I mean, I got S, I got T, I got U.
No.
Any signs on the hands of Mr. Lay other than the one bit of discoloration on the right pinky, the knuckle area?
Just the little scrapes that we saw earlier.
I want to finally talk with you about Mr. Lay's knees. This is States 23A. What do we see here that's of interest?
There are multiple little scrapes or abrasions on Mr. Lay's knees, both knees.
All right, and I want to show you Defense Exhibit number 2. I know you've never seen it, but if I was to tell you that those are John Lay's knees, and that's dirt from the ground on his knees, now when I show you States 23B, is this the knee after it's been cleaned up?
Yes. Somewhat.
Right, I was going to say, somewhat. Even after you've cleaned it, there's still...
Yeah, so we've kind of brushed off the dirt, and you can still, and now you can see the abrasions.
So whatever this dirt is that's on the knees of John Walter Lay, and however it got there, even after you tried to clean the knees and brush it off at the medical examiner's office, there was still some dirt on the knees?
Yes, because it's kind of ground into the abrasions.
You can grind dirt into flesh?
Yes.
If a person was to have their face put into the dirt and get a mouthful of dirt, you could potentially grind dirt into their face?
Sure.
Here's States 23C. This is that same knee really cleaned up, is that correct?
Yes.
What do we see about these injuries to the knee?
They're red, and they are abrasions or scrapes, and they occurred prior to death.
Here's States 23D. Again, this is the other knee, but is there dirt still in the pores of the skin?
Yeah, in the little cracks of, the folds of skin.
Even after you've tried to clean it?
Yes.
And here states 23E. Is this the other knee of Mr. Lay?
Yes.
Now, doctor, if I was to tell you, if I was asking you to assume that in the area where Mr. Lay's knees are in contact with the ground, there are like rocks, not quite fine gravel, but smaller rocks.
Yes.
And he's on the knees struggling.
Yes.
Would this be potentially consistent in terms of injuries?
Yes.
But does that tell you in any certain... We talk about the strangeness of the angle or the steepness of the angle in a position where the shooter and the victim are face to face. But if I was to spin the victim around, and now I'm the shooter, I draw my gun right-handed, and I wanted to shoot this person, does this angle line up with that potentially?
Yes, that's possible.
So if I was behind the victim,
Yes.
where I could, for example, hit him in the back of his head or the top of his head,
Yes.
and he could be on his knees and I could be over him, is this all potentially consistent with the bullet track and the injuries that you've seen?
Yes.
Doctor, were you able to reach a final determination, and can you render an opinion as to the cause and manner of death of John Walter Lay based on the autopsy that you performed on February 3rd?
Yes.
And what is your opinion as to cause and manner of death?
The cause of death is perforations of heart, aorta, lung, and renal artery, and the manner of death is homicide, shot by another person.
Thank you, Doctor. I'll pass the witness.
All right, we're going to take a morning recess at this time. All rise.
All right, we're going to then also take this moment to recap what we've witnessed so far. So we had Detective Robert Harrop on the stand at the beginning, so he was called back from day one. They talked about this email that came from Miss Wolfey regarding the video, the video from the house. He never got, this was interesting. I don't know if that was the entire office, but he, meaning Detective Harrop, never got a call or a note from Lay regarding any issues. Remember that video saying the police wanted me to, contact them. This is me contacting them. I did contact them. Have you arrested a murder suspect on scene? He says no. He's referred the victim specialist anytime it's been requested. How many times have you done that? He said at least on 2 occasions. Let's see. Hours after, let's see. Sorry. Okay. Oh yeah, the video log. Okay, so then they talk about this video log that he made, meaning Mr. Lay, Walt, made this video log. Then he sends a text message 5 hours later to Sue saying that he's at work. He, meaning Radford, doesn't intimidate him. He's weak and feeble. I'll tackle him next time he blocks my path. This week should be drama. He's asked, Mr. Futch asks the detective, the tone and tenor directly conflicts with the video. He says, I agree, it's 2 separate things. Is being jerk a crime? No. Is being an a-hole a crime? No. And 18 hours later, Radford is tackled by Lay. I don't know. Are you sure you never told Radford this was self-defense? Oh, yeah, this whole thing. This was kind of irritating to me. I know Futch was just doing his job. I get it. He was saying, did you ever tell Radford that, this was self-defense? He's like, no. Well, didn't you tell him 6 or 7 times? He's like, no. So do you remember telling Radford? So he reads this other previous testimony. Do you remember telling Radford that you thought this was self-defense? I did not say that. In another testimony, you asked him, how many occasions did you tell Radford? He's like, yeah, I did. So it's possible that you actually told Radford this was self-defense. I don't know if I stated that to him. Are you sure? I'm not positive. So it's like, I mean, that's total semantics. Just because he said, I don't know if I told him that opens the door that, oh, that means that's possible. It's possible you did tell him that. I mean, I get it. But anyway, so then redirect, words matter, right? He says, yes, they do. If he blocks my path, then I'll try to tackle him. He's like, yeah, if he blocks my path. Not when he blocks my path, but if he blocks my path. So did Radford block his path? We saw the open field. Did Radford, say something? I don't know. There was no dirt on Radford's face in the body cam footage. They show that again. Remember, he had a mouthful of dirt, and they were struggling and all this stuff. His face is like pretty clean, other than some blood. So maybe he got hit with the mug. I don't know. March 18th, the autopsy results didn't match. Oh, that's right. So Radford was at this hearing, and he changed his story. He changed his story after he saw the autopsy results, because the autopsy results didn't match what he was saying initially. Then they played the March 31st audio jail call where he's like, the only thing I did wrong was call him and then he covered 10 to maybe 15 feet. There was an airplane going overhead. I was fiddling with my phone. I didn't hear him. All of a sudden, boom, I hear this bang and I'm on the ground and we're struggling. And then he also said, we're like walking toward each other and he got away from me. Oh, and he said, get away from me or I'll kick your ass. And he said, get away from me or I said, what are you going to do? He hit me and went down on the ground, and that's when we were scuffling. So I have a feeling there was like a war of words. Lay probably had this. Well, he did have his mug. He may have smacked him, and then he got shot. But we're going to go over that. Let's go over that in a minute. He hit me in the face with whatever he had in his hand. I basically went apeshit and tried to get a hold of him, and I grabbed his shirt. So there's probably this exchange of words. He was probably calling each other all kinds of names in the book, just to rile each other up. Maybe Walt hit him with his mug. He said he went apeshit. Those are his words. He probably grabbed him. They started scuffling. Pulled out the gun. So then Dr. Kelly Devers, she's the chief medical examiner. She came up. So this was interesting, right? So she was an RN, then she went to med school to become a medical MD. So she talks about stippling marks, indicating we know what that is. That means the gun was close enough to have, well, you can't really see. The gun was close enough, I'll do it here. The gun's close enough to leave marks. So I think it has to be, what she said about, it has to be less than 12 inches in order to get stippling marks. But she thinks that it was just a few inches. So basically, it goes through his rib number 2 on the right side of the chest. So his right side, it's my right side, right? My right side. Here, let me pull up a full screen here. Let me do full screen so we can see better. All right, so goes right side of the chest. So here's my clavicle, right? So let's see, clavicle 1, 2. So I guess it's like basically right here, right? So here's roughly my, 1, 2. Somewhere in here is like so that's number 2. It goes down, right? So it's going down. Not an A. Let's see. So it's basically going down, right? And it ends up like down here. So he shot like that, right? That's the path of the gun, right? Like that, pretty much. All right. So it goes through his chest, through his right lung, hits his aorta, enters his heart, goes sharply down to his diaphragm, hits his stomach, then hits his aorta near his pelvis. And then it hits his renal artery, which feeds the kidney, and ends up in his lower back. Man, he was like dead in like seconds. Then they bring the skeleton in. Oh, I love the skeleton. We have to name the skeleton. Chat, name the skeleton. Let's name the skeleton. Can we have a name for the skeleton? Here. Not to make light of this at all, but let's name the skeleton. All right. Let's name the skeleton. Mr. Bones, Simon. Pull for the skeleton name. Jack Skeleton. Herbert. Jack. All right. So again, I don't want to make light of this because this is tragic. But let's name the skeleton. All right, skeleton's brought in. So right side of the chest to lower back. So it's downward, right to left. So it's my right to left. So it's down and then in towards my body. So how did this happen? So Radford said he drew the gun and fired from his right hip. There's absolutely no way that gun that happened. Just no way that happened, right? So let's think about this. Let's think about this. I think Cross is going to bring up that they were on the ground, right? Cross is going to bring up that they were on the ground. Trying to think. Super Ball, do you want to be my willing? I need somebody. Let's see. So let's think about this for a second. So as he was demonstrating it, right? He's demonstrating that you'd have to be like this shooting down. So it'd have to be, that's the angle of the gun, right? The angle of the gun is like this. So there's no way that Radford is shooting like that, right? No way Radford. There's no way he's doing that. Radford is claiming that he was on the ground, and that makes sense. Radford's claiming that he's on the ground, right? And this guy's doing hammer fists. They pull the gun. They're struggling. You have to be. That makes sense. Well, again, the gun would have to be like this. So if you're on the ground, right? I can't wait for Cross because Cross is definitely going to bring this up. So if you're on the ground, you're getting punched, beat up. You pull the gun. You got it. So you're struggling, and you do one of these. See, that makes sense to me. That makes sense. And I'm sure Cross will bring that up. Because there's no way these guys were standing up. There's no way they were standing because he'd have to shoot him like this, which I guess he could. I mean, he could, he could do like one of these. He could be like, yeah, shoot him like that. He could have done that. I mean, he could have, right? I think that's possible. But Radford is saying that they were on the ground and he was getting pummeled. But that being said, there were no bruises, no swollen knuckles, no scrapes, or no bruises on Lay's hands. How are you getting pummeled and there's like no bruising on the person who's pummeling you? How does that work? Right? There was no damage to his forearms, his left hand. So, what do you guys think? Cajun Bayou Queen, there are a lot of possibilities. Napoleon Bonaparte. That's a good one. Laying down on the job. You see the lengths I go for you guys? Chat, you see the lengths I go for you? Only the defendant can tell us how it happened, OnlyFans says. I'm getting hung up on there was there was only one little scrape on the right pinky knuckle, one little scrape on Lay's. So if he's doing all of this, I mean, is he like doing one of these? Is he like pounding him like that? I mean, you're still talking about names? Focus, chat, focus. We're moving on from the names, although I do like some of those. Lil Miss, self-defense is different, though. The prosecution has the additional burden of proving that it was not self-defense. I asked for skeleton names and proceeds to talk about how the scuffle happened. Okay. Kristen, I'm going to task you to gather all of the skeleton names and place those into mod chat. And then we'll have a poll. So, therapist, if you would be so kind as to do that. And if you need help, please delegate as you see fit. Now we need to get Chris a skeleton model. Slim Pickens incoming. Slim Pickens. All right. So therapist, please gather all of these great names, put them into mod chat, task anybody else that you need help with to help you. And we'll do a poll hopefully by the end of the day. If not, then tomorrow. All right. Let's get back to the trial, unless you guys have anything else to say regarding anything. Aaron C. says, respectfully, no. Self-defense is an affirmative defense, which actually shifts the burden. It's one of the only things that does. All right, you guys have a conversation going on between the two of you. I'll let that continue. Nan R. says, defendant lied to start about how it happened. It didn't occur to him that medical examiner would know so much. That's true. Capri Law, you know what? I've been waiting for you to get into the chat because I've been wanting to say this all day. Play ball. You know of what I speak of. All right, let's get back to the trial. Bon Jovi. That's funny, you guys. Ooh, we can fast forward. Okay.
Judge, before you bring the jury in, if you could just address a couple things real quick.
Sure.
We're just trying to sort of plan. It's obviously about 11:05, not quite yet. Mr. Fudge thinks he would be maybe 20, 30 minutes to cross. I don't imagine that redirect would be super long. That puts us potentially like 11:30. Our next intention is to read the transcript into the record. It's about 60 pages of transcript. Even at a minute a page, that's an hour. I assume you're going to want to take lunch somewhere. I'm just trying to figure out, should we be ready to do that before lunch starts? And then you'll just divide it maybe between direct and cross. We'll take a break in the middle of that.
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Our other question is, I've never done this in front of Your Honor, and I haven't done it for some time. Does Your Honor intend to explain anything to the jury in terms of what's happening, that someone is basically going to come and read the testimony as if they're going to say the lines of Mr. Radford and Mr. Cruz is going to be Mr. Like, are you going to explain that to the jury? I don't know how that works.
If you would like me to.
Right. I think what we would prefer you say is that there was a previous hearing
on such and such a date,
and where Mr. Radford gave testimony. We're going to now read the testimony. Mr. Chambers will play Mr. Futch. I will play myself. And Assistant State Attorney Nathan Waters in the back will play Mr. Radford. And then we will just start reading the respective portions.
Sure.
Okay. Just want to make sure we have our all kinds of
That works for us.
Fine for you?
Yep, that would be our request.
Okay, no problem.
All rise.
All right, be seated. Cross-examination?
Good morning. Good morning, doctor. How are you?
Good morning. Good, how are you?
Good to see you. On direct examination, you discussed with Mr. Diaz and explained to the jury kind of the process you go through when somebody that's deceased comes to your office for an autopsy.
Yes.
You went through a variety of photos, kind of explaining what different types of injuries are, and I'm going to kind of dive into that, to get some more specifics on what could or could not have happened to cause those injuries. Okay?
Sure.
First, as it pertains to the abrasions or scrapes, as you called them, you have no ability to testify with any specificity exactly when those occurred, right?
Not exactly, no.
In fact, there's a time window that these injuries could have occurred in.
Yes.
Okay. And so you can't say that they happened a minute before the fatal gunshot wound or hours before, or, you know, I know that there's a extreme to where you can say, I know they didn't happen 3 days prior, right?
Right.
Okay. But you can't say with any specificity as to when they occurred.
Not exactly, no.
You do agree that the stippling that you testified to around the gunshot wound indicates that the firearm was in very close proximity to the chest when the gun went off.
Yes.
And that would be consistent with some type of close quarter struggle. Right?
Yes, it is.
And the tiny abrasions we see, as I understand it, can be burnt and unburnt gunpowder impacting the area around the wound.
Yes.
The more spread out that stippling is, or the absence of it, would lead you to believe that, hey, you know, they were shot 15, 20, 30, or more away.
Sure.
Because there's no stippling.
Right.
You cannot testify as to how the abrasions were caused, right?
That's right.
So when you say it could be a blunt object or a fist, it was some type of impact, but again, all you can say is that there is an injury. I can't tell you how it happened.
That's right.
Now, your role in these cases is to determine the cause and manner of death.
Yes.
And to analyze injuries on a body.
That's right.
To the best of your ability, you can give a time range as to when those things occurred, but again, you cannot specify with any certainty as to those pieces of information.
That's right.
You are also qualified to testify about the path of a wound cavity or a projectile, but you cannot in any way, shape, or form tell this jury as to the orientation of the body at the time the fatal gunshot was fired.
That's correct.
And so, you know, Mr. Diaz, Mr. Chambers, utilized some demonstrative aids to kind of hypothetically portray what is and is not possible. You recall that?
Yes.
The reality is, though, that while you can say, you know, this is possible, or that would be awkward, or I would expect, you can't say in any way, shape, or form how they were oriented when the gunshot was fired.
No. You can only give me situation. I can say it makes sense or it doesn't make sense, or it's impossible. It just depends on where the bodies, you give me where the bodies are, and I can say, yeah, that could have happened, or you'd have to have an arm 2 mile long, or something like that.
I apologize for interrupting. The demonstratives that Mr. Diaz and Mr. Cruz utilized, you would agree, we're talking about very static demonstration, right?
Yes.
Objects that aren't moving.
Right.
If you were told that there was a violent struggle taking place, and bodies are moving in unpredictable manners during that struggle, both somebody reacting to being attacked and kind of fighting for their life, so to speak, things that you testified could be awkward or difficult, maybe less awkward or difficult under those circumstances, right?
If you have the position that I could speak to, yeah.
Well, and referring back to the position of, Mr. Lay straddling Mr. Radford with his knees dug into the ground, and they are struggling over a firearm, and they're, both individuals are moving in an unpredictable, organic, chaotic way, things that may be awkward if somebody in a static vacuum was pulling a firearm, as you demonstrated, up and into the torso. But if somebody's laying on top of somebody and they're fighting over a gun up here, and Mr. Lay is holding that gun, these difficult or awkward situations become more plausible, right?
Yes.
And that's because you have two variables now, not one individual holding a firearm. You have another individual in an unpredictable way manipulating that,
Yes.
right? So if I'm holding a firearm and somebody's manipulating that firearm in what would ordinarily be a very awkward or minimally awkward manner, my arm's going to move with it, as will my hand and as will that firearm.
Yes.
And so when you say things like, it's hard, it's difficult, it's awkward, I did not hear, it's not possible, it's impossible, or it's unlikely, correct?
That's right.
And that's because, as you've candidly told the jury, in no way are you able to testify as to the orientation of the bodies when that shot was fired.
Only the orientation of the gun.
You can't say whether Mr. Lay was sitting, standing, laying, prone on top of Mr. Radford, right?
No.
Of course, if Mr. Lay is in the position where his knees are straddling one of Mr. Radford's legs and he's hitting him, and Mr. Radford were to pull a firearm, under those circumstances, he would have to reach up and kind of point that firearm down, which, in your words, would be difficult, awkward, strange.
Sure, yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. But if he's prone on top of him and they're struggling over the firearm, it goes from awkward and difficult to very possible.
Yeah, depending on where their orientation is.
And of course, there's no way for you or I to
No.
know that orientation.
That's right.
And in a real-time, chaotic, organic struggle, you would agree that orientation would be impossible to predict, right?
Yes, sure.
Absent additional evidence.
Right, like a video.
Like a surveillance footage.
Yeah.
That would be incredibly helpful in comparing your analysis of the wound path to how the bodies would have been oriented.
Yes.
And you'd say, look at that. That's exactly
Yeah.
how it happened. Witness testimony might assist in determining orientation, right? Like
Yeah.
additional witness testimony, like
Yes.
eyewitnesses,
Yeah.
surveillance footage. I wanted to follow up with you on the ear wound that you discussed with Mr. Diaz. You said that you would, I think you used the word usually caused by some type of force to the ear, and the wound can appear behind it.
Yes, I've seen it many times. That's why I said usually.
And I appreciate this. You don't use terms that are unequivocal. As a doctor specializes in these types of autopsies, right?
Always and never, you mean? Yeah.
Or I'm certain, or,
Right, of course.
you don't use absolutes. And so when you say usually, it's because that's usually the case, or probably the case, but the reality is that wound could have been caused by a variety of different mechanisms, or...
It's just that I can say it's an impact.
It's an impact.
Yeah.
Now, there could be an impact to the ear, but the actual wound behind the ear could have been caused by something else, right?
It could have been caused by something coming behind, like landing on something on the ground, or...
So if somebody was tossed off of me and landed just right on a stick or a rock or some type of a root coming out of the ground, anything, it's possible to have a wound caused.
It's possible.
Okay. And so what I'm getting at is that there's no way to say exactly how those injuries were caused.
All I can do is describe them and call them blunt impact injuries.
Mr. Diaz showed you some of the exhibits in this case, specifically the hands. Now, you would expect that, and to your credit, you used, again, words like usually or expect, but not unequivocal terms. If somebody was punching somebody with their fist, you would expect, if there are injuries to the fist or knuckles, different injuries than if somebody's using the fat or meat of the bottom of their hand.
Yes.
In fact, this may not bruise at all immediately during a struggle if you're hitting someone.
It's possible.
So the absence of bruising to this portion of a hand in no way means that Mr. Lay was not hammer fisting Mr. Radford.
I can't say it's impossible.
you can't say with any level of certainty, right?
Right.
It's just as plausible that Mr. Lay was hammer fisting as he wasn't from your scientific medical perspective of these photographs.
Yes.
Taking that one step further, I'm going to show you what's been entered as States 22, I think it's labeled as I. We see this abrasion to Mr. Lay's, I said abrasion, I think you used the word scrape.
That's just a layman's term.
Scrape or abrasion to the finger. That could have been caused by any type of abrasive object.
Yes.
Would you agree? Now, again, I'm going to show you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 5, which is the firearm that was used in this case. If I were to show you, Doctor, the sharp portion of the front sight of this firearm with the sharp edges, if Mr. Lay was grabbing Mr. Radford's firearm during the struggle, could that have caused that
Yes,
abrasion?
it's an edge that could create a wound.
And the argument cuts both ways for the state and the defense, and I want to acknowledge that. The bruising on what is in its Defense Exhibit 3, that area of the knuckle is right by the meat of the hand. Would that be consistent with someone hammer fisting?
Not usually, because that's the flat side, and this would be more consistent with the knuckle striking something directly.
Okay.
It has to hit something hard to create a contusion.
So if Mr. Lay is trying to come down in a vertical motion, and again, we're talking about, you said usually, and strikes a hard portion of Mr. Radford's face and actually catches it with the knuckle, could that cause that bruising?
It's possible.
And what I'm gleaning here is that there's a lot of possibles, usuallys, but
Yes.
you cannot say anything definitive about the timing of the injuries, right?
That's right.
The orientation of the bodies.
Right?
The absence of bruising does not mean that Mr. Lay was not
Yes.
hammer fisting Mr. Radford.
Right.
Now showing you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 23A through E. And I'm going to, for reference of the record, we are looking at D here. That is Mr. Lay's right knee?
Yes. You can see his left leg there at the bottom of the picture.
I know you testified that you kind of brushed off some dirt, but to you it was clear that there was dirt actually embedded into these wounds.
Yes.
I know you can't tell me 100% because we've covered that, but that would be very consistent with someone's knees with some force, significant force, great force, moderate force, digging into the ground, right?
Yes.
So not just kind of like, kneeling down. I mean, if somebody were actively on top of somebody with hammer fisting down and their knees are kind of twisting into the ground, into the dirt, into the rocks, that would be a consistent wound pattern or injury.
Or they fell to the ground. That's another possibility.
Sure. But again, it would be consistent that it would be plausible, to use your words, that that's what happened to cause these injuries.
Yes, either way.
You would not expect dirt to be embedded into the wound if somebody had just kneeled down or fallen down.
No, if you kneel down, you're probably not going to scrape your knees because you're going to be careful about how you kneel.
Are you able to specify if those wounds are possible, if somebody just kind of fell to the ground and got up?
If they fell hard, like say they're running and they trip and they go wham.
But they'd have to go down simultaneously on both knees in a way to get those types of injuries
Well,
into
not-
both knees?
Well, not necessarily. They could be on the ground moving. I can't say again how it happened.
Do you or have any baseline to compare Mr. Lay's hands to before you were tasked with conducting the autopsy?
You mean, did I ever see his hands before?
Yes, ma'am.
No.
So when we're looking at these pictures, you have no way to tell whether or not that is the normal state of his hands, whether they're swollen.
Well, his hands aren't that, he doesn't have a lot of injuries, if that's what you're saying, but
I understand.
to have a pink area here, the contusion is an injury.
Well, what I'm trying to get at, and if you can't answer it, that's okay, is do you have any way of telling if that is the normal size of his hands or if there's any swelling in any of those fingers?
Based on my years of experience, it doesn't look like his hands are swollen.
Now, if Mr. Lay is hammer fisting down on somebody, and he's hammer fisting down on, let's say, a hard surface, a desk, a piece of steel or metal, you would expect different injuries than, say, if he's hammer fisting down on the chest of somebody with multiple layers of clothing.
Yeah, you have, the layers of clothing are soft, or is there something hard on the clothing? It all matter. The only thing that matters really is that there is, texture. So you've got texture and hardness. So if you've got something hard like this, or you have a concrete that's got rough edges, things like that are going to make a difference. It's going to give a different look.
I know you've agreed and told the jury that an absence of a bruise or swelling on the meat of Mr. Lay's hands does not mean in any way that he wasn't using them in a hammer fist type
Correct.
fight, right? But an explanation for that, a plausible one, would be that not only was he, making contact with a face, but if he was hammer fisting down on somebody's chest or padded clothing.
He could be, yeah.
The last demonstrative that Mr. Diaz did demonstrated your skeleton kind of on its knees with somebody behind them and
Yes.
holding the gun kind of over to
Yes.
fit the path that you've testified existed from the projectile. You'd agree, though, that kind of, and we're talking about possibilities and difficulties. I know that you're not able to tell us how it went down or what happened, but you'd agree that would be far more difficult than just shooting somebody in the head, right? If you're standing behind them with your firearm.
Well, like you said, there's multiple different scenarios. So
But you would agree that if I'm
talking,
behind-
when I say difficult, I mean it's easier to imagine that the trajectory is going in that fashion. And he's given me a scenario that I can say, yes, the gun could go that way. His arm is not going to be in an awkward position. That's what I'm trying to say.
But what I'm getting at is, in that demonstration, with somebody on their knees being executed from behind, you testified that they would have to hold the firearm over the shoulder and kind of downward at an angle from right to left,
Yes.
and that is possible.
Yes.
But you would agree that it would be far easier if I was standing behind somebody and was trying to shoot them, to just shoot them in the head, right?
Yeah, sure. Shoot them in the back of the head.
Yeah. And when you're talking about possibilities and awkwardness and difficulties, sure, if I'm standing above somebody and I'm left-handed and I shot somebody on their right to left, it would be possible if I'm standing over them to do that, right?
Yes.
But if I'm on my back and they're prone on top of me, it's just as possible.
It's possible. Like you said, it's not a static situation.
And so to clarify and be clear, you are only able to tell this jury cause of death,
Yes.
which was gunshot wound to the upper
Chest.
the injuries that you observed.
Yes.
You cannot tell this jury in any way, shape, or form the orientation of Mr. Lay and Mr. Radford at the time of that shooting,
That's correct.
or when those injuries occurred.
Yes.
I have no further questions, Judge. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Fudge asked you about the fact that there's just stuff you can't tell us for sure.
That's right.
You don't use the word always or never, certainly or definitely. But there are a few things you can tell us for absolute certainty, correct?
Medical certainty,
Right,
or
I mean-
more likely than not.
You cannot tell me the configuration of the handle of the gun, but in terms of the muzzle,
Right.
the place where the bullet comes out of the gun, it's definitely got to be something like this. I can turn the handle, but the muzzle has to be here-ish,
Yes.
pointing downward.
And it's got to be a little bit pointed more that way.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a definite, right?
Yes, because it has to come straight out of the barrel.
Judge, if I could have Dr. Devers step down, and if I could ask Mr. Cruz to come over a second.
Sure.
Apologize, Mr. Cruz, if you could get down on your knees. Now, doctor, I posited an example before, which is I could draw from the right, and I could come over, and now I line up, right?
Yes.
And, I mean, the handle might be more like this, or the handle might be more like this, but the important part is the muzzle's pointing in the right place.
That's the important part.
Okay. But I didn't add one fact. What if I was to suggest the guy on the ground is actively fighting me, putting his hand on the gun, like Mr. Fudge just suggested, where he gets that injury on his finger because he's rubbing the top of the gun somehow? So, Mr. Cruz, if you could put your hands on the gun and try to fight me, now we're struggling, correct?
Yes.
It makes trying to do like this a lot harder if he's resisting.
Yes.
I might have been trying to shoot him in the head, and it just ended up here because he was fighting me. That's possible, right?
Yes, it's possible.
Thank you, doctor. Judge, I don't have any other questions for Dr. Devers. She's released unless the defense wants her to stay.
No, Judge, you can be released.
All right, thank you. You may step down on your release from your subpoena.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
You too.
Call your next witness.
Judge, at this time, we're going to read in the testimony of the
Okay.
prior proceeding. If I could have 1 second to return Dr. Devers back into her.
Sure.
Thank you.
And is this the December 6th?
This is December 6th, I believe that's correct.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, as indicated, what's happening now is the parties are going to read together excerpts from or potential testimony from the defendant that was given at a hearing in court on December 6, 2024. And Mr. Chambers is going to be reading the part of
Mr. Fudge.
Mr. Fudge. And
Nathan Waters will be the defendant, Gerald Radford, and
Mr. Waters from the State Attorney's Office is going to be responding with the answers that were given by Mr. Radford in that hearing.
And Mr. Diaz will be Mr. Diaz.
All right? Everyone understand what we're doing? All right, great.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Radford.
Good afternoon.
How long have you been going to the dog park that we have been discussing here today?
Probably 12, 13 years.
When you first started going to the dog park, did you know Walter Lay or the individuals in the morning crew?
He didn't come to the dog park until much later. My recollection is about 4 years before the incident, 4 to 5 years, I guess.
So roughly 4 to 5 years before what brings us here today, the incident on February 2nd is when you first met Mr. Lay.
Yes.
Were things friendly between the two of you when you first met him?
Cordial, not exactly friendly, but cordial. Just one of the guys from the dog park.
And at that time when you first met Mr. Lay, among some of the other people that we have either heard from today or were disclosed in discovery in the case, did everybody get along?
Yeah.
We have heard today that at some point in the year or so leading up to February 2nd of 2024, that the relationship between you and the other individuals at the dog park deteriorated.
Yes. It was further back than that, at least a couple years.
Is it a fair statement to say that there was based mostly around, if not completely around, politics, COVID, vaccines, masks, things like that?
99%, yeah.
Did Mr. Lay ever open up to you and let you know that he was in fact gay?
Yes. He had said it in front of a group of us. He said, "I'm coming out." And I said, "What's that mean?" And he said, "I'm gay at the dog park. I'm gay at the dog park." And
how far back are we talking relative to February 2nd of 2024?
A year and a half, 2 years, probably a little bit more.
What was your reaction, Mr. Radford?
I went over to him and said, "Why are you hiding it? It's 2024. Why didn't you just, I don't like seeing people live in the dark about things. Just be yourself," and shook his hand.
So you had no issue with Mr. Lay being gay?
No.
Now, we've heard from a variety of witnesses today, and you have had the luxury of sitting through this hearing as the accused, and you have heard that these witnesses say that you have used terminology or slurs or homophobic statements, fag or faggot, in your communications with Mr. Lay.
Yes. Yes, I did.
And you acknowledge that?
Yes.
Did you dislike Mr. Lay because of his sexuality?
No.
Did you use those terms?
Yes.
Did you understand that those terms are offensive to people?
Yes, I do now, yeah.
Was there ever an occasion in the months or years leading up to February 2nd where Mr. Lay made statements or threats to you?
Yes.
Can you describe those for the court, please?
The one statement that a couple people said, we're going to come to blows someday. And a few months after that, or maybe a month and a half after that, he said, it went from "we're going to come to blows" to "I'm just going to kick your ass."
I'm sorry, could you?
He said, it went from "we're going to come to blows" to "I'm just going to kick your ass." And then another few altercations after that, he said, "I'm just going to cave your head in."
And for clarity of the record, the first statement that you referenced, other witnesses mentioning the "we're going to come to blows," how far roughly before February 2nd of 2024 was that statement made?
I'm really not good with time frames like that, but probably a year.
And the second statement you testified to the court was what?
I'm going to kick your ass.
And when was that statement made to you?
That was made a few months after the first statement. 6 weeks, 2 months, 3 months.
The last statement about kicking your skull?
I'm going to break your skull in, or something like that.
And when was that said?
That was, it's been nearly 9 months since I was arrested, and 5 weeks before that was the incident, so I'm going to say a year ago.
So sometime in the last December of 2023?
November, December, around there, yes.
Let's talk about who's at the dog park and when. How often do you go to the dog park?
Almost every day.
Almost every day?
Yeah.
Some weeks 5 or 6 days, other weeks 7 days a week?
Yes.
Did you ever go twice a day?
On rare occasions.
How often did you see Walt at the dog park?
4 or 5 days a week, I guess.
What time would you arrive at the dog park?
90% of the time I would be the first one there, probably between 7 and 7:30.
Who would be the second to arrive on most occasions?
Walt.
So is it fair of me to say or ask that for some time, at least until others arrived, you and Mr. Lay are the dog park regularly just the two of you?
Yes.
So while some witnesses have testified to certain things they may have heard Mr. Lay said, are there witnesses to some of the other statements that you have testified to the judge that Mr. Lay made to you?
I'm pretty sure that there was at least 3 or 4 other people that heard all these statements, all 3 statements.
Okay.
He wasn't shy about anything.
Did you believe him when he
No.
made these statements to you?
No, not at all.
So in the moment in the year 10 months and 4 months before the incident, when he says these things, in that moment, you didn't believe him?
No, sir.
You never thought that he would actually attack or tackle you?
Yeah, I never thought he had the guts to tell you the truth. I don't think he would.
You have heard today witnesses say that they viewed you as aggressive, verbally aggressive. I think some of them acknowledged, I believe it was Mr. Gumpert, calling you an asshole.
The court records records that that I nod at this point. I admitted to it. I can be an asshole.
Did anything ever get physical between you and Mr. Lay at any time leading up to February 2nd?
No.
You have heard some talk about a text message today that was discovered on Mr. Lay's phone. You have also heard mention of the video that Mr. Lay recorded of himself. Were you aware that Walt had sent that text message when this incident took place?
No, not at all.
You didn't become aware of that until recently?
Yeah, you told me. Actually, my wife told me, alluded to it on the phone, and then you told me in our meeting, or was it, I think it would have been Mary actually told me when she came up.
The state has played a variety of interviews, some jail calls, where it appears that you have indicated that your memory is returning. You've been going to therapy. Can you describe for the court why there were additional details disclosed later on?
Yeah. When it first happened, I couldn't even remember my own name, and it was just a jumble of noises and me being on my back and him hammer fisting me in the face and neck.
So let's talk about that day, okay? On February 2nd of 2024, what happened? What do you do when you wake up in the morning?
Have a cup of tea, usually with honey, and if my wife's home, I talk to her, and then I have a shower and shoot out to the dog park.
What time do you head out to the dog park?
I was the first one there, and I got there probably 7:30, 7:15.
What did you do?
I moped around.
And when you say moped around, is that because recently one of your dogs had passed?
Yeah. I have had 2 dogs from the same litter. My best friend Adam over there gave them to me. He owns their mom. They were born on January 29th, and Vino, the smaller of the 2, died on January 24th, just before his 6th birthday, about 9 days before the incident.
And when you say moped around, is that how you are describing how you felt that morning as a result?
Yeah. We just walked down to the other end of the park. I tried to get Whiskey and Vino are the dogs' names, tried to get Whiskey to chase squirrels. He was pretty miserable since his brother passed. Took him over to where the fence line is, and there's a little black bag, and the 3 of them use the fence fight and run 50 yards each way, and barking and playing, and they had a real good time. And he was there, and Whiskey went barking and playing for 5 seconds, and then walked away. He didn't want to.
After that, did you begin to make your way backwards towards the...
Yeah, there is this clear area down the far end of the park, away from the pavilion, and then there is like trees. And then when you come out of the trees, there's the water pad with the 2 dog baths in it. And we were walking probably 15 yards to the west of that platform with the dog baths on it. And I saw Paul's dog, and she kind of looks like Walt's dog. And so I was like taken aback, and I verified myself that it wasn't Walt's dog. And so I relaxed.
When you say that, are you meaning that you thought Paul was there?
Yeah.
And was Paul's dog running free towards you, away from you, just kind of around?
Yeah, she was just trotting around by that dog path thing. I don't know what it's called. Patio?
The water tubs?
Yeah, it looks like a concrete slab and 2 tubs on it with a hose.
At that point, are you heading towards the pavilion?
Yes.
And for clarity purposes, there are different tables or pavilion areas.
There is the 1 pavilion and I believe 2 other tables, no pavilions.
You were heading towards the pavilion where you normally
hung
out, where previously the entire group would congregate?
Yes, and others because there were strangers coming and going at all different times.
When did you first see Mr. Lay?
He walked directly towards me after coming in the gate, and he insisted of going to the east side of the
Not what it says.
He walked directly towards me after coming in the gate, and he, instead of going to the east side of the platform, he came around it and walked past me and said, "Why do you still come here? We fucking hate you here."
Mr. Radford, I'm showing you that what's been entered in as State's Exhibit 8. When you say east, do you mean heading down this path to that table that Mr. Lay would ordinarily sit at?
Yes. He would come in and go between the path and the dog platform.
So somewhere in this area.
And he would go that way south to the table.
And on this morning, if I'm understanding you correctly, he went to this side of the platform and walked past you.
He walked between me and the platform probably 10, 15 feet away from me.
And he said what exactly?
He said, "Why do you still come here? We all hate you here. We fucking hate you here."
Do you recall what you said back?
I said, "Walt, get away from me. I'm tired of your shit. My dog just died. Leave me alone."
What happens next?
I turned. He's now gone past me probably 10, 15 feet, and I turned around to see where he was, and he said something else that I didn't hear. And Paul's dog makes this cooing noise kind of thing, and I turned around to see where Whiskey was because he doesn't like dogs getting in his face, and he can be violent at times. And I turned back around, and Walt had covered that distance, and that time I turned around and looked back. And I was hit with something in the face and knocked to the ground, where he mounted me and started hammer fisting me. He straddled my left leg and was hammer fisting me from his knee in an upright position.
And when you say hammer fisting, are you...
Yeah.
Something like this?
Not with his knuckles. It's a martial art term, hammer fist.
Was he stronger than you?
Much.
How much? Let me ask you this. First of all, do you have any injuries that Mr. Lay would have been aware of about before you were attacked?
Yeah. I have both knees have been replaced. I have arthritis. I was born with one kidney. I have bursitis in my right elbow and shoulder.
Was Mr. Lay aware of these ailments?
Yes. We, as a group, had talked about, stuff, about injuries and stuff. And I was pretty impressed with the surgery on my knees because most of the damage was done playing ice hockey. And I lucked out for the knee transplants. I got the team surgeon for the Tampa Bay Lightning.
So when Mr. Lay texts he's weak and feeble, he's eat up with bursitis, he has personal knowledge of that?
Yes, he does.
So your left leg is mounted by Mr. Lay and he's hammer fisting you?
Yes.
What happens?
When I hit the ground, I landed sort of on my right elbow because my kidney's on the left-hand side, and I damaged it before in a fall, so I tried to land on that side. I heard a loud bang. There's a bright flash of light, and next thing I know, I'm on my elbow, and he's on top of me, and I'm going back and forth trying to avoid the blows.
It's evident from the pictures at the scene and from what you have told law enforcement in various interviews that a scuffle ensues.
Yes.
While it may have felt longer or not, I don't know. How long in total would you say that Mr. Lay was on top of you beating you?
I mean, it seemed like a long time, probably 15, 20 seconds.
Were you concerned about suffering great bodily harm or death?
Absolutely. I already had been bashed in the face with something other than a hand, and he was continuing to hit me in the face and on my collarbones.
Would you say that he had overpowered you?
Completely.
Had you not drawn your firearm to defend yourself, do you believe that you would have suffered great bodily harm or death?
Yeah. I recently saw on the news somebody who had been hit in the head outside a nightclub and died on the spot. And
Mr. Radford, we know now that Mr. Lay did have a coffee mug with him. You had a coffee mug with you.
Yeah, tea.
Tea?
It's a travel cup with a L-shaped handle on it.
Were you holding that cup?
I was, in my right hand.
Do you recall how, when the handle became separated from the cup itself?
I have no idea. I just looked down because I felt something in my hand and the cup wasn't there, and it was the handle of the cup.
And is that prior to, I suppose it has to be, but I'm going to ask you for the record, that's prior to any attempt to retrieve your firearm?
Yes.
Let's talk about that. Can you explain to the court what transpired after Mr. Lay was beating on you?
I don't know if I told him to stop or not, but he wasn't stopping. I rolled to my left and then pushed myself on my left hip so that I could reach back. As I reached back for the firearm, I felt my shoulder click and there was a sharp pain. So I thought there might have been some damage done when I landed on my elbow. I grabbed the firearm, and as I brought it out, I got it about here, and he went from...
The court stated at this point, got it to about where?
By my rib cage here, right like this. And then he was upright, as far as upright as you can be, while still pounding on somebody.
I'm going to pause you there for a second for clarity. Is he on his knees?
He's on his knees.
But his torso is upright, pounding on you?
Slightly forward, while his fists are hammer fisting me, alternate blows from each hand.
And so now the firearm is about your ribcage on your right.
This hand, I think, was trapped under my jacket and under one of his knees.
And the judge stated, this hand, what hand?
My left hand. And I think it was trapped under my jacket because I couldn't lift it up. I tried to, push him off and couldn't lift it up. I reached for the firearm, got it to about here, and when I say dove, I mean he reached out quickly with both hands and grabbed my hand like this on each side of the firearm.
So if I'm holding a firearm in my left hand, putting his hands around
it like that. And I was pushing it upwards, towards him and up. And he was trying to twist it down. I felt a finger on top of my trigger finger. I don't know if it was a thumb or one of his fingers, but it was on. And he was twisting it down, trying to pull the trigger. But I couldn't find the safety, so it was still engaged.
Permission to approach Mr. Radford with a replica, Your Honor. The judge stated at this point, yes. If you can show the judge what you mean when you say he was trying to point it down at you.
All right, this is much bigger than my firearm. I pulled it out like this. We got to about here. He grabbed on both sides, and I pushed up, and he twisted it down. Like, here's his hand now, like that. It would be this way, like that, trying to turn it back towards me. And I guess it was his thumb in the trigger guard. I don't know which one, but I distinctly felt a finger on top of that firearm, on top of my finger on the trigger.
At this point, in your opinion, whoever gains control of that firearm,
I have no doubt in my mind he would have shot me with it.
What did you do? What were you able to do?
My grip is much smaller than this. It's probably that long. Mine's a subcompact model.
Judge stated at this point, all right, and in inches, what are you talking about?
Pardon?
The judge stated, you're saying this wide. How many inches would you suggest?
3.5 about, from the top of the slide to here.
The judge stated, oh, in length, all right. And where was the grip itself of the pistol positioned in your palm?
Normally, with the short grip, it comes down to just the middle of my pinky. It's that short of a grip. It was almost between my second and third fingers.
Is that as a result of the struggle?
Yes, of him twisting the firearm.
So what happens?
I guess I got adrenaline and pushed hard, and the gun, being that he was twisting it, was now pointing like that. I couldn't move my both hands.
That's not what it says.
I can't move my both hands. The gun was pointing downwards, and I found the safety, which is just here on my firearm, and I pushed up, click, pop. That was that fast.
If I may, Mr. Radford, so please correct me if I'm wrong, you draw the weapon, a struggle over the gun ensues, where his hand are kind of like this, and he's pushing it down like this, you're fighting like this.
Right, with my hand on the grip.
With your hand on the grip itself seated halfway into your palm.
Yes.
And your testimony to the court is that you, with adrenaline, as he's pushing down and you're going up lunge.
It's sort of just twisted, the firearm pointing downward, because his hands were still on it trying to twist it down towards me. And I pushed up and it hit him here.
Mr. Radford, obviously this is happening. When it's happening in real time, I imagine it's very chaotic.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Bodies are contorting. How, to the best of your recollection, was Mr. Lay oriented relative to you being on your back?
Well, his chest was, if our hands weren't there, he wouldn't have been on top of me, like contacting me.
Okay, so Mr. Lay, his hands are situated kind of like this, and?
Yeah.
And the only thing separating you two, both your hands is this firearm?
Right.
But you're perpendicular, your torsos are perpendicular.
Yeah, we are pretty much.
Or should I say parallel? Excuse me.
Yeah, parallel. His hips are a bit lower than mine. His lips were like on my thigh.
So he's not straddling you on your waist, he's actually straddling you further. Further down your. And the court stated, okay, y'all can't talk at the same time, please. He's not straddling your waist, he's straddling your left thigh.
Yes.
What did you do after the firearm discharged?
He collapsed on me. His face was like right here and fell onto my chest.
And the judge stated at this point, and right here means?
Like below. His face was below my chin. I didn't have a beard at the time. The top of his head was like right here on my chin. I tried to shuffle him off by like shuffling my body out from underneath him. And when he got down lower, his chest onto my legs, I lifted my knees and sort of heaved him off.
What did you do next?
I yelled at him. I said, "Look what you did, you son of a bitch. Look what you did."
What did you mean by that?
He attacked me and caused this incident.
Was there anybody else there?
There was one other person there, but he was on the little dog side, and he was all the way down the other end of the park. It's just a sort of dip with a little bench on it on the small dog side. So he
For how long?
11 years.
Okay, so you dialed 999 before 911.
And then I realized as I was dialing the last 9 that it was the wrong number, and so I dialed 911.
So you dialed 911, tell them what happened.
Yeah.
You wait for law enforcement to arrive?
I did. I first I walked from where the scuffle took place, walked over to the table, and as I was walking over, there was 2 rounds jammed in the slide. The stovepipe round that didn't eject, and the follow-up round was pointing inwards with the primer out, and that couldn't load into the chamber because of the stovepipe round, so it just had it blocking the slide. And it took me a few tries to get it to fall out. And I know that that round fell out because it hit me in the foot. It wasn't an empty shell. This hit me in the foot. It had bullet weight behind it.
Did you pick that round up?
No, I did not.
Do you know if law enforcement found that round?
I believe they did. They brought in a metal detector and scanned the whole area.
In fact, they had the metal detector with them when you were doing the walkthrough.
I believe so, yes.
Why were you clearing the stovepipe and the mischambered round?
Because I wanted to make the gun safe.
And that's because you knew law enforcement was coming?
Yes.
And you wanted to be safe away from you?
Yes.
Did you freely speak to Detective Harrop?
Yes.
And you gave him your clothes?
Yes.
Consented to search your car?
He followed me to my house after the interviews, and then he picked up my clothes at that time.
At some point, I recall one of the deputies removing your jacket and putting it in their trunk. Did they keep it for safekeeping for some time?
Yeah, they still have it.
Detective Harrop asked you if you'd go speak to him at the police station.
He did.
And you agreed?
Yes.
Did you have anything to hide?
No.
Some implications have been made during some questioning by the state of Detective Harrop of your answers in that first interview. Describe for the court your mind were you clear-headed after being hit in the head?
No, not at all.
As time went on, memories came back?
Yeah.
Were you seeing a therapist for that?
Detective Harrop sent me an email at my request with Miss Jenna Jontas. I believe her name was. Her title was Victim Advocate.
The judge stated at this point, do you know how to spell that?
Pardon?
The judge stated at this point, do you know how to spell the name?
Jennajuntas, I believe it was.
Judge stated at this point, all right, thank you. Does Rundis sound familiar?
Say again?
Rundis.
It could be her last name. Yeah, I remember Jontas for some reason.
In your testimony to the judge is that whether it was a direct result of a therapy or time passing, that memories of what transpired slowly came back to you.
Yes.
I know that the state played snippets of the first interview and that the court has viewed the whole thing. Do you remember telling Detective Harrop that you felt helpless?
Yes.
And when you were on the ground?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember telling him, I just wanted it to stop?
I believe I did say that, yes.
Do you recall saying how surprised you were by Mr. Lay's strength?
Yes.
Had there ever, in the 4 or 5 years you interacted with Mr. Lay, been a physical altercation started by you or he?
No.
Could you tell the court, was there ever an instance where Walt told you that he wants to rile you up?
Yeah, there were a few other people there, Kim being one of them. Kamatha was one of them. And he said, hey, Deck, can I talk to you for a minute? And I said, sure. And he said, can you go over here? I said, no, you stay right here. You talk all your crap in front of these people. You can talk. Tell me this in front of them too. Do it right here. He says, I don't know if I should tell you that. And I said, come on now, you started, so you finish. And he said to me, well, you know how we have this contentious relationship. And I said, we don't have a relationship, and if by contradicting everything I say is contentious, then yeah, I do. I do know. And he said to me, in pretty much these words, he says, well, I've been doing it just to see what kind of reaction I can get out of you.
Mr. Radford, there's been testimony, and I know you acknowledge using terms that are offensive.
Yes.
Fag and faggot?
Yeah, I have a North Elizabeth, New Jersey vocabulary.
Mr. Radford, did you hate Mr. Lay because he was gay?
No, I didn't hate him at all.
Do you hate anybody because they are gay?
I don't hate anybody at all.
Do you understand that those terms are offensive?
I do, yes.
Did you murder Mr. Lay?
I did not.
But for you drawing your weapon, struggling over that firearm, and utilizing it to defend yourself, did you have any doubt that you would be subject to great bodily harm or death?
No doubt at all.
One moment to confer, Your Honor. The judge said yes. I'll tender the witness to Your Honor. The judge stated, all right, cross.
Go ahead.
You have had the benefit of sitting here in the courtroom and hearing the testimony of all the witnesses. They have had some pretty specific instances they have talked about. One of them is the fact that when Walt would show up, his dog Fala would kind of announce her arrival because she barks as the dog is getting to the dog park. Is that true?
Yes, it is.
People say, you would say,
there's that fucking faggot. Is that true?
Not so vehemently, but yes, I would say, there's the fucking faggot.
What is the non-vehement way of saying, there's that fucking faggot?
Here comes that fucking faggot.
And what is the reason to say that?
Because he would wind me up constantly saying things that aren't very nice.
People say that you called him a groomer. What's a groomer?
Somebody who's trying to prepare somebody for their means.
And what was he doing in a dog park that he was going to try and turn some young man gay? Was he shoving gay pornography in front of him? Was he tying him to a chair and making him watch videos of men kissing?
No, he wasn't.
So what was he doing? What was he doing in your infinite wisdom? You can go, that fag, that groomer. At that time, the court said, Mr. Diaz, we're not going to talk like that. What was he doing?
You mean that phrase?
What was he doing?
I felt like he had an inordinate amount of affection, for this couldn't have been more than 12-year-old boy, 13-year-old boy.
So you thought he was committing a crime?
No, I didn't say that. I thought he was getting too close to him.
Fag hag. Did you call Kim a fag hag?
Yes, I did.
Why?
Because somebody else told me that she's what you call a fag hag.
Well, did you understand that to be a hurtful or derogatory comment?
I don't understand what you mean.
Do you think calling any woman a hag, setting aside the fag part of it, do you think calling any woman a hag is a nice thing?
No, it's not.
Okay, what about calling people traitors? Did you say that?
I don't remember calling her a traitor, no.
Did you call anyone a traitor?
No, not that I remember.
Mr. Radford, I have suggested more than once in this trial that you had a sense of grievance, that you were aggrieved that you had been going to this dog park for a long time, more than a decade. You certainly made it part of your daily routine and your identity. You had a group of people who were at least friendly to you initially, and then here comes Walter Lay. Your friends don't want to be your friends no more. They don't want to sit at the table with you anymore. Some of them don't want to associate with you anymore. And now they are scolding you for your language and your behavior. Am I wrong for suggesting you might have felt at least a little annoyed or pissed off?
No.
At the way you were being treated?
Nobody scolded me for my behavior at the park.
When Mr. Darlington sat here and told you that you can't use that word, you can't use that language.
Why can I not use it? And he can use the language that he used.
Well, I want to be clear. I'm a firm believer in the First Amendment. If you're asking me as a strictly technical matter, yeah, you have a First Amendment right to say anything you want.
Thank you.
But I mean, you recognize that some language is acceptable and some language is not so acceptable.
Where I grew up, a lot of language is more acceptable than it is down here.
Okay, but that's where you grew up, and that's a different place at a different time.
But it's still my vocabulary.
Okay, let me ask you a question. What's the difference between a gay person and fag? Because clearly in your mind, there's some difference.
As I told Walt to his face, a gay person has a relationship. They don't flaunt it in public. They don't broadcast what they do with their boyfriend or encounters in front of women.
Do you scold heterosexual people if they talk about what they do with their boyfriend?
Yes, I would.
So it's not really a gay thing, it's just you don't want anybody talking about sex.
I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to hear about what you do in the privacy of your bedroom with your partner.
Why would you say, I don't want to start a fight with the gay guy? You didn't say, I don't want to start a fight. You didn't say, I don't want to start a fight with another guy. You specifically qualify it. I don't want to start a fight with a gay guy.
Because he's a gay guy.
Well, why? Why does that make a difference?
I don't understand what you mean.
Well, would you start a fight with a straight guy?
I wouldn't start a fight with anybody.
So then, why do you feel the need to qualify it and say, I don't want to start a fight with the gay guy?
Because everybody knew he was gay.
Don't you think that you are suggesting that Walter was less than a man in the statements that you used about him?
He clearly wasn't less of a man.
That's what you may have discovered after the fact, but the phrase that you used actually was, I never thought he would man up, right? Man up is be like macho, be tough, be brave. That's the phrase you used.
I believe so. I also said I never thought he would have the balls to do it.
The balls. Again, people who don't have balls are effeminate, right? They are female. They are not men.
And I would never hit a woman either.
Well, okay, good to know. That's not the question I'm asking you. You treated him different because he's gay, right?
No, I treated him different because the way he treated me.
What was the thing that you said when Kim would come up? Did you yell out to people at the park, "Oh, here comes the fag hag"?
I never called that. I never called her that to her face at all.
Well,
Jeff, actually, one of your witnesses came up to me and said, "Oh, there he is with his fag hag."
what about the time where Kim says that you encountered her and she said, "I don't like the way that you're talking"? Remember, she had a specific instance. She talked about you guys were talking and you were asking, "Why don't you talk to her anymore?" And she said, "I don't like the way you are behaving." And you called Walt a fag, and she tells you not to use that word. Again, another person telling you not to use that word. And you say something to the effect of, "You two are made for each other, or you can have each other." Did that happen?
I believe it did, yeah. If she says it did, I guess so.
And that predated the date you shot Walt, right?
Obviously, yeah.
And the day that Albert told you not to use that word, and you shouldn't use that word, that predated the day you shot Walt, right?
Obviously.
And then you shot Walt February 2nd. You give an interview. You give a walkthrough. You give another interview February 8th. You give another interview March 7th. And you get all the way into March and May, and you are still using that word to call him that. Why?
Why not? He treated me differently because I'm not it. That all started when I'm not supposed to volunteer information.
No, go ahead. I can't wait to hear this.
Fine. He asked me to go out for a beer with him, and I said no.
You mean like he hit on you?
I said he asked me to go out for a beer with him, and I said no.
Yeah, but I'm a straight male. There's a difference between me asking Mr. Futch and maybe me asking Mrs. Bailey. One might think if I ask Miss Bailey, "Would you like to go get a beer?" it's because I'm making a sort of romantic advance towards her.
Or maybe you just want to have a beer.
Sure, maybe, but that's not the way you took it. You weren't really upset that he wanted to get a beer, right? You were upset a gay guy wanted to go get a beer.
I told him that I'm straight and I'm married, and if I go out for a drink, it will be with my wife.
Right. You said, "I'm straight and I'm married." The thing that caused the dispute between you was the gay guy made an advance towards you, and you decided to say, no way.
In your words, yeah.
Well, you know what's weird? It's not my words. Because even Walt in the text message, he says he thinks you want him to fight with you over some weird sort of sex thing.
That's his mind, not mine.
All right, so to be clear, the falling out, because we've now gotten to it, thank you for offering it, the falling out, the thing that gaslit you, because gaslighting is where a person misleads you, deceives you, makes you believe something is true even when it's not. That's what gaslighting is. Okay, the thing that was the falling out was Walt hit on you. He asked you out for a beer, right?
He asked me out for a beer, true.
Right, because? And then the court said, and when was this?
Oh gosh. Before all of the animosity started.
And then the court said, so a year before the shooting?
Easily a year, yeah.
So you gave a very specific sort of statement when I played it in the first interview. You talked about, there was this period of time and everything was fine, and then you said you were gaslit. And when you say gaslit or gaslight, you are talking about Walt came on to you.
No, I'm talking about him contradicting every word I said.
But contradicting is not gaslighting, sir.
Well, obviously, I didn't know the true definition of gaslighting.
Well, where did you learn this word? As it turns out, I remembered gaslighting was the Merriam-Webster dictionary of the word for 2022. That's how pervasive it was. It was the word of the year in 2022. So where did you hear the word of the year a full year before you started saying it was happening? If you don't know what it means, where are you hearing it?
Somebody said it to me. Said, sounds like he's gaslighting you.
And so what does gaslighting mean then?
Well, you just read the definition, so...
Well, the definition I read was manipulating, grossly misleading, or downright deceitful. That's not arguing with someone. That's not contradicting someone.
No.
You and I may have different politics. That doesn't mean I'm gaslighting you.
Right. Obviously, I misused the word.
Okay, Mr. Radford, I want to ask you about a couple of these items that are depicted in one of the photos. There is a phone on the ground, and there is an orange speaker next to it. Let me find the relevant picture. But do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Is that your phone?
It is.
Is that your speaker?
It is.
How did they end up on the sidewalk leading to the pavilion?
The police told me to put them down.
So you had them on you?
Yes.
How do you carry your phone?
In my pocket.
In your pocket? You carry it in a specific pocket?
That day, it was in my hoodie.
Your hoodie pocket?
Yeah.
The speaker, where do you keep the speaker?
That's usually on my hip.
Like attached to your belt?
Yes.
So you had a full-on fight on the ground, rolling around, man on top of you. Your speaker stays attached to your belt and doesn't come off the belt?
No, it's on the floor.
At this point, the court asks, I'm sorry?
It's on the floor.
The court then asks, what's on the floor?
The speaker.
Well, it's on the sidewalk where you put your phone down when the police showed up.
Yeah. I picked that up off the ground.
Oh, you picked that up too?
Why wouldn't I? It's mine.
That's what I'm asking, Mr. Radford. I'm asking how many things were on the ground when you started to walk away from Walt. Where was your phone?
My phone was in my pocket.
But the speaker was on the ground?
Speaker was on the ground.
In the dirt. In the dirt.
In the sand.
In the sand. There's not a speck of sand on it.
It got brushed off. It got brushed off.
Not even wedged into the little holes of the speaker is there sand. So let me see if I get this straight. You shoot and kill another person. You are a pretty religious man, I know that. Pretty deeply Catholic, right?
Christian.
Christian. Okay, sorry. Pretty deeply Christian, right?
Yes, sir.
You shoot and kill another person. A statement for which, when you are sitting in the interview room with Detective Harrop, you even go so far as to say, I'm going to hell, so I assume you must believe in hell. You shoot and kill another man. Your initial thought is, let me collect my gun, let me collect my speaker. Somehow my speaker gets totally dusted off, even though you've never once discussed dusting off your speaker. You pick up these two items. You have your speaker. Maybe, I guess. You attach it back to your pants. I don't know. And the next thing you do is not, hey, I should render aid to this guy, or I should check on this guy. You turn and walk away from the guy, and you decide to clear your firearm, right?
Completely wrong order.
Well, then tell me.
I walked away from him. He wasn't moving. I cleared my firearm, went to the table, walked back around to see if he was, like, okay. I didn't see any movement. I picked up my speaker and walked back over to the pavement while dialing 911.
Okay.
I assume that's how it happened.
So I want to be clear. You are at the body. He's dead on the ground.
No, I wasn't at the body.
You had to be near the body. You said you rolled him off of you.
Yes.
Okay, so you're somewhat near the body. You walk away. You clear your gun, right? You have the wherewithal to clear your gun and put it on the table. You still haven't picked up the phone. You turn around, you go back, you find your speaker. Because that's the next priority. You collect your speaker.
That's... Okay, carry on.
Is that what you... That's what you just told me, isn't it?
No, that's not what I just told you.
Tell me what I misheard.
I cleared the firearm while walking away.
Okay.
After just shooting at him, I might have picked up the speaker then. I don't know exactly what order it happened. I had my phone on me already. I was fumbling for the phone in my hoodie jacket. As I was walking to the table after clearing the gun, I called 911, and that's what I remember.
And you had your speaker back on you by the time the police arrived, because that's how it ends up on the pavement next to your phone, correct?
I must have had it on me, yeah. I must have. I probably put it in my pocket, walked over there, and then when they said I was trying to turn the volume down on the speaker via the phone so that I could hear what was going on with the phone call.
Wait. I want to make sure I heard you. You said you were trying to turn down the speaker so you could have the phone call, so that you could hear the phone call?
Yes.
We don't hear a single bit of music or radio or anything.
Because I turned it off.
So you had already turned it off before the phone call?
Obviously, yes.
Okay, I want to ask you a different question. We have seen a pair of glasses. Those are your glasses, right?
I believe so.
They look like sunglasses, or are they prescription sunglasses?
They are transitions.
Transitions. Okay, so you need them to see.
Yeah. Specifically up close.
Okay, were they on your face?
Yes, they were.
When you got hit?
Yes, they were.
You know your glasses better than I do. I don't see a break. I don't see a scratch. I don't see a fracture. I don't see a crack.
Well, obviously, he hit me from the side.
He hit you from the side?
He hit the glasses from the side if he didn't break.
Okay, so... sorry, go ahead.
If they didn't break the lenses.
Okay, so...
Got knocked off my face and flew a number of feet away.
Well, you seem to have a pretty stellar memory now, so I'm going to ask you. When he first hit you, under your version of events, where does he hit you?
In the face.
But where in the face? In the chin, on the forehead, by the ear? Like, give me some description.
This is my face.
Right?
In the face.
So he hits you straight on, is what you are?
I believe so. I didn't see it coming.
Well, that's not what I asked. I did not ask if you saw it coming. I asked you where he hit you. You held your hand up directly in front of your face, like in front of your nose and your eyes.
Yes.
Is that where he hit you?
Yes.
And you think that knocked your glasses off? Because a second ago, you said he hit you from the side.
I said that he could have hit me from the side. He knocked my glasses off when he hit me.
But we agree the front and the side of the face are not the same place.
Sure, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Radford, tell me about your clothes. Your clothes seem pretty spotless. Your hand seems pretty spotless. Your face seems pretty spotless, other than the injuries, of course. I'm talking about dirt. I don't have a speck of dirt on your hands. I don't have any wedged underneath your fingernails or inside your cuticles. You got pretty well manicured hands here. I assume you take care of them, or maybe your wife does it for you.
Diaz, you have to slow down.
Sorry. You got pretty well manicured hands here. I assume you take care of them. Or maybe your wife does it for you. I don't know. Your jeans don't have any dirt. There is no smudges of dirt.
Have you seen the soil at the dog park? It's sandy soil. It falls off with a slight tap.
You had a physical struggle for multiple seconds, and there's no sand stuck to your skin. Are you suggesting the sand just fell off of your skin too?
No, I'm suggesting I had multiple layers of clothing on, including a hooded hoodie, and that was why it didn't hit me. It didn't hit the back of my neck. I had a hat on my head.
How many times did you hit Mr. Lay?
None.
None?
None.
You put no hands on him.
I put no hands on him.
How do you account for the ear?
I have no idea. Might have got it before. He might have got it when he fell on top of me. I did not strike him.
So he's got an injury under his left eye, an injury on his forehead above his left eye. He's got marks on the side of his right temple lobe. He's got a bruised ear. He's got an injury behind his ear. He's got 3 marks under his chin, and he's got a spot on the back of his head, kind of where a lot of guys would have a bald spot like me. And you are saying you didn't do any of that to him?
I didn't hit him, is what I'm saying. I did not strike him.
And again, you don't have any way to account, and I noticed you didn't have a great explanation for why the handle of your cup completely snapped off.
Probably happened when he tackled me to the ground.
So now he...
Or when I landed on my, when I landed on my right elbow, the cup was in my hand. It could have broken when it hit the ground.
So you think it fell during the fall is when you think it broke?
It could have.
It could have?
I don't know when it broke.
You agree the spot where it actually fell, where it came to rest, is actually kind of in a leafy little bed of old dried leaves, right?
I don't know where it fell.
Well, I'll show you the picture. State Exhibit 6K. Looks like a lot of leaves to me.
It's leaves, yeah.
All right. So, Mr. Radford, I want to make sure I'm clear on the version of events, the ones that you are telling me today, okay? You are saying Mr. Lay came across the park some distance at you and attacked you unexpectedly. You didn't see it coming. Didn't see him coming.
He came into the park around that dog through area between me and that and walked past me probably 10 feet away from me. 8 to 10 feet. Something like that.
And I understand that. I'm talking about the moment that actually leads to the first bit of physical contact. Did you say that basically what happened is he came up on you unexpectedly? You didn't see him coming, and that's when he first laid hands on you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when he first lays hands on you, does he grab you or does he hit you?
I saw a bright flash of light and heard a bang. I got hit in the face with something.
In the face?
Yeah.
Okay, and what's the next thing that happens?
I wasn't out cold, but I was knocked a bit senseless, and I was on my elbow on the ground.
And is he on top of you or is he still standing?
No, he's on top of me. He's straddling my leg.
So you have gone to the ground and he is on the ground on top of you?
Yes.
And what happens next?
He is hammer fisting me about the face and neck.
And that's a really interesting phrase, hammer fist.
That's what it's called.
But we agree that in the sum total of a 7-minute 911 call, a 1-hour first interview, 11.5-minute crime scene walkthrough, a nearly 16-minute second interview, and a 14-minute third interview, you have never once used the word hammer fist in any of the descriptions of the fighting that occurred in those interviews.
Okay.
In fact, you have never used the word hammer fist ever, not even in a jail phone call. The jail phone calls, you still don't use the word hammer fist. So now, are you saying there is specific attacking occurring, hammer fisting?
He was hitting me about the face and neck with his hands, this part of his hand.
Okay, and that's what I think most people know is hammer fist if you watch fighting.
There you go.
I watch UFC, so I have a pretty good idea what a hammer fist is. But you never described that. You never described him hitting you with the flat of the bottom of his hand, the hammer fist. You never said the word hammer fist, never once. You've got over, 2 hours worth of interviews, and you have never once used the word hammer fist until today.
Didn't occur to me.
It didn't occur to you? Okay, so now he's on top of you and he's hammer fisting you. Both hands?
Alternately, yes.
And you have seen the photos, and there isn't a single mark on the bottom side of either his right or his left hand. There's no bruising. There's no redness. There's no cuts. There's no scratches. There's nothing, right?
Yeah.
And he's hammer fisting you multiple times in the face or where?
Face and around the collarbone area.
The collarbone area. Okay, and what comes next? How does the hammer fisting stop?
When I pull out my firearm and he lunged for it. He dove for it.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on. No. I got to get the skeleton, I guess. You fall and he's on top of you.
Yes.
Knees on the ground.
Knees on the ground.
And he is hammer fisting you.
Sitting back slightly on my leg.
Is that roughly fair to say?
Lean it forward, give or take.
And hammer fisting you.
Yes.
And then you said you reached for your gun.
Yes, sir. I pushed my shoulder off the ground and reached back for my firearm.
So you have a full-grown man who we have already established multiple times through your defense attorney is 50 pounds heavier than you, and somehow you were able to roll your body, but he still stays on top of you.
Yes. It's not a hard thing to do.
Okay. And then you said, I paid real close attention, you said he dove for the gun.
Dove, lunged.
Because he was standing up?
No, he wasn't standing up.
Oh, that's very much what you said.
No, I did not. I said he was kneeling on top of me, and when he saw the gun, he lunged for it and grabbed it on both sides, is what I said. I didn't say anything about him standing up.
Okay, so you didn't say that. Now he has grabbed the gun by his hands on both sides.
Yes, sir.
And you have the gun in your right hand?
I do.
And you have your thumb in the position where you can disengage the safety with your thumb?
No, it was canted, as I explained it before. The grip of my firearm is a lot shorter than that, and it was up, almost pulled out of my hand, and I was reaching, trying to find the safety, and I couldn't find it.
This is your safety?
Yes.
So it can be disengaged with your thumb?
Yes.
So you had to have your thumb, I mean, you're effectively holding the gun in the normal position. You would expect a person to hold the gun.
No, I wasn't.
You weren't?
As I explained before, the grip is a lot shorter on my firearm than that model that you have. The grip was up here on my hand.
So you're holding it like this?
I'm holding it like that, and it's twisted down a little bit, so my finger's on the trigger.
Okay, and so you're holding it basically by the end of the magazine or the end of the handle.
And don't forget, that's a lot longer than my firearm.
Right, your gun's a subcompact.
Yes.
Because it's a subcompact, everything is effectively smaller or shorter on it.
So that's a deceiving look.
Including this trigger guard. Because it's a subcompact, the trigger guard is smaller. It's not a full-size trigger guard like a Glock 40.
But you can fit 2 fingers in it.
Well, whatever the position is that you are holding the gun exactly, and you know we can't simulate it here because I don't have an exact replica of your gun, you are holding the gun in a way that you can disengage the safety.
If I can find it, yes.
And you can still pull the trigger.
The tip of my finger was still on the trigger, yes.
Okay. And so you gave a statement, or you made a statement in one of the jail phone calls that you heard the clicking of the gun. Did that happen according to what you are telling us today? Because I didn't hear you say it earlier.
I don't understand what you mean.
Did
that happen?
In the story you told here in the courtroom today.
And the truth? Yes.
Okay, and I'm not saying story in a negative connotation. I'm saying the version of events that you've told today, you didn't mention the part about the clicking of the gun before the safety is disengaged.
I felt his finger on top of mine trying to pull the trigger.
Okay, but that's not...
The only reason I wasn't shot is because the safety was still engaged.
But in the jail phone call with your wife, because that's who you were talking to on the 2 jail phone calls, you were talking to your wife, right?
Yes.
And the woman who loves you, and the woman who loves you and who stood by you through all of this.
Yes.
The woman that you love dearly.
Absolutely.
Right. And I applaud you for your loyalty to your wife and her loyalty to you. But what I'm saying is, you are talking to your wife and you're telling her there's the clicking. I hear the clicking. He's pulling the trigger. He's trying to get it to work. I covered this earlier with Detective Harrop. You heard that, right?
Yes.
But you didn't say that today.
I don't understand what you mean. It happened.
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out, Mr. Radford. You have given different stories at different times, and so I'm trying to figure out which part of the stories that you have given at different points in time coincide with the story you are telling here today. And again, I'm not using the word story negatively.
I understand.
I'm saying there is different recitations. For example, in the 911 call, the call you make within minutes of the shooting, you don't mention his hand on the gun. You don't mention him fighting you for the gun. You don't mention him putting his finger in the trigger guard. You don't mention disengaging the safety. You don't mention him coming up on you and tackling you to the ground. You mention none of those things. You just say, the guy attacked me.
I think that covers it all.
Okay, but that's a very generalized statement. Then when you get to the interview, the first interview, you still don't mention the safety. You still don't mention his hand on the gun. You still don't mention the clicking of the trigger. You don't mention any of that. And you get it completely wrong as to where it is you say you shoot him. So I'm just trying to figure out, this judge is going to have to decide which version of events she believes. What is the reason that you get it totally wrong and then change the story as the time goes by?
I didn't change the story. I was in shock to start with. I had a turmoil of information in my head, and I was being asked question after question about what happened and this and that. I was in shock. I'm still in shock.
This is from the 11 minutes and 4 seconds on the third interview. You talk about you remember his hands holding your hands right here, wherever that is. You talk about both of his hands on my hand trying to turn the gun on me.
Yes, sir.
No mention of the safety. You have already been to therapy. A month has already gone by. I assume to some degree the shock has worn off.
I'm still in shock, now 9 months later.
Okay.
10 months later.
Mr. Radford, earlier today you used the phrase, you said that Walt told you he was going to cave your head in.
Yes, sir.
And you said that probably happened a year ago. I assume that's from the date of the shooting a year ago?
No, that's including the 10 months.
So like November of 2023, October 2023?
October, November, yeah.
Is there a reason that you have never mentioned that?
I did mention it.
You believe that in somewhere in the 2 hours of interviews, you told the detective
I told him at my house.
that he was going to cave your head in?
It went from we're going to come to blows to I'm going to kick your ass, then to I'm going to just cave your head in. I've done it before, and I'll do it again.
So if Her Honor goes and listens back to any of the interviews, somewhere in there she's going to hear the words cave my head in or cave the head in.
I don't know if he was recording it at the time at my house. He came to my house on a number of occasions.
Pass the witness, Your Honor. Thank you. At that point, the court said, all right.
No questions, Judge. The court stated all right. You could step down.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, at this time, we're going to go ahead and break for lunch. Same admonition, I always give you no discussion about the case, no coming to any definite fixed or final opinions on what you've heard thus far. So enjoy your lunch. I will see you back here at 12:30. I'll see you back here at 1:30. Have a great time.
All rise.
Interesting how he gets out of the chair there. I guess those are his knees that are giving him a hard time. All right, so let's go through. You've got a poll still up on for 11 minutes. We'll let it go for another 4 or 5 minutes. Round 4 of Name the Skeleton. All right, so basically we just heard him in front of a judge. And Aaron, I believe you said that was for Aaron C. You said that was for stand your ground, to see if this elevated to stand your ground, which makes sense. So one attorney was on the stand. One attorney was asking a question representing the defense. The other attorney was representing, then he got down, then Mr. Diaz got up, and I think that was him actually doing the cross, because he does say at one point, Diaz, he does say it. All right, so let's see. So, so did Lay ever tell you he was gay? Yes, he told us he was coming out to a group in the dog park. And Radford says, why are you hiding it? It's 2024. He doesn't like seeing people living in the dark. He went over and he shook his hand. A couple people said you were going to come to blows one day. It went from we're going to come to blows to I'm going to kick your ass. I'm going to cave your head in. And that happened probably a year before. So then they go through direct, and then they go through cross of what exactly happened. So he says he wakes up, goes to the dog park. He said he was moping around because his dog just died January 29th. So he usually gets up, he goes to the dog park about 4 or 5 times a week. And remember, he's been doing this for like a decade. So for 10 years or so, he's been going over to the dog park. If he's 65, he was 55, back then. He gets there around 7 to 7:30. His dog, one of his dogs had just died. So he was understandably, upset and moping around. So his dog Whiskey, he wanted Whiskey to go chase some squirrels. He did see a dog, that looks like Walt's dog, but it ended up being Paul's dog. So he realized it wasn't Walt's dog, so he relaxed. He said Walt walked directly at him after going through the gate and says, why do you still come here? We effing hate you here. I said, Walt, get away from me. I'm tired of your shit. My dog just died. He says he walked about 10 feet away. He turned around to see where Whiskey was, and Walt had covered that distance, and he was hit in the face. He mounted him, and he was hammer fisting him. But not with his knuckles. It's a martial arts term. I got to look up hammer fisting. Let's look up. Before we go any further, we heard a lot about hammer fisting. Let's actually look up what exactly is hammer fisting. Okay, it looks like it is, you use this part of your hand. Looks like you do that. You're doing that. All right. So it's not a punch. It's not a punch. It seems like it's more like one of these. That's what it looks like. It seems like you use this side of your fist. Well, it'd be interesting to find out if Walt watches whatever people use, whoever uses that. I don't watch any of that, so I have no idea when or how they use that. But let's see. Both knees had been replaced. He was born with one kidney. He has bursitis in his elbow. So we had a group that had talked about all this stuff. So Walt had personal knowledge of his elbow. So he says he lands on his right elbow as he falls. He heard a loud bang and a bright flash of light. And he said that twice. He said, so now he's on me. I'm trying to avoid the blows. He was holding the mug, but he doesn't know how it got separated. So he said he rolled to his left, reached back for his gun, and he felt his shoulder click. Then he grabbed, let me put this on full screen. So he rolls over. Let's see, then, sorry, I lost my place. He grabbed his firearm, and it was about here by his rib cage. And then he was upright as far as he could be. Okay, so now he's upright. Instead of hanging over him, he's upright, doing one of these. His left hand was trapped underneath his jacket. He reaches, and I guess Walt grabs him, and they're struggling. He's trying to push it up. Walt's trying to push him down. He felt a finger. He wasn't sure if it was a thumb or a finger. He couldn't find the safety. He pushed it up and twisted it. He must have a thumb. His adrenaline, he got adrenaline and he pushed hard. He found the safety. Oh, wait. Yeah, found the safety. Click, boom. So his hips were lower than his. They were further down. So he's straddling his left thigh. When he falls, and I was kind of wondering about this. So he falls and his face is like right here. So then he tried to shuffle him off and he lifted his knees and heaved him off, which is really interesting because he's dead weight, right? He weighs 50 pounds more. Walt weighs 50 pounds more. When we saw Walt was completely on his back. He wasn't just like shoveled over. You know what I'm saying? If you push somebody off, they're not just going to like flip over and be like that. They're going to be like this on their side. Right? God, I wish I had somebody else that could demonstrate with me, because that's like, Walt was completely on his back. And that's dead weight. And this guy has problems with his elbow. Somehow he pushed Walt all the way over on his back versus just, I don't know. Well, whatever. We're never going to know. So let's see. So then afterwards, he called 999 because he lived in England. He lived in England for 11 years. So the first two rounds were jammed. The stovetop that didn't eject, and then another one that was blocking the slide. I'm still trying to figure out this whole stovetop thing. So one shot is fired, but then the next one gets stovetopped, and then there's another one that's jammed. I don't know. It took a few times to get it out. He said he felt the bullet weight hit his foot. Still trying to figure out that whole thing. I'm still kind of in the dark with how it fired, but then the next round was stovetop, which basically means it was just sticking up in the slide. Still not quite sure about that. They talk about him getting wound up. He's got and he's from North Elizabeth. He's got a New Jersey vocabulary. He's like, I don't hate Walt because he's gay. I don't hate anyone. But, he called him a F, and he's like, I didn't say it that vehemently. He would wind me up. You called him a groomer. What did he do to have you think that? So he said he felt he had an inordinate amount of affection for a 12-year-old boy. I thought he was getting too close. Interesting. Then he called this woman, F hag, yeah. So he says no one scolded him for his behavior at the park. Where I grew up, a lot of language is more acceptable than down here. No, I think it's just your timing. I think there was I think people were saying the same thing in the South as they were up north. It's just you're from a different time. That's what I think. But let's see what else. Everything was fine until he was gaslit. He's like, no, I'm not talking about him contradicting every word I said. So 2022, that was the word of the year, but he was saying it a year before that. Where did you hear that? It's like someone said it to me. He's gaslighting me. Obviously, I misused the word. Then they talk about the phone and the speaker. So this is pretty interesting. The police told him to put down the phone and the speaker. So he has a full-on fight and the speaker. So he had the speaker connected to his pocket or his belt loop. And it didn't, I guess it could. And the phone was in his pocket. The speaker was in the sand. It got brushed off. I don't know. He's deeply Christian. So you shoot and kill another man and you pick up your speaker and you don't think you should render aid. He's like, well, I did walk over to him. He wasn't moving. So I walked away and called law enforcement. He cleared the firearm while he was walking away. He doesn't know the exact order of how it happened. So you were trying to, then he was trying to put the speaker down so he could hear the phone call. Oh, and then the glasses. So the glasses, he says he got hit. The glasses went flying, but he got hit in here where his bruises were, or his injuries were kind of right in here. So maybe Walt hit him with the mug, but then his glasses would have shattered. Yeah. So says he didn't change his story, that he was in shock. That's why he didn't change his story. He was just adding on to it, I guess, because he was in shock. I don't know. All right, what do you guys think? I'm going to end this poll soon, right? It's been, 21 minutes. Wow, that went fast. All right, going to end this poll. This is round 4. We got one more round. 34 votes. All right, round 4. And I'll wait till after I'm done to do the final here. 34 votes. All right. All right, what are you guys talking about? Dude's got his own trauma, probably. OnlyFan, yep. OnlyFan, yeah, he got kidnapped by a British soldier, so I'm thinking that causes homophobia. Right? That's so weird. He got kidnapped. That's so weird. So weird. Fala, years ago, it wasn't an insult. I hung out with a lot on both sides, and it was used a lot. That's all I can say about that. Little Miss needs a skeleton so we can give him the name we picked. Father says, I think of things to say in a conversation or arguments hours and days after, though usually as I'm laying down, go to bed. I'm the same way. I always replay. You know what? And I always think I'm never going to be that clever to come with a comment back to you. So that's why I just walk away, because I'm never going to be that guy or that person that can come back with a snappy comment and just cut your knees out. I'm always just like, yep, you win. I'm gone. Bye. Fala, you need to go and roll in Florida dirt so we can see how it sticks. Well, let's see. It depends on if you're sweaty or not. Depends on if it's bare skin or not. Depends on if you have clothing or not. These guys had clothing on. So. Nanard, never heard that term before? Yep. Let's see what else. Get a blow-up doll or a skeleton? Wait, what are you guys talking about? We need to get you a ballistic dummy. More squeegee demonstrations. I know. I need it. Okay. We're working on it. We're working on all of that. Gordon, absolutely depends how it's said and by who. 100% agreed. And that's it's all about intention, right? You could call somebody, well, it's like a dog. You could say, I love you, or you could say, I love you. It's all about your intention. The dog's going to be like, or if you're like, oh, you're the cutest little, or you're the most ugliest thing I've ever seen. But if you say it sweetly, the dog's going to be like, yeah, But if you say like, I love you to death, it totally depends on what your intention is. I agree with you, Gordon. Sand sticks to everything. Yes. As we found out from Monica, right? Sand sticks in places it shouldn't be. That is true. All right. Poll is ended. I'm going to get the next one going. Let me just get this. Okay. So this one is, this is short. This is only about 3 hours. This next one. It'll get us to about 5 o'clock or so. All right. Oh, hold on. Before I do this, you guys, I don't know if you can hear her, but she's like snoring. Do you hear her? I don't know if you can hear her or not, but she's like, she's snoring away. Beach romance is hugely overrated. Dude. All right.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
My name is Kimetha Wolfey. It's KIMATHAWOLFLEY.
Now, Miss Wolfey, do you go by another name?
I go by Kim.
Okay. Good afternoon, Kim. How are you?
Okay.
Okay. Now, do you know someone who went to West Dog Park who went by the nickname Walt?
Yes.
Okay. How did you know Walt?
Going at the same time at the dog park, we kind of would sit near the same area and start talking, and that's how we started our friendship.
Okay, so you said friendship. So what was your relationship? What was your interaction with Walt?
Friends, friendly, talked a lot. We even met outside of the dog park as well as our friendship progressed.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to pull that microphone a little bit closer to you. There you go.
Okay.
Now, this dog park, were there a lot of people at this dog park? Were there regulars at this dog park?
Yes.
Okay. Now, was there a social clique or a group of friends at this dog park that you would routinely see when you're at that dog park?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how long were you going to the dog park as of February 2nd, 2024?
Prior to that, I was almost going every day, but then my dad had died in 2022, so I hadn't been going every day because I would be going, if I wasn't working, I'd be going back to Citrus County.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Thank you.
So for a few years?
Yeah, several years.
Okay. Now, was one of the men that was part of this group someone that you knew that went by the nickname Deck?
Yes.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point to him and identify him by an article of clothing?
He's wearing a gray blazer and white t-shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, did you know Deck or had you interacted with Deck before?
No, only at the dog park.
Okay, so you only interacted with Dick at the dog park.
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell me that initial interaction between you and Walt and Dick? How was that like when you first met him?
Friendly when you get to know somebody for the first time, friendly interaction, like, hi, how are you? How are things going? That kind of thing.
So it's cordial. It's just
Yes.
people hanging out with their dogs at the dog park.
Yes.
Okay. But at some point that changed, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember why it changed?
They would start talking about different topics, and they would have heated discussions, sometimes yelling at each other.
And do you mean by they, do you mean by Walt and Dick?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of things were these disagreements between Walt and Dick?
Politics, like, vaccines, like, Trump versus Biden, or COVID, abortion, you name it, that kind of stuff.
So, as you said, there was a lot of stuff going on regarding politics. Did this all kind of start after the pandemic in 2020?
No, they would have heated discussions even prior to the pandemic, if I remember correctly. And then, obviously, we were all out of not going to the dog park and then coming back. Yes.
Okay. Now, if you had to describe sort of conservative, liberal, left or right leaning, how would you describe Dick? And how would you describe Walt?
Dick is conservative, right wing, and I would say Walt was liberal, left wing.
Okay. Now, these disagreements that you've been describing that were going on with Walt and Dick, how were they playing out? How long were they playing out for? Months, years?
Months, several months.
Now, were these arguments every once in a while, or did they become more and more frequent?
Like at first they were kind of frequent, and then they started not being as frequent.
Why did they stop becoming as frequent?
Because Walt didn't want to deal with the yelling.
And that leads me to my next question. You say during these arguments, how did Dick behave during these arguments?
Aggressively, like with his voice and yelling and raising it.
Towards Walt?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you would normally sit at the entrance of the pavilion?
Yes.
Okay, and the pavilion, that's basically a structure with a bench under it?
Yes, has a picnic table and a bench.
Okay. And was there several people that hung out at this pavilion?
Yes.
Okay. So, you said that Walt didn't want to deal with this anymore, right?
Correct.
So what did Walt do so that he could stop dealing with it?
He started sitting at a separate picnic table several yards away from the pavilion.
Okay. Now, when the other people of this social group saw this, what did the other people of this social group do?
We started sitting at the other picnic table.
So everyone that used to hang out with Walt and Dick at this pavilion left that pavilion and went over and hung out with Walt?
Yes.
Okay. So when this occurred, was the defendant basically almost ostracized from the social group?
Yes, he was by himself.
So how did Dick react to this?
From what I was told, he not...
Without telling me what other people told you, what you personally observed, what did Dick do to this change?
He just stayed at the pavilion by himself.
Did you see a change in his manner?
He just seemed quieter, more like withdrawn.
Okay. Now, did you personally ever have an interaction with Dick?
Yes.
Now, what were those interactions like? Did those interactions get heated?
Yes, there was like one time we were talking about vaccines, and he was basically said, "You're an idiot, you don't know what you're talking about." And other times, if he was talking, I just kept my mouth shut.
Now, did you confront him at one point?
About that conversation?
Or just, did you confront him about words that he was saying about Walt?
No, because the only time was when he had come up to me and called Walt a faggot to my face, yes. But prior to that, no.
So you've heard Dick used homophobic slurs about Walt, is that correct? Okay. Now, and you tried to tell him that's not okay? You told him to stop?
Yes, I said, do you really have to use that word?
And what did he say?
He's like, you know what, you two deserve each other, and he walked off.
Okay. Now, without giving me an exact number, how many people do you think are sort of regulars at the park?
At least like 6 to 8.
Now, without telling me what people said, do you guys talk with each other about what's going on? You know, of course, about dogs and stuff, about what, but also about what was transpiring between Wool and Deck.
Yes.
Did you have some general idea what the reputation of the defendant was amongst the people who were in the community at that park?
Yes.
And what was that reputation?
That he was aggressive, very hot-tempered individual.
Was he threatening?
Like physically, not that.
Verbally?
Verbally, yes.
Okay. Now, what you described, was that consistent with the other people in the park that were there with you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to make this clear. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I want to hear what you say. Would you describe Deck as homophobic in the way you use words?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, did you receive a video from Walt?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you aware that video is a part of this case?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you the one that Walt sent a video basically describing that he was told by the defendant that you're going to die, you're going to die?
Yes.
Okay. But you didn't originally watch the video when you received it, correct?
Yes.
Why was that?
Because he would send a lot of hello videos, and I just thought that's what it was. And plus, I had been working the night before because I work night shift.
So when you first got the ping on the phone, you just thought it was another message?
Yes.
But when you opened the message, you found it very concerning?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do when you received that message?
The original text after the video, I told him that he should start videoing any threats that Dak was making towards him.
Now, at some point, did your work schedule change and you weren't going to the park as often?
Not that I wasn't going to the park as often, I was going later.
So you didn't see the group as much as you used to before?
Correct.
Okay. But had you been aware, I know you already talked about the arguments and conflicts, but had you been aware of a growing animosity between the defendant and Walt?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I know you just talked about a text to Walt. Did you say anything to the victim about things he should try to do to mitigate the aggression or diffuse the situation, anything like that?
Not in anything particular, no.
Okay. Did you ever see any direct actions, I mean verbal or anything between the defendant and victim?
In regards to?
Just heated arguments, anything like that?
Yes.
Can you describe, was the defendant heated, aggressive towards the victim? Were you concerned for the victim?
Physically aggressive? No. Verbally aggressive? Yes.
And how was he verbally aggressive?
Just like, you don't know what you're talking about, you're an idiot, that kind of thing.
Now, when Walt and Deck got in that moment when things got heated, was Walt ever violent to Deck?
No.
Okay. Did Walt ever get hostile to Deck?
No.
Was he ever threatening?
No.
Okay. Now, can you describe Walt to me? How is he as a person? Is he angry, mean, peaceful? What would you describe?
I would call him peace-loving, he always tried to, keep a level head, and if there was ever a conflict, he's like, try to settle down. He was funny, he was eccentric, he was sarcastic, didn't have a mean bone in his body.
So Walt wasn't one to be quick to anger?
Correct.
Okay. Mom, to confer, Your Honor?
Yes.
State passes the witness, Your Honor.
Cross.
Ms. Wolfey. You and Walt were great friends.
Yes.
Would you say, and I mean this in a friendship type of way, you loved Walt?
Yes.
Consider him family?
Yes.
And I assume and imagine that when Walt passed, that you were deeply affected by that.
Yes.
Angered.
Yes.
And blamed Mr. Radford for that.
Yes.
And it's your belief that Mr. Radford murdered Walt.
Yes.
And you'd like to see him pay for that.
Pay as in going to jail, yes.
You'd like to see him be convicted for Walt's death.
Yes.
Would you say you hate Mr. Radford?
Yes.
In fact, you were very upset that Mr. Radford wasn't arrested immediately.
Yes.
You were very upset that he wasn't arrested within the first week.
Yes.
And this leads all the way up to the 37 or 40 days, whatever it was, up until his arrest. You were angry about that.
Yes.
In fact, throughout that time, you were emailing the detective, the lead detective on the case, Detective Harrop, periodically about the case.
Yes, I gave my statements and the videos that Walt had sent me, and even texts that Walt had sent me. I sent him screenshots.
Do you remember when you sent Detective Harrop the video that you just discussed with Mr. Chambers?
Yes, it was Monday. I believe it was the following Monday. It was either Monday into Tuesday morning.
So 3 or 4 days after the event?
Yes.
Not a week later, right?
No.
Not 2 weeks later?
No.
And did Detective Harrop acknowledge that he received it?
I don't remember if it was right away or not.
Okay. But you sent him that video within 3 or 4 days of the shooting?
Yes.
If I understood you correctly, you testified that up through sometime in 2022 when your father passed, and I'm sorry about that,
Yeah.
that you were going almost daily
every day, yeah.
to the dog park.
Yes.
After that, and because of work, you kind of cut back on the frequency of your visits to the park?
Yes, because when I had my days off, I would go back to my mom's house.
And you only knew Declan from the dog park?
Correct.
Although I understand you became friends with Walt and stayed in touch when you weren't at the dog park, you met Walt at the dog park as well.
Yes.
Is it accurate of me to say that on many occasions, if not most, that Walt would get to the dog park before you?
Yes.
And it's your understanding that Declan was usually the first person to get to the dog park every day?
Or at the same time, about the same time as Walt did.
So a majority of the interactions between Walt and Dec would have taken place without anybody there?
Yes.
And that would include the Darlingtons, right?
When Darlingtons would get there on Saturdays, I believe they got there early too.
But just 1 day a week?
Correct.
And what I'm just trying to get at here, and I know you I think we're almost there, is that as far as you know, there was quite a length of time on the days Walt and Dec were at the park where it was just Walt and Dec, nobody else, as far as you understand.
Correct.
So anything, whether it be aggressive or mean-spirited or a homophobic slur that Mr. Radford would have said to Walt wouldn't have been witnessed by anybody else, correct? Under those circumstances.
At the times that they were there together.
Alone.
Alone.
Right? And the same could be said that if Walt threatened or riled up or tried to get under Mr. Radford's skin, there'd be no witnesses to that either.
Correct, if it was just the two of them.
Throughout the time that you knew both Walt and Dec, and the times that you were specifically at the dog park with both of them, did you ever witness any physical violence that Walt perpetuated on Declan?
No.
Did you ever witness any physical violence that Declan perpetuated on Walt?
No.
You testified to scratch that. You said that after the group kind of ostracized or splintered away from Declan, that he seemed quieter and more reserved when he was alone, away from you guys.
Yes.
Mr. Chambers asked you if in your group of 6 to 8 people, Declan had a reputation of being aggressive, and you said yes.
Yes.
To be clear, though, and to be fair, when you say aggressive, you're talking about words, right?
Yes.
Okay. You never saw Declan lay hands on Walt?
No.
Right? You never found yourself in a position to witness any behavior that would have prompted you to call law enforcement, right?
Correct.
Any behavior that placed you in fear that Walt was in any kind of physical danger, right?
Correct.
Because had you, you would have called the police.
Yes.
And I imagine the same would have been applied if Walt was being violent or aggressive against anybody, and that you witnessed it, you would call the police as well.
Correct.
But you never witnessed anything that rose to that kind of level.
Not physical, no.
And so the reputation of being aggressive, we're not talking physically aggressive, you're just talking verbally mean.
Correct.
No violence.
None that I was witness to.
How many years did you know Walt and Deck, would you say?
I want to say at least 2019, 2020.
So up through February of 2024, we're talking 4-ish years, give or take?
4 or 5, yeah.
And in that 4 or 5 years, you never saw any violence from my client, Mr. Radford?
Correct.
How well would you say you really know Mr. Lay, Walt?
I would say very well.
Now, Mr. Chambers asked you something about if Walt was peaceful or violent, or that might have been your response, but you said that Walt was peaceful, he wasn't aggressive.
Correct.
Did Walt ever tell you that he might tackle or fight Mr. Radford?
No.
Would that surprise you if that's something that he said to somebody?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that we don't always know people as well as we think we might, right?
Correct.
We can't be inside their head.
Correct.
The video that Mr. Lay sent you, you watched it once you realized that you had received it, right?
Yes.
And you thought it was important for Detective Harrop to have?
Yes.
So you got it to him immediately once you located it?
Yes.
And as you understand it, that video is alleged to have been recorded roughly around 8 a.m. the day before the shooting.
Correct.
That's your understanding?
Correct.
What Walt says in that video is that Declan told him that he was going to die, right?
Yes.
Did you believe Walt?
Yes.
Did you think Walt was scared?
I don't know what he was thinking, but he was probably scared enough that he had to make the video, so I can't speak for him.
Are you aware that a text message was located on Mr. Lay's phone where roughly 5 hours after he recorded that video, but before he sent it to you, that he texted Sue Jones. Do you know Sue Jones?
Yes.
She's somebody that used to go to the dog park.
Yes.
And as I understand it, she kind of moved some distance away, and their dog park just wasn't convenient anymore.
Well, where she lives, she can't even have a dog, I believe.
Are you aware that Walt sent Sue Jones a text roughly 5 hours after Mr. Lay purported in that video that Deck threatened him?
I didn't know at the time that had been sent, but I do know now.
And you do know now?
Yeah.
Do you agree with me that that text directly conflicts with the threat that Walt claims was made to him that morning?
I wouldn't, like what do you mean conflict?
Well, what do you take the video that he sent you to be? Do you take that to be a threat on his life?
Yes.
And so if Walt 5 hours later said, he's crazy, he doesn't have anywhere else to go, he doesn't really intimidate me, I'll keep you posted. I thought if he blocks my path again, I'll try to tackle him. He's really older than he looks, he's weak and feeble, I'll keep you informed, this weekend should be drama. You'd agree that the tone and message itself are just polar opposites of one another, right?
Well, in the text, he sounds like he's just being sarcastic.
Okay, well, what does this weekend should be drama mean to you?
That there's probably just going to be talk about what happened, any interaction that would have happened between the two of them.
Okay, so you don't think that when somebody says, I'm going to try to tackle him, he's weak and feeble, he's older than he looks, followed immediately by this weekend should be drama, could be, I'm not saying is, because you and I can't place ourselves in Walt's mind when he sends it, but could actually mean that he intends to get physical. You'd have to agree that it could be that.
No.
Speculation.
Sustained.
Are you aware that Walt knew about Mr. Radford's physical ailments?
Yes.
Okay, so you were aware of those as well?
Yes.
You were aware that Mr. Radford, Declan, had major shoulder issues, arthritis, bursitis. You were aware of that?
Yes.
Was everybody at the park?
He would tell people about how he was feeling at the park, yes.
That he had knee replacements?
Yes.
So this would be information that Walt was intimately familiar with?
He was aware of, yes.
For years you knew the two of them, never any physical violence between them?
Correct.
You received, do you remember what time Walt texted you that selfie video?
It was before 8 a.m., I believe.
The next day? Or the day of the shooting?
No, you're talking about the selfie video you sent me.
Yeah, what time did he send it to you?
I think it was before 8 a.m. on Thursday.
On the 1st?
Correct.
So if the detective testified that that video wasn't recorded until 8 a.m., how would he have sent it to you before 8 a.m.?
I don't remember the exact time. I think it was at 7:59. Or I'm not technically, knowledgeable about that kind of stuff.
Now the truth is that both Walt and Deck riled each other up, right?
I would say yes.
For whatever reason, they had different ideologies, right?
Yes.
And it would be fair of me to say that, in your opinion, Declan said things to rile up Walt?
Yes.
And it's also fair, and you'd be equally candid in telling the jury that Walt said and did things to rile up Deck?
Yes.
Okay. You'd agree with me that being disrespectful, a jerk, an asshole, those in and of themselves are not criminal in any way, right?
Correct.
That standing in front of somebody and blocking their path isn't a crime, right?
If you're physically touching them.
Without any physical contact, standing in front of somebody or blocking their path isn't a crime. You'd agree?
Correct.
Did you ever reach out to anyone besides the sheriff's office about your disdain for a lack of arrest in this case?
Yes.
Who else?
The newspaper,
Which newspaper?
Tampa Bay Times.
Okay. And what was your correspondence with them? How many times did you reach out?
Just the one time via email.
And expressing outrage over the fact that an arrest hadn't been made?
Correct.
How long after the shooting was that?
I want to say Sunday, I believe.
Are you aware, or was there any type of organized effort to reach out to the sheriff's office, the state attorney's office, or newspapers or the media kind of over your outrage?
Relevance, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you give any interviews with the media about your feelings?
Relevance, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Could we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Wolfey, let me clarify. Did you ever reach out to the media in an effort to give interviews about your feelings about this case?
I reached out to Tampa Bay Times. Other people talked to the media, and then some contacted me and asked if I would do interviews.
When you say some contacted you, are you talking about other friends or media outlets contacted you?
Media outlet.
Did you give any interviews?
Yes.
How many?
I want to, because there's NBC, I think Fox, ABC, and Channel 10. I forget the actual station. I believe those 4 news outlets here locally. And then there was the People magazine article I did as well.
So you did a People magazine article as well?
Yes.
In proximity to time from the shooting, when are we talking about here?
I think it was like within a month, give or take.
So before Mr. Radford had been arrested?
I believe so.
You gave 5 or 6 interviews with various media outlets?
Between maybe 4 and 6.
If I could have one moment to confer, Your Honor.
Yes.
Nothing further, questions.
Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
You can step down, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
She released from her subpoena?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Call your next witness.
Sharon Saunders, Your Honor.
Approach the bench, please.
Just want to remind you to vote if you haven't in the final 4 in Name the Skeleton.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
Sharon Saunders, SharonSaunders.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hello, Ms. Saunders. Are you familiar with a place called West Dog Park?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you frequent that place?
I do.
Okay. How long have you been going to the West Dog Park?
At least 18 years.
Okay. Now, in your 18 years of going to a West Dog Park, did you end up meeting a person that you came to know by Mr. Radford, but he had a nickname, correct? You called him Deck?
Declan.
Okay.
Yes.
Is Declan or Mr. Radford in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point to him and identify an article of clothing?
He's wearing a gray business jacket.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Radford.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, how'd you meet him?
I don't know that I ever met him. I just would see him every day when I would go, pretty much. I knew his name from other people in the dog park.
Okay. So you'd see, and when I say Declan, I mean Mr. Radford, you saw him from time to time in the dog park?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, was there kind of like a regular crew of people in that dog park that you would hang out with?
Yes.
Okay. It was not like an everyday thing, but there was a social circle that kind of hung out at the pavilion, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, was he one of them, Mr. Radford?
When I went, Mr. Radford was always by himself.
Okay. Now, when you say by himself, was he just walking around the dog park? Wasn't really interacting with anyone?
He was with his dogs.
Okay. Now, did you ever interact with him for any particular reason?
I did have a conversation with him once after his dog passed away, and I gave him my condolences.
Okay. Now that his dog had died, was that a German Shepherd?
Yes, sir.
So, did he have 2 German Shepherds before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, you found out his dog had passed, you gave him his condolences. What was that conversation like?
I just expressed that I was sad to hear that a dog had died. It was a younger dog. It was very unexpected. And I would have wanted someone to say they were sorry to me. Dogs are like kids to us, you know. So I was hurting for him.
Yes, ma'am. Now, did you also know someone else at the dog park? You'd call him Walt, but Mr. Lay.
Yes.
Okay. How do you come to know Mr. Lay?
Through visiting the dog park and meeting him through associates.
Did you become friends with him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you friendly with him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, without telling me what you heard from other people, did you become aware of animosity between Mr. Radford and Mr. Lay?
Only through other people. I never witnessed anything.
But you heard of it?
But I had heard.
Okay. Now, do you have a background in law enforcement?
Yes.
Now, did Walt come to you at some point and you talk and you gave him advice about what to do given his situation with Mr. Radford?
I did the Sunday before he passed.
And what did you advise Mr. Lay about doing?
I advised him to make a police report with law enforcement to let them know what was going on and how he felt.
And why'd you tell him to do that?
He was afraid. Things had been verbal between them for, I guess, over a year. And he had said the day before that when he was walking laps that Mr. Radford had blocked his path.
Sustained.
Without telling me what other people said, ma'am? Okay.
No, I'm just what Walt told me.
Okay, well, without
Okay.
what Mr. Lay even said, okay? I understand, ma'am. So, did you tell him specifically to keep records or anything like that?
I said after he reported the incident that he should document it, any other occurrences.
Okay. Now, did you ever know Mr. Lay to be aggressive or hostile?
No.
How would you describe Mr. Lay?
He was extremely laid back. Most of the times when I saw him, he was smoking weed in the park. He was a huge history buff. I would say he was more of a scholar than anything else. He was extremely smart, loved American history. I wouldn't ever have expected him to be violent at any time.
So you didn't think of him as someone who's hot-tempered or angry or throwing a tantrum?
No.
Moment to confer, Your Honor.
Yes.
Say we'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right. Cross.
Good afternoon, Ms. Saunders.
Good afternoon.
How are you? Could you describe for the jury your background in law enforcement?
I was a deputy with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office for 12 years.
As a deputy, I imagine that you interacted with all walks of life throughout your 12-year career with HCSO, right?
Yes, sir.
Violent people, non-violent victims, suspects, and everything in between.
Yes, sir.
When we talk about Mr. Lay, how close would you say you were with Mr. Lay?
I'd been to several dinner parties with him, celebrating a birthday or things like that, and talking to him at least maybe once a week at the dog park.
And so outside of how many dinner parties and over what period of time?
I would say in the year period that I know him, 3.
How long would your average interaction with him be at the dog park?
Anywhere from 5 minutes to 30 minutes.
Now, in fairness, I'm sure throughout your career you crossed paths with individuals that seemed violent and aggressive and were, and then individuals that didn't seem violent or aggressive but could have a hot temper or become violent or aggressive, right?
True.
It would be fair of me to say that we don't always know people as we believe them to be, right?
That's true.
You never personally witnessed any violence between Mr. Lay and Mr. Radford, correct?
I did not.
You never personally witnessed any of the interactions that you just discussed with Mr. Chambers that you may have heard about from other people?
I'm sorry.
Did you ever witness any aggressive verbal behavior between Mr. Radford and Mr. Lay? Had you been concerned in any way that violence was about to take place or that Mr. Lay was in danger of any kind, would you have called law enforcement yourself?
I would have.
And that, at least as you were situated on the Sunday before, those weren't concerns that you had in that moment?
It was a concern enough for him that I told him to do it.
You don't know if he did or didn't?
Am I allowed to say what I was told?
No. So do you know for sure whether or not he ever contacted law enforcement?
I do not know that he ever contacted law enforcement.
Now, you've testified that Mr. Lay was kind, peaceful, caring individual.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that 18 hours before the shooting, that Mr. Lay sent a text message to a Sue Jones indicating that Mr. Radford didn't intimidate him, that if Mr. Radford blocked his path again, that he would try to tackle him, that Mr. Radford is older than he looks, he's weak and feeble, and that this weekend should be drama?
I have been made aware of the text, not to that extent, but I know that one was sent.
And in line with the question and answer from a few minutes ago where you indicated that we don't always know people the way we think we might, that would not be how you knew Walt, that kind of message or language.
No, but I could see why he would have done it out of frustration.
Okay. Well, up to throughout your time knowing Mr. Lay and Mr. Radford, had he ever said anything like that to you?
No.
So in the years leading up to February 2nd of 2024, you had never heard Mr. Lay in any way, shape, or form talk about tackling somebody?
No. I only knew him for a year.
For a year. You never heard him talk about tackling somebody?
No.
Referring to Mr. Radford as weak and feeble?
No.
Relishing in causing drama?
No.
And so while you had never heard him, 18 hours before the shooting, you understand that he sent that message to a Sue Jones.
I know a message was sent. I don't know the timeline or anything.
Do you hate Mr. Radford?
No.
I don't have any further questions, Judge.
Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is she released from her subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Call your next witness.
Jeff Miller, Your Honor.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Come this way. Good afternoon. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
My name is Jeff Miller. It's Jeffmiller.
Now, Mr. Miller, do you work at a hospital by chance?
Yes.
Are you also a sailor by chance?
Yes.
So, if Mr. Radford, Declan, as you know him, by chance referred to a Jeff from the dog park who works at a hospital and is a sailor, would that be you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you see by chance Mr. Lay Waltz ever threaten Mr. Radford?
No.
You never saw him threaten him at any point?
No.
Now, how would you describe Mr. Lay?
He seemed happy. I mean, he never got mad. He loved his dogs. He loved all the dogs, but just a good person.
So was he aggressive? Was he peaceful?
He's peaceful. I've never seen him be aggressive, but he was peaceful.
Now, you go to the West Dog Park, right?
Yes.
Are you a semi-regular there?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, is there a social group of regulars that you were a part of at
Right.
the dog park?
Yes.
Now, without telling me what you heard, did you talk amongst yourselves about the things that happen in the park and various people that attend there?
At what time? I mean, what period?
About what was going on between Mr. Lay
Oh,
and
absolutely.
Mr. Radford.
Right.
Okay. Now, speaking of Mr. Radford, did people talk without what you heard from them about what the reputation of Mr. Radford was?
Yeah.
Now, what was Mr. Radford's reputation?
Seemed mad at everybody. He was always angry about something.
Was it aggressive?
Yeah. I mean, verbally aggressive, yes.
Now, did you hear Mr. Radford ever say anything towards Mr. Lay?
Not directly to him, but in reference to him, constantly, yes.
Okay, so what did you hear Mr. Radford say in reference to Mr. Lay?
Well, Mr. Lay's dog tended to bark on his way to the park, so you could hear him a couple blocks away. When the dog started barking, Deck would say, "Well, here comes a faggot," because you could hear his dog coming.
And would Mr. Radford say that routinely?
Yeah, that was pretty standard.
Now, when he was, would other people join in when he was making statements like that?
No.
And would Mr. Radford routinely make these homophobic statements towards Mr. Lay?
Yes.
Okay. Moment to confer, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Say we'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
Cross.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good.
How long did you know Mr. Lay?
Probably 5 years.
Were your interactions with Mr. Lay confined to your interactions at the dog park?
Yeah. Actually, I went over to his house one time to dig up some palm trees out of the yard, but that was it.
Outside of that one instance, all of your interactions with him were at the dog park?
Correct.
What were the length of times that you would cross paths with one another at the dog park? Are we talking 5 minutes, an hour, sometimes 5, sometimes an hour?
Several hours, 2-3 hours sometimes.
How many days a week?
2, Saturday and Sunday, weekends.
So you would just go on Saturday and Sunday?
Right, yeah.
Are you aware that Mr. Lay would go to the dog park somewhere between 5 and 7 days a week?
Yes.
Are you aware that Mr. Radford would go to the dog park 5 to 7 days a week?
Yes.
Are you also aware that Mr. Lay and Mr. Radford, well, let me back up, that Mr. Radford typically was the first one to get to the dog park?
I was usually the early one on the weekends. Not during the week. I don't know who showed up at what times, but
on the weekends then, so the Saturdays and Sundays, who would get there first, Mr. Radford or you?
Probably about the same time. I mean, I would get up because my dog is sensitive to the heat, so I would get there as early as possible so that she wouldn't overheat at the park. So usually sunrise, and Declan and I would show up about the same time.
On those occasions, and certainly understandable, get there early before it gets hot, Florida summer.
Right.
Would it be just you and Deck for a little while?
Yeah.
What times typically would Walt arrive? How long after you and Deck?
Half hour.
Are you aware, and if not, it's perfectly okay, that on a majority of the occasions that Walt and that Mr. Lay and Mr. Radford were at the park in the mornings, that they were known to be the first two to get there, and they'd be there alone for some time?
Right, yeah.
That's something that you were aware of?
Yeah.
Throughout your time knowing Mr. Lay and Mr. Radford and your interactions with them 2 days a week at the dog park, did you ever see Mr. Lay be physically violent or aggressive with Mr. Radford?
No.
The same question as it pertains to Mr. Radford. Did you ever see Mr. Radford be physically violent to Mr. Lay?
No.
So, Mr. Chambers asked you about Mr. Radford's reputation within this group of 6 to 8 people, and so when you respond to the term, or you use the term, mad, angry, or aggressive, you're talking about verbal interactions.
Right.
Saying mean-spirited things.
Very.
Homophobic slurs.
Yes.
I use this term because it's come into the record, but Mr. Radford was an asshole.
Right. And if I may, on occasion, somebody would call him an asshole and he would go, yeah.
But in somebody being a jerk or an asshole or socially rough around the edges does not necessarily equate to someone being violent, right?
No.
Now, would you say you knew Mr. Lay well?
Fairly well for the casual relationship, yeah.
You referred to him as a happy, never mad, good person.
Right.
Just pacifist.
Yeah.
Would you also agree with me in that we don't always know people as well as we think we do?
Oh, absolutely.
And would it surprise you, if you don't know, would it surprise you to learn? And if you do know, does it surprise you that 18 hours before the shooting, Mr. Lay sent a message to a Sue Jones indicating that if Mr. Radford blocked his path again, he would try to tackle him, that Mr. Radford is older than he looks, he's weak and feeble, I'll keep you informed, this weekend should be drama.
I would be surprised, yeah.
Okay, so that's not how you thought you knew Mr.
Correct.
Would you have pegged Mr. Lay to be somebody that relished in starting drama?
No.
And to be clear, you never witnessed any violence, physical violence, perpetuated or perpetrated by Mr. Radford against Mr. Lay in any capacity?
No.
I don't have any further questions, Judge.
All right. Anything else?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
When defense was asking you if Mr. Allay was a violent person along those lines, you chuckled before you answered that question. Why'd you laugh before you answered the question?
When this all started, really coming to the forefront, I talked to Walt and I said, you need to protect yourself. You need to worry to make sure. He said, well,
without what he says, what you said.
Well, I told him that he should consider protecting himself and consider carrying a weapon, and he said, I'm not going to carry a gun. So he didn't, from what I was getting from him, he didn't seem too concerned that it was going to escalate to the point that it did. He told me that he felt sorry for Mr. Radford.
So you thought he was just a peaceful person,
Yeah.
Mr. Allay, and
Right.
that he wasn't going to raise a fist?
No.
Moment to clear. No further questions.
All right. You can step down, sir. Thank you. He released from his subpoena.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Any objection?
No objection, my fault.
All right. Thank you. Call your next witness.
Paul Gumpert, Your Honor.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
Yes, Judge, thank you. It's Paul Gumpert, Gumpert.
Hello, Mr. Gumpert.
Yes.
Are you familiar with a place called West Dog Park?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Is that a place you frequent?
Yes, I do.
Okay. How long have you been going there?
6 years, pretty consistently, every day.
Okay. Now, in the 6 years, did you come to know a guy by the name, you called him Deck, but I'm referring to Mr. Radford?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, do you see Mr. Radford in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you point to him and identify an article of clothing?
Yes, he's wearing a blue blazer, sitting right here.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, how did you come to know Mr. Radford? And by Mr. Radford, I mean Deck.
I had a dog that was a very bounding, running around kind of dog, and when that dog was passed, I got a dog that stayed with me, and so I'd walk in and go directly to the pavilion area of the park, and that was in late 2001. When I first knew him and first met him, along with the other folks at the dog park.
Okay. So you've known him for quite some time?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you get along with Mr. Radford?
Well, initially I got along quite well. I invited him out on my boat twice, and we had collegial atmosphere at the dog park with them, not necessarily just with him, but with all the other people that were there. It was a good, open atmosphere. He was one of the people in the clique.
And you just said clique, so there was a social group, or still is a social group at this West Dog Park?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did something change where you and Mr. Radford just, started not to talk as much?
Well, it was progressive in that in the time frame of the summer of 2003, in July, I had a very serious spinal operation, so I was just getting back. Over a very short period of time, a couple of weeks, I came back, and at that point, it wasn't necessarily for my occasion, but he was becoming more and more aggressive towards Walter Lay, but he also was very aggressive and would lash out at people verbally if their dog jumped up on the table. And in other words, I started become disliking from him, from someone who I could initially like, but then the more I got to be around him, the more it became he was disturbed to my feelings about
And this is in 2023?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, you said that he was starting to have disagreements between Mr. Lay and Mr. Radford. You call Walt Mr. Lay?
Yes.
And what were those disagreements about?
In the, let's call it political or social environment, or what happened, the story du jour about something that happened with the president or some international affairs and so forth. If you mentioned something that Mr. Radford would chime right in and be very aggressive about saying how dumb he would be, and that was what he was doing to Walt because he was fairly liberal and apparently it was objectionable to him. So if we were talking about something and Walt would say something, it would really get his ire up and he would lash out at him verbally.
And to clarify, who would lash out at who?
Radford would lash out verbally and aggressively towards Walt and just berating him, calling him slurs, sexual orientation slurs, that he was dumb and a liar and stuff like that, and don't trust him.
And what were some of these statements, these homophobic slurs that he said?
Faggot, fucking faggot, and he also yelled out that he was a groomer, stay away from him. A young person was walking with him, and he yelled out, he's a groomer, stay away from him, be careful. And everyone could hear him. He was saying it so loud, they were 40, 50 yards away. He was saying it so loud, everyone could hear it. He was warning this young man to be away, to stay clear of Walt, because he was a groomer.
Now, you said that there's a group of people that used to hang out in the pavilion, right?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a certain point when all of this started to heat up that the group kind of split up from the pavilion?
Yes, and it started initially with sort of like a big event, which there was Walt and Dak and myself and probably 4 or 5 people total sitting around the pavilion, and Dak had been going through his tirade about don't trust him, and if he says something like that again, he was going to hit him, and so I personally took offense to that, and what Walt then. He stood up and it said, kind of shaking his head, rolling his eyes, going, it looks like we're going to come to blows someday about this.
So you heard Walt at one point say, we're going to come to blows someday.
He was like kind of like a defensive statement, because at that very point he pretty much turned and walked away and never came back to the pavilion again since July. That was in the late part of July of 2023. I recall it because I had just had my operation, and so instead of walking directly to the pavilion, it would be Walt would go completely separate area, and he never came back to the pavilion again ever, not even once.
Before Mr. Lay said this statement to Mr. Radford, what was Mr. Radford saying to Mr. Lay? Was he making a bunch of angry statements towards him? Was he saying a bunch of aggressive statements towards him?
He said he's a liar, and that don't trust him, and I'm never going to take any more lies out of him. And it kind of like, and it kept circling back to the same discussion. And he would get up and walk around and then come back and sit back down. And we were all sitting around the table. It was kind of like being dismissive, but it just ratcheted up too much. It was just too much for Walt to deal with.
So was this just going on for a period of time that Mr. Radford was just repeatedly coming after Mr. Lay?
Yes.
That led to Mr. Lay finally having enough, and in a moment, just fed up, said, we may come to blows one day.
It looks like we're going to come to blows someday about this.
But this is after Mr. Radford repeatedly was making statements towards Mr. Lay.
Yes, that's correct.
And after this blowout between the two, Mr. Lay separated himself from Mr. Radford.
Yes, that's correct.
And can you describe to me what was the separation? How did Mr. Lay separate himself from Mr. Radford?
Well, as you walk into the park, immediately the only real place it's established to be is under a covered pavilion with a big, giant picnic table underneath of it. So instead of doing that normal spot with his water fountain and everyone sits there and then everything else, about 25 yards off, 30 yards off to the left, maybe more than that, from the opening way, maybe 35 yards to the left, was a picnic table, a metal picnic table under the trees. And he went over and sat there by himself. And then at that point, I felt like, and it certainly happened to be, that I felt like I wanted to go sit over there with him too. And so everyone else kind of like in that same format of being unhappy with being with Deck at the table under the pavilion, which is a pretty intimate little small area, that they had had enough. And I can't speak for them, but I could see what their actions were, which were to not go sit with him at the table ever again. Or
Well, Mr. Gumpert, so the pavilion that you usually set up is right at the front of the gate, right?
That's correct. Well, it's just off to the right about 12 or 15 yards.
So Mr. Lay had to actively walk way into the park to separate himself from Mr. Radford.
That's correct.
And he did this routinely?
Every day.
Every day?
Yes. Every time he was at the park.
Okay. And then you said the rest of the group that you were hanging out with almost split off from Mr. Radford.
Not that day, but slowly over time, maybe within about 10 days or so. And it was because of the, I can't say because I wasn't there listening to him, but I had developed a picture where I did not want to be around him. So I didn't ask other people. They said, quite literally, I've had enough of that. And that would be why they would come over there.
Now, did you ever see Mr. Radford personally, become physical or try to get in the way of Mr. Lay?
Yes.
Can you describe that to us?
In the dog park, where the pavilion and the entranceway is, the circumference of the park is fairly large, good walking distance. Yeah. And when Walt and some other folks that were people who were in that the walkers who walk around every time, that came around very close, within about 5 yards of the pavilion. And as he walked in the pavilion, he was walking along the edge around and then come back around like this. Deck got up from he sat on the edge of the table, and he stood up and he came over and got into his way. He watched him, and he went over and intercepted his path to get in front of him. And upon doing that, as they were getting within 7, 8, 5, 4, closer in distances, Walt stopped and tried to go to the right, and then Deck maneuvered to the right. Then he maneuvered to the left, and Deck maneuvered to the left. And he goes, "What do you want? What are you doing?" This is what Walt said to Deck, and Deck was just being mischievous, I guess, and getting in his path and trying to stop his progress of making his walk around the park.
So let's circle back. So you saw Mr. Radford actively get up from the bench in the pavilion,
yeah,
and go out of his way to intercept Mr. Lay, who's just trying to have a walk.
He was pretty close. It couldn't have been more than 5 yards.
And then you saw Mr. Lay try to defuse the situation by stepping out of the way.
Yes.
And Mr. Radford then basically mimics his way of walking.
To each side, yes.
Each side. So he attempted both ways to try to get out of the way of Mr. Radford.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, can you describe Mr. Lay to me? What do you think of Mr. Lay?
He was a very affable, he was sort of, I referred to him as like the mild-mannered type, good personal joy. He had a lot of physical disabilities. He couldn't breathe very well. And so we had something in common. It's like I'm handicapped, and he had that handicap of not being able to breathe very well. He was going coughing fits. He was a very non-physical type of person that would be in any way using himself as some sort of implement in any way. He was very calm, relaxed, dismissive. If there was pressure put on him, he would simply just ignore it and walk away. And that's pretty much the kind of guy he was. He also was the social chairman. He played the music. We talked about social stuff and news and du jour items that people talked about at the dog park, the joy of the dogs, what's going on with the dogs. He was always involved at the highest level, socially really enjoying the situation. And that it was very much impeded by, I mean, impeded is the wrong word, but it was disrupted by Deck, because he would just always be on his case and talking so loud that you couldn't miss what he was trying to say to him.
Now, Mr. Lay and you were close, right?
We were good friends, yes.
Mr. Lay even took care of your dog at one point, right?
Yes, he took care of my dog a couple of times, and then apparently the day of the shooting, he had the dog that day. He had him a couple of days before too, and at least to some other incidences. But the dog was there when the incident happened.
Moment to confer, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. State will pass the witness, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gumpert.
Good afternoon.
Do you consider you and Walt very good friends?
Dog park friends, yes.
Different levels of friendships, right? There's circles of love, so to speak. There's family love, there's friend love. But did you love Walt as a friend?
I liked him as a friend. We didn't ever have a meal together or do anything social together except at the dog park.
You describe Walt and your memory of Walt as, a good, gentle, kind person.
Very much so.
Would you agree with the following statement, that sometimes we think we know people, but we don't genuinely know them?
That would make sense, yes.
So outside of your interactions with Mr. Lay at the dog park, did you really know him?
Well, because he was so open and approachable and subjects that didn't seem to be of any limited nature, I could talk to him about anything when we were at the dog park together. So if there was anything I didn't know or he had a problem, he would have probably told me about it if it was something that was important.
To be clear, you never witnessed any physical violence between Mr. Lay and Mr. Radford.
That's correct.
And that's physical violence started by Mr. Lay against Mr. Radford? You never witnessed that?
No.
And you never witnessed physical violence started by Mr. Radford on Mr. Lay?
None. Never saw it.
You described within the circle of 6 to 8 people that I guess were in the morning crew?
Yeah. And weekends too. Yeah.
Weekends too.
Yeah.
That Mr. Radford was verbally aggressive.
Yes.
Mean?
Ugly.
Okay. Never physical?
Never physical.
And you knew the two of them for 6 years?
Yeah, I'd seen him before then, but as I mentioned, I had my dog that was an Airedale, and they run at large, so I was always away from where these people were, but then when I got a dog that stayed right with me, I would just walk in and sit down there, so that was right around 2001, early 2001.
So it's the 6 years you knew the two of them. You never once witnessed any physicality?
No.
Actual physical violence?
No, I would have acted if I did.
And that was going to be my next question. If you were ever concerned for anybody's safety, whether it be Mr. Lay, Mr. Radford, or anybody else in the morning crew or the weekend crew, I imagine that you personally would have called law enforcement.
Well, I was intending to, and there had been discussion exactly to that effect 2 days before the incident.
Did you call law enforcement?
Actually, no. The agreement was, this was at an impromptu meeting at Albert's house when I was Albert lives next door to Walt, Albert Darlington. I was dropping my dog off, and as soon as I pulled up, Albert came running to me and said,
we can't hear what other people said?
Okay.
Okay,
that's fine.
My question is, and it's just a yes or no, did you call law enforcement out of fear for Mr. Lay's safety? I understand that you said that you wanted to,
yes,
or that you planned to, but did you?
No.
Okay. Are you aware that witnesses observed Mr. Lay intentionally try to rile up Mr. Radford?
Say that again. Was I aware of other people?
Are you aware that a witness or witnesses have seen Mr. Lay or believe Mr. Lay would intentionally try to rile up Mr. Radford? Are you aware of that?
I'm aware because they would have been watching at the same time I was, yes.
Did you ever see that? Would you agree with that statement?
Say that again. I'm really not sure what you're saying. I'm trying to figure out what you were asking me. Say it again.
Did you ever witness Mr. Lay intentionally try to rile up Mr. Radford?
Mr. Lay, I would say he was talking his part of a discussion, which would probably be some way intentioned to say something that perhaps he didn't like a social item or something about the most recent news, and it would be. I'd be willing to say that he did that to everybody, and everyone did it back. It was a very collegial, colloquial atmosphere of talking about subjects. I don't think Walt was ever trying to antagonize anyone. I think he was saying, if you want to talk to somebody and you know that they're not the same as you, they might say something different. I'm sure he was intended to get a different answer out of Deck. I mean, like a very, very different answer.
Okay, so if I'm understanding you correctly, you believe that at times Mr. Lay would say things that he knew would maybe to some extent, whether small or large, get under Mr. Radford's skin?
I would say that it wouldn't be, I'm saying under someone's skin, I don't understand what that means. What are you saying?
Rile somebody up, piss them off, make them angry
Okay.
on purpose.
No, I don't think that was the way, no.
Okay. Would it surprise you if a witness said that Mr. Lay in fact did do that with Mr. Radford at the dog park?
Well, it would
All
not
right,
surprise me.
approach the bench, please.
As non-aggressive.
That's correct.
I believe you're aware at this point that a text message was found on Mr. Lay's phone that was sent roughly 18 hours before the shooting. Do you know
Yes,
that message you're referring to?
actually, I remember you, I think you read it to me, yes.
All right, be careful. Y'all can't talk over each other, okay?
I'm
you
sorry,
need to
I'm sorry.
wait till he finishes his answer.
Yes.
Even though you know what he's probably going to say, you need to wait till he's done because she can't type what you both are saying at the same time.
Sorry, Jojo.
No problem.
I'll be better.
No problem.
I'm guilty of that as well at times. I apologize. So you are aware that a text message was sent the day before, roughly about 18 hours, from Mr. Lay to a Miss Jones?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the content of that message about how
Yes.
Mr. Lay said that if Mr. Radford blocked his path again, something that you referred to witnessing on an occasion, that he would try to tackle him, that he's older than he looks, that he's weak and feeble. I'll keep you informed. This weekend should be drama.
Yes.
Does that message mesh or jive with your understanding of Mr. Lay's personality?
Still, yes, it does. Yes, it does.
And to the best of your recollection, what exactly was it that Mr. Lay said when he that first day, that kind of the first official moment of the splinter, when Mr. Lay walked away in frustration, if that's a fair way for me to refer to it?
Yes.
What exactly did Mr. Lay say?
He said, it looks like we're going to come to blows someday about this.
I don't have any further questions, Judge.
All right. Anything else?
Now, before this event on Friday, on Tuesday you left on a trip. Before you left on trip, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Now, you had a discussion where you had a plan with Mr. Darlington about calling law enforcement, correct, about all this?
Yes,
And that was going to happen when you came back from your trip?
that's correct.
Okay. A moment to confer, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thanks so much.
And he's released?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Released from his subpoena? All right, thank you.
So slow here. Hold on. Thanks.
Call your next witness.
State calls William Genovese.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You can step aside. Hi, good afternoon.
Hello.
If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
William Gerald Genovese, Genovese.
Afternoon, sir. I want to ask you about a place called the West Dog Park. Do you know that location?
Yes.
Is that a place you frequented before?
Yes.
Tell me about your history of going to West Dog Park. When did you start attending, and did you ever have a lapse in attendance?
I have a dog that's 12 and a half years old. I think we started going when he was about one and a half. As he got older, 7, 8, 9, he became a little less friendly at the dog park, so I started going less frequently in less busy times, but I've continued to go through the years here and there.
Okay. When you were going before your dog, started to get up in age, did you have a group of people that you came to know at the park and interacted with?
A little bit. I tended to be a person that walked around the park with my dog, and then at a picnic table I might stop for a little bit.
And there were some people that often hung out at one of the picnic tables?
Yes.
Okay. But then you said you started to kind of go at times when people weren't there because of your dog and trying to accommodate your dog, right?
Yes.
Was there, well, you know that this case is about an alleged shooting that took place on Friday, February 2nd, correct? You're aware of that?
Yes, I am.
Do you remember the day before being at the park?
I do.
So that would have been Thursday, February 1st, right?
Yes, sir.
And what time of day do you think you got to the park on Thursday, February 1st, the day before the shooting?
It was about 4 p.m.
When you got there at 4 p.m., was there anybody else there?
There were people in the park, and there was the defendant.
All right, and you say the defendant, I saw you sort of motion. Can you please point again and describe exactly the person that you're pointing at?
Deck with the white beard and the blue jacket on.
Your Honor, I'd ask the record reflects to identify the defendant.
Yes.
All right, so the defendant is at the park that day at 4 p.m. roughly on Thursday, February 1st. Do you end up striking up a conversation with him?
Yes, we essentially drove in at the same time and got out of our vehicles at the same time.
Okay. And so at some point you guys start talking?
I said, hey, recognizing him, but really not remembering his name.
Right. One of those things where the face is familiar, but you can't remember the name.
Yes, I hadn't been at the park really that much, and he seemed upset.
Okay. Did he seem to recognize you?
Yes.
Okay, so he recognized at least you were one of the people that used to come to the park.
Yes.
And so do you all start engaging with each other, talking about, how you've been, how's your dog, and asking about the other people who attend the park?
Yes.
And so I want to ask you, as you and the defendant are talking about some of the other regulars, the people that you remembered from when you came with the others, do you remember a moment where the defendant's demeanor visibly changed?
I do.
Tell me about that.
I had used to go a little bit more often in the morning, and this was the afternoon, so I started asking, not really remembering people's names, but I started asking about people's dogs, and I think first ones I asked about were like a Great Dane or something like that. So and do they still come in the morning? And then as it came up to this one person who is the deceased now, Walt, he said.
Well, when you say Walt, do you mean Walt said, or are you talking about the defendant?
Sorry, the defendant said, he started talking about Walt. His attitude changed at that point.
And tell me what it is that you heard or saw that indicated to you this attitude changed.
He started using derogatory terms. He called him a faggot more than a couple times. I feel like 4, 5, 6 times. He said he doesn't like him, and it became uncomfortable because he said, I'm going to hit that guy, I'm going to break his jaw.
All right, I want to be clear. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, less than 24 hours before the shooting that this case is about. It's just you and the defendant. The victim is not there, right?
Correct.
And even though the victim's not there, when the victim comes up, he calls him a homophobic slur multiple times and talks about wanting to punch him and break his jaw.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you, you were there walking your dog, and I'm assuming he's there walking his dog.
Yes.
At some point, as you guys are walking the dogs, do you get a little separated from Mr. Radford because either your dog runs ahead or his dog dilly-dallies behind, whatever the case may be?
Yes, that would happen.
And so, in that moment, where you are sort of separated from Mr. Radford, can you give me, just for ease of painting the picture, where is Mr. Radford in relation to you
before he comes your direction?
So maybe twice the distance from you and I at a sort of angle like this.
All right, so like you would be yourself, and I'd have to go further from you.
Yes.
Way over here.
Yeah.
And when Mr. Radford is over here, do you notice him start coming your direction?
Yeah, so there's a back where that was, there's a palm tree back in that neck of the woods, and he started walking to me quickly.
And when you say quickly, is that, did he look like he was getting chased by a dog, or he was trying to get away from a snake, or is he, what appears to be happening?
No. He just like at a double or triple normal walking pace, a casual walking pace, come towards me.
All right, and as he approaches you quickly, tell me what happens when he gets up to you.
Well, again, going towards the same sort of things, he says, sometimes when I'm at the park with Walt, I walk up to him this way to try to scare him.
I want to be clear. How long had it been since you had last seen the defendant at the dog park prior to this day?
I'm not exactly sure, but it feels like almost 3 years I hadn't been going that often to the park. So 2.5, 3 years?
2-3 years you had not seen the defendant. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
The first time you see him again, he calls the victim a homophobic slur, he talks about breaking his jaw, and he talks about liking to walk up on him in order to scare him. Is that correct?
Yes.
And has Mr. Radford talked about walking up to the victim and wanting to scare him? Can you describe his demeanor?
I don't know if it's the demeanor, but he made an uncomfortable smile towards me when he said, like, I like to scare him.
He was smiling about it when he was
Yeah, he
bragging
smiled at me, and it was uncomfortable.
Thank you, sir.
Cross?
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir.
How long did you know Mr. Lay and Mr. Radford?
I think, I was thinking back to this, I think I knew Mr. Radford for 11 years, just slightly at that dog park. I remember he had a bulldog. So when I used to go more in the morning, I remember him with the bulldog before I think he had 2 German Shepherds at this time a year ago.
When was the last, I know you mentioned that you hadn't seen Mr. Radford for about 3 years?
Yes.
How about Walt?
The same.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lay. So the same.
It's the same, yeah.
When is the first time you advised law enforcement of what you just testified to today? How long after the shooting? Do you remember?
6, 7, 8 days, maybe.
How did you do that? By email?
Yes, I made a call, and when I made a call to the state, I wasn't able to get somebody immediately, but then somebody was able to get me the name of a detective, Harrop or something, and I talked to him on the phone, and he said, please send in a written statement with your information on it by email.
When this statement is alleged to have been made to you at 4 p.m. on February 1st, is your testimony, right?
Yeah, it's between 4 and 5 p.m.
And you're 100% sure of the date itself,
I am.
February 1st. Is there a particular reason why you're sure of the day?
Yes. That was February 1st, and I sent a text to an individual, the only person I had a phone number for, from the dog park, and it was a man named Lewis who had like 5 dogs. And I said, I ran into this guy, Deck, today, and he lost one of his German Shepherds. And the next day, he texted me that Deck Radford had shot Walter Lay.
And so, was it clear to you that Mr. Radford was upset about his dog passing?
Oh, yes, it was.
And emotionally, an emotional wreck, would that be fair?
Well, I know I was empathetic, obviously, for somebody that said their dog had passed, yes.
You testified that you found out the next day from this individual that Mr. Lay had been shot.
Yes.
Why didn't you call law enforcement or the state attorney's office that day?
Sure. So I think I saw the text about 6 p.m. I think it came earlier, but I didn't see it until later. And I ended up calling my daughter, who lives out of state, and I said, oh my gosh, a guy I was with yesterday shot somebody who he told me he was going to hurt. And so that was my mood. And then I got in touch with my family. I'm not proud of this, but my family was saying, don't get involved in this. You don't want to be involved in this.
If I were to tell you
yes,
that you sent Detective Harrop an email on February 12th, would that sound right to you?
Sure, yeah.
And it's your testimony to the jury that a few days, several days, a couple of days before that, you reached out to the state attorney's office? And they
don't know if it was, no. I think that was the same day that I reached out. They said, hey, you don't have the case number. Who's the detective? All that stuff. And I was persistent that day until I got somebody.
So roughly 10 days after the shooting is when you reached out and
yes, sir. That's fair.
Did you ever witness any physical violence between Mr. Radford and Mr. Lay?
No.
And this would have been in all the times that you interacted with the two of them, even though it would have been some years prior to this interaction you've testified to?
Yes, and I want to be clear. I interacted with Mr. Radford, I don't know, 50, 100 times in those years. And maybe, I know who Mr. Lay is, but maybe 5 or 6, because I think he was just starting to come to the park when I was leaving.
I don't have any further questions, Judge.
All right. Anything else?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, you can step down, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
And is he released from his subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Yes, Judge.
All right. Call your next witness.
State calls Albert Darlington.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
You can come this way.
Hi, good afternoon.
How are you doing?
Good. If you would, please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
Albert Darlington. It's ALBERT DARLINGTON.
Afternoon, Mr. Darlington. I want to ask you, do you know a gentleman whose name is John Walter Lay?
Yes, I do.
Did you have a nickname that you called him?
Excuse me?
Did you all have a nickname you called him?
Walt.
Walt, okay. But I'm going to refer to him as Mr. Lay.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, so tell me how you know Mr. Lay. How did you first meet him, and how did you come to know him as a person?
I met him at the dog park. I have a rental house next door, and a guy had died there. So I was at the dog park, and I just got to talking, and I mentioned something, and Walt said, oh, you have a place for rent, because I guess he was looking to move. And there was another guy staying there, so there was like only a room, wasn't the whole house. And I said, if you can get along with the guy, we'll talk about it. And so he came over and met him, and everything worked out, so he ended up moving in. So he lived next door to me and rented from us.
Can you give me a rough idea as to when it is you thought that he became your tenant?
It would have been, should have been somewhere around the mid to 2020.
Okay. And so we're eventually going to talk about February 2024. That means 3.5, 4 years?
Yes.
He was your tenant?
Yes.
Do you know a place called the West Dog Park?
Yes, I do.
And is that a place you frequent?
Yes, my wife and I normally go there on Saturday mornings.
Just Saturdays?
We've been other days, but it's a routine that we go every Saturday.
Okay, and how long have you had that routine?
For a long, I don't know, years, even before that.
Okay. So that would mean that you were going to the dog park before we hit that unfortunate time in life when we were all confined to our homes, COVID and all that.
Yes.
So you know what it was like at the park both before COVID and
Yes.
after COVID.
Yes.
And so I want to ask you, during the many years that you went before COVID, you already knew Mr. Lay, correct?
Yes.
Do you also know...
Well, no. I didn't know Mr. Lay before COVID. I met him after COVID.
After COVID.
About the mid-2020.
Okay, well, I think COVID broke out in March of 2020 and...
Yeah, whatever. But anyway, that's about when it was.
Fair enough. Did you also know a guy that you know by the nickname of Deck?
Yes, I did.
Do you see him in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
And could you please point to him and describe what he's wearing or what he looks like?
Well, he's kind of in a suit jacket with a big long beard.
Your Honor, I'd ask the record flex to identify the defendant.
Yes.
All right, for purposes of court, I'm referring to him as Mr. Radford, okay?
Okay.
Did you know Mr. Radford from the dog park?
I did.
How long have you known Mr. Radford from the dog park?
I don't know, longer than I knew Walt.
Okay, well, you knew...
So, you know what, time flies by, and I don't know how long, but it was a pretty good while before that, because he had that's when he had his bulldog church. And so that was before he got the ones that he had at the time of all of this.
And what kind of dogs did he have around the time of February 2024?
Two shepherds, basically German shepherds. They were mixed with something else, but that's what they were.
And somewhere, not super long, but before the shooting, had Mr. Radford lost one of those dogs?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to ask you, on the Saturdays when you go to the dog park, but if you go on another day too, is there kind of like a collection of usuals, regulars that are at the park?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there sure
Tell me who
is.
those people are.
Do what now?
Tell me who those people are. Can you name some of them?
There would have been Jeff, Paul. It's funny, some of that we know their dogs' names, more than I know the people's names. So
Sure.
then there's Chris and Kim. And
there's a host of people.
Yes, there's a host of people.
Okay. And was there a time when the normal procedure for the group at the park, the regulars, to hang out at a pavilion?
Yes.
And if I was to tell you that when you go into the dog park, you look to your right, there's like a pavilion there with a picnic table.
Yes.
Is that the pavilion you're talking about?
Yes.
And people would hang out at this pavilion and socialize while the dogs are being dogs.
Yes, and you spend, your main focus is keep an eye on your dog, make sure they're not, messing up or anything, and then you're kind of in between talking to people. So it's not like your main focus is not talking to the other people, it's keeping an eye on your animals,
And so these people are not your best friends in the world. They don't come to your house for dinner or anything.
No.
But you know them.
I know them. I don't know them outside of the dog park.
And tell me how you all got along once upon a time underneath the pavilion.
We got along good, and we joke around and kid each other and rag, just like a bunch of people do, and you kid each other and talk and that's.
You got along.
Got along fine.
I'm assuming you did not all sit lockstep in opinion on every topic that people might discuss, though.
No, not at all. As a matter of fact, Walt and I, we had some pretty serious political conversations. He was much different than me, but it's like, so what? I don't care. I mean, you have a right to your opinion, and that's fine. He told me why he believed what he believed, and I told him why I believed what I believe, and that's fine.
And would it be fair to say that in the nature of living through those times, you guys might have discussed things like politics, COVID, mask mandates, vaccines, those sorts of topics?
Pretty much anything could have been talked about, yes.
Okay. Did Mr. Radford participate in those conversations?
Yeah, sort of. I can't exactly remember. I mean, he would You know what? I don't know right this second. I can't tell you for sure. I don't want to say something I don't exactly remember.
Well, let me just ask you this way. In the sort of early days of Mr. Lay coming to the park, how did he and Mr. Radford get along?
They got along fine.
Just like
as far as I know, yeah, like everybody else, you know. I didn't ever see any problems.
Okay. Did that change?
It did.
And tell me what you remember about when it changed, or what you saw that might lead you to conclude why it changed, anything like that?
Yeah, well, there was a lot of, we'd kid around and rag each other. And then it seemed like Declan and Walt, it seemed to kind of escalate. And then one day, Walt said to me, oh yeah, that's what's going on, just kind of jokingly. He goes, yeah, we're going to probably come to blows one day.
To who?
He said that to me about Declan.
Okay.
And it was because of the things Declan was saying to him.
And what was Mr. Radford saying to Mr. Lay around the time that Mr. Lay would have said, we're going to come to blows someday?
Well, he's calling him a faggot and things like that.
I want to be clear. Can you give me some rough idea of time when this is happening? Like when this moment, the boiling point, I would describe it as, right? Because I assume it's some period of time leading up to this, where there's this animosity between Mr. Radford and Mr.
Right. So we've started in mid-2020. Within a year of that, it was starting to escalate, and just friction. And then from what Walt had told me...
Now, don't talk about what Walt told you.
Okay.
I'm just trying to get an idea. When did this... I describe it like the boiling point moment, where Mr. Lay tells you, I've kind of had enough or whatever.
Okay.
When does that happen?
That was probably, let's see, 24, probably, I would say maybe mid-23.
Okay, like summer of 23?
That's the best to my recollection.
So if I understand what you're telling me is, somewhere around 2021, there starts to be this friction between Mr. Radford and Mr. Lay.
Yeah.
And it goes on for 2 years-ish.
Oh, yeah.
Until eventually Mr. Lay says, I've had enough, and that's kind of the boiling point moment.
Right, and then Walt said to me...
Yeah, the problem is, sir, you can't read what he said. That's what's called hearsay.
Okay.
So that's the thing we have to dance around. I know it's difficult. I'm sorry. I just want to ask you, the thing you can tell me is you can tell me what the defendant said. When you're talking about those 2 years, 2021 to 2023, before we reach the boiling point, is that when the defendant is calling Mr. Lay a faggot?
Oh, yeah.
To his face?
Yes.
More than once?
Yeah, more than once, yeah.
And how are people reacting listening to Mr. Radford address Mr. Lay this way?
People are like, Declan is, he's kind of being an asshole. And it got to where we'd all be sitting there, and Declan would get to the park, and I would jokingly with everybody there say, well, here comes the asshole. And he would walk up, and I would say it right to him. Because that's how we mess with everybody. And he would say, yes, I am, and I'm proud of it.
Now, out of curiosity, when you say, here comes the asshole, would it be fair to say you're sort of ribbing or teasing?
Yeah, oh yeah. Heck yeah, I'm ribbing him.
Would you describe you trying to get under his skin a little?
No, listen, I commercial fish for a living. We mess with each other on the deck, each other, and it's just that's just me. I mean, it's just, I'll just say that to somebody and, not really trying to get under their skin or upset them. It's just a comment, and because he did act like one, so I was going to point it out.
Let me ask you a question. When Mr. Lay would come to the park, was there something that sort of preceded his immediate arrival that would let you know he's driving to the park?
Oh, yeah. His dog, Fala, would hang his head out the window and bark on the way there. And we could hear Fala barking before Walt's car even came around the corner. So we knew he was coming, and we'd say, here comes Fala. And then Declan would say, well, here comes the faggot.
Is that something you said more than once?
Oh, yeah. Just about, pretty much every week that I can remember.
Okay. So this friction between them grows, and you're trying to tell Mr. Radford, other people are trying to tell Mr. Radford, maybe don't do this, but eventually it reaches the schism moment. Is that fair to say?
Yes, there was a point one day I said to Declan, I said, what in the hell are you doing? You shouldn't be talking that way. And why are you letting him live rent-free in your head? This is ridiculous. And, this is getting out of hand. And he acted like, you're probably right. And I'm like, well, maybe we got somewhere.
And so when he said, yeah, okay, you're probably right, and he accepted your wise advice, did his behavior change?
Well, for the rest of the day, but when I got there the next Saturday, it seemed like it had just been worse.
So even after your counseling, he just escalated.
Right, and I said it more than once to him, but it's like, man, what are you doing? Cut it out.
So did that precipitate or lead to sort of a schism in the people where now you're not all hanging out under the pavilion?
Then Walt moved down to another table, which is a little ways down in the park.
Okay.
And
is that like, do you know where there's like a water area?
Yes, it's the other side of the water area.
Okay, so there's the pavilion, the water area, and then somewhere on the other side of the water area, there's like a picnic bench?
Just a picnic table, yeah.
Okay.
And they would go sit down
And
there.
that's where Walt would go sit?
That's where Walt would go sit.
Like clockwork?
Oh, yeah. When he changed, he went down there.
Okay. So tell me, he went down to the table and tell me what the others started doing.
And then, the ones that were, his good friends were moving down there, like his friend Kim. She moved down there, and that seemed to really upset Declan that everybody was going to a different table.
And tell me what it is that Mr. Radford did or said that let you know that he was getting upset that other people were going with Walt to the other picnic table.
Because he called Kim a traitor and called her a fag hag and said the fag hag's sitting down there with the faggot.
He said that more than once?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Did you ever witness, once the schism happened, and now we're sort of pavilion and picnic table separated, did you ever see moments that started to make you feel like maybe there was going to be some sort of physical problem?
Oh, I did. Walt would walk. That was what he liked to do. And a lot of times my wife would walk with him when we get to the park. Well, then it got to where all of a sudden you look, and there's Declan walking like he's walking right in front of Walt. And I said to him, what in the hell are you doing? I said, are you trying to get him to run into you so you can have a fight?
Okay, and so you make a very specific accusation.
Yeah.
Are you trying to walk in front of him so you can start a fight? And what does Mr. Radford do when you suggest he's trying to provoke a fight with Mr. Lay?
He just smiles and kind of, chuckles and smiles, which to me was like, of course that's what I'm doing.
Okay. Tell me, how does Mr. Lay respond to this? Does Mr. Lay ever become aggressive? I know you talked about, he said we're going to come to blows someday, but other than that, does Mr. Lay ever become aggressive, hostile, threatening, disrespectful to Mr. Radford?
I never saw that happen. All I ever heard him say was, why don't you just leave me alone?
That's it?
That's all I ever heard.
You never heard something like, I'm going to cave your head in?
No.
I'm going to break your jaw?
No.
I'm going to punch you in the face?
No.
None of that?
No. If Walt said that, I'd be stunned. He was just such a laid-back guy that, just...
Okay. I want to ask you about, you have a wife?
Yes.
Does she go to the dog park too?
Yes.
Does she know Mr. Radford as well?
Oh, yeah.
And are you aware that the Friday before the shooting, your wife had gone to the park?
That's what she told me, yes.
Okay. But you were not necessarily...
I wasn't there.
So you didn't see what happened?
No, I didn't see what happened.
Okay. The Tuesday before the shooting's on a Friday, the Tuesday before, do you remember ending up interacting with Mr. Lay and Mr. Gumpert, a guy named Paul Gumpert?
Yes, I do. I happened to... went outside and I saw them standing in their yard next door. So I said, let me go over there, because I already had mentioned to Walt, you need to start making a record of these things that keep happening.
And without telling me exactly what Walt said, did Walt want to start like involving the police and all of this?
No, he said, I do not want to escalate this. And we're like, man, you need to do something. And he's like, no, I don't want to, because that just might make things worse.
Okay, so he did not want to, but you were advising him to do so?
Yeah.
And so on that Tuesday with Mr. Lay and Mr. Gumpert, was there some sort of plan that was formed that was going to happen down the road?
Yes. Paul, because I went over there and we were just talking, and so Paul said to Walt,
Sustained.
It's not offered for the truth of the matter, sir, Your Honor. It's to explain the ensuing action by Mr. Darlington and the plan that is ultimately formed, and the plan would be a hearsay exception under then existing mental, emotional, physical.
You are offering it for the truth of the matter asserted.
I understand, Your Honor, but the
Sustained.
point is I'm trying to get to a
Sustained.
Yes,
Ask
sir.
another
Did
question.
you all make a plan? That's my question.
they did.
Okay, and what was the plan?
Paul was going to write this up, because I guess that's kind of things he does, and they were going to start keeping a record of this so they could do whatever they need to do, but they needed it official. And Paul was going to do it when...
Also speculation.
Overruled on those grounds.
What?
Hearsay.
Sustained.
So the plan was Paul was going to start helping Mr. Lay document what was happening?
Yes.
Specifically, what were they going to document?
The interactions...
Hearsay.
Overruled.
The interactions that got out of hand. And
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your time.
Collection, yes.
Outside that time, you did not have a friendship or a relationship with him, correct?
With
Mr. Lay.
no.
However, you did know Mr. Radford for a longer time than that, isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And after the death of Mr. Lay, you sent an email to law enforcement, isn't that correct?
I did.
And in that email, sir, you asserted that you had very little contact with Mr. Radford outside the dog park. Isn't that correct?
I had some, but not a lot.
Isn't it true, sir, that you spent time with Mr. Radford at an airfield?
Radford was there. I helped him with his airplanes. But there's a whole bunch of people there, so, I don't know how you'd call it spending time with him. But, yeah, he was there.
You never extended an invitation to Mr. Radford to join you?
Well, that's probably how he ended up at the field. He knew I did it, and he wanted to get involved, so I said, well, come on out.
And would you invite somebody that you didn't care for, sir, to come join you in a social situation?
If somebody was in that hobby, I don't care if I like them or not. If that's what they want to do, they can come out. There's people out there I don't particularly like that I don't have anything to do with, but it's on about 700 acres, so there's plenty of room to stay away from everybody.
You testified today that you would call Mr. Radford an asshole.
Yes.
You would say that in the same kind of context that Mr. Radford would call Mr. Lay a faggot.
No.
Okay. So when you said Mr. Radford would say, here comes the faggot, and then you started saying, here comes the asshole.
I said that long before he ever said that. And I didn't say, here comes the fucking asshole or anything like that. Just here comes the asshole.
So you were saying asshole in a nice way.
Yeah.
And it stands to reason that just because you called him an asshole or a name didn't mean you were going to violently attack him, correct?
No.
And it's fair to say that over the years after Mr. Lay became your tenant, you developed a closer relationship with him, correct?
We didn't hang out with each other. He was in my house next door. I got the rent from him.
So I'm correct in saying that you're outside collecting rent in the normal landlord-tenant interaction. You only saw Mr. Lay at the dog park.
Yes. That and at the house,
And there was a time, sir, when Mr. Lay came out to this group of people at the dog park. And when I say come out, I mean it told everybody I'm gay. Is that correct?
Not that I know that he came out and told everybody. I know how he told me, and that's all I know about the rest of it.
Sir, do you remember being before this court and giving a testimony under oath?
Yeah.
And if I was to provide you with a transcript of that testimony, would it help to refresh your recollection as to Mr. Lay coming out to the people at the park?
Sure, you can tell me what I said. I don't remember saying anything like that.
You want permission to approach the witness?
Yes. Tell the state the line and page, please.
We're going to go from page 248. Right. Okay, sir. I'm going to ask you to start reading line 22 on this page through line 15 on this page.
22.
Yes, sir.
Well, at first everything was
No,
fine.
I'm sorry. Read it to yourself, sir.
Oh, troopers. All the way down to what?
Line 15.
Okay. Okay, what do you want to know?
Thank you. So it's accurate that there was a time where Walt came out and everybody at the park knew about it.
Oh, apparently so, but not to me. That was a private conversation that you just had me read.
And in fact, you stated that everybody joked about it. Isn't that correct?
Later on.
Okay. And later on, what do you mean later on?
Months later. Because I knew it, but it wasn't like I was going to go say it.
But the Mr. Lay's sexual orientation was joked about.
Not at that time. Later on it was.
And it's accurate that when everybody found out that Mr. Lay was gay, Mr. Radford had no problem with it.
I guess not.
Was that your testimony, sir?
Well, everybody seemed to be getting along okay.
So you didn't notice any problems at that time when it first was revealed that Mr. Lay was gay between Mr. Radford and Mr. Lay?
Not that I know of.
In fact, you just testified a moment ago that when this joking was taking place, that Mr. Lay participated in it as well.
Yes.
There became a point, sir, where when in time you had to have a conversation with Mr. Radford about the language he was using. Isn't that correct?
I said that, yes.
And you said something to the effect of, you're not supposed to talk like that. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
And Mr. Radford's response to you was, what do you mean?
You know what? I don't remember exactly what his response was.
Okay. Again, you gave testimony.
Okay. If I did, I could have forgotten a few things, so if you want to refresh me, you go right ahead. But I don't remember exactly to word perfect what I said.
So I'm
The last time.
not trying to be hostile, I just am trying to remind you of the statements that were made.
Well, then show me the thing and let me see it. I told you I don't remember.
Permission to approach the witness, please, Your Honor. I'd like you to read from this line down to something, right? Down to line 17. Just a minute.
Okay.
And so when you had this conversation with Mr. Radford about his language, it was obvious he didn't register the words the same way that you did. Isn't that correct?
I don't know how he registered the word. I have no way to know how he registered the word.
In the same email statement that you sent to Detective Harrop, you said, "There is no world that I would believe Walt attacked him."
That is correct.
Okay. Yet you described seeing on multiple occasions Mr. Radford walking in front of Mr. Lay in his path.
Yes.
Okay. Sir, I'm going to show you what's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit 18. This is a text message from Mr. Lay, text messages between Mr. Lay and a Miss Sue Jones. Okay, have you seen this text message before?
Which one am I looking at? It's moving around.
So,
The one in blue?
I'm going to zoom in on the one in green.
Green, okay.
So your statement was a world where he attacked him. Now this text message states, if he blocks my path again, which you've witnessed, I'll try to tackle him. Is that what that text message says?
That's what it says.
So, sir, in fact, there is a world where Mr. Lay would have attacked Mr. Radford. Isn't that accurate?
Sustained.
So perhaps, sir, maybe you don't know Mr. Lay as well as you thought that you did.
Whatever.
In the same email with Detective Harrop, you said, I don't understand how this is not a hate crime.
That's right.
Were you there on February 2nd, 2024?
No, I wasn't.
And in fact, in that same email to Detective Harrop, you said, I really wish we could find out the truth on exactly what happened.
That's very true.
Because as you sit here, you don't know the truth, do you?
No. I never said I did know the truth of what happened that day.
You never heard...
I can say what I believe, but I didn't say I saw it or knew exactly what happened.
And you believe that Walt was intimidated by Mr. Radford?
There's no question about it.
Okay. So I'm going to bring that text message back up. Sorry, it's a little blurry. And in the same text message, she says, he doesn't really intimidate me.
Okay, fine.
So again, maybe
how am
you
I
didn't-
supposed to know what
Sir, I'm asking
What Walt
questions.
thought.
So, again, it's clear that an opinion you had about the situation isn't accurate with what Mr. Lay was feeling.
If you say so.
Did you ever see Mr. Lay or hear Mr. Lay, without saying anything specific about what was said, do or say anything to rile up Mr. Radford?
I never saw it.
Again, sir, I'm going to draw your attention to the testimony you gave at a preceding hearing under oath. Oh, sorry, I apologize, Mr. Diaz. Page 257, lines 12 through 18. Permission to search, Your Honor.
Yes.
Lines 12 through 18.
Okay, this is all in the text of kidding around. So you take it for what you want.
Well, it's a statement you made under oath, sir. Were you kidding when you made the statement under oath?
What are you talking about? I'm not talking about what I said.
Okay, well, explain
He
what
says
you
he's going to rile him up. That was all. We riled each other up all the time. All of us did.
Right, so when I asked you previously, did Walt ever do things to rile up Mr. Radford, the answer is yes.
Well, if you call kidding around and all riling up,
Well,
then I guess so. You know, I don't. You know, I'm sorry. That is nowhere near any altercation.
So your opinion now today is different than the opinion you gave at a prior hearing?
No, it's just. That's not what I'm saying.
Mr. Darlington, you never witnessed any physical violence between Mr. Lay and Mr. Radford, did you?
No. I told you that.
A moment to confirm, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm going to read the lines referring to what we were just talking about and getting Mr. Radford riled up. It's page 257 of the transcript. Line 12. Did you ever hear Walt say that he says and does things to Mr. Radford to rile him up? And sir, you answered, well, yeah, so did I. I mean, it was all a bunch of guys joking around.
Yeah.
That was your answer,
Right.
correct? And at any time during your interactions at the dog park with these men, did you ever observe or hear from Mr. Lay conversations about his sexual orientation?
Say that again?
Did Mr. Lay talk and have conversations about his sexual orientation?
Not that I remember. I mean, it probably did, but I don't know.
Did he ever have conversations about his sexual exploits?
Yeah, he did. He told me about going out a couple times.
And was this in the presence of Mr. Radford?
I have no idea.
And did you ever hear Mr. Radford express his concerns? He didn't want to hear that kind of stuff.
Not that I heard. He could have. I didn't hear it. I don't remember it.
A moment, Your Honor. No other questions for this witness. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Darlington, you said you're a commercial fisherman. What does that mean?
Well, we're a bunch of guys out on a boat working for hours and days at a time.
Okay, so I'm going to guess you spend a significant portion of your life and have spent a significant portion of your life just sitting around with a bunch of guys.
Oh, yeah. Working. not sitting around, we were working.
Sure, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I don't mean to suggest you're lazy.
No,
Guys tease each other?
Oh, good Lord, yes.
Make fun of each other because, one's short or one's tall, call the guy shorty, or one guy's fat, or one guy's too skinny, one guy's bald, one guy's smart, one guy's dumb.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we had a guy that walks like Paul that was in here, and his nickname was Crazy Legs.
Crazy Legs.
I mean, so that's the kind of things we did. And then there's Three Finger Mike. Well, guess why his name was Three Finger Mike?
Okay, but can we agree that you can make a comment about a person, and maybe even a physical characteristic or a characteristic of a person, and you can do so in a loving way?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so when Gerald Radford said over and over again, fucking faggot, was he saying it out of love?
No.
Was he saying it out of kindness?
No, well, because he'd follow it by, I want to beat his ass.
Thanks, sir.
You can step down. Thank you. Is he released from his subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Call your next witness.
Vicki Darlington.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, ma'am.
You can come this way. Good afternoon, ma'am. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
My name is Vicki Darlington, Vickidarlington.
Afternoon, ma'am. Are you the wife of Albert Darlington?
Yes.
And do you know a gentleman, or did you know a gentleman by the name of John Walter Lay, might have been called Walt?
Yes.
How do you know Mr. Lay?
He rented our house next door, and he also became a friend of mine.
Okay. And do you know a place called the West Dog Park?
Yes.
Did Mr. Lay go to the West Dog Park?
Yes.
Did you and your husband sometime go to the West Dog Park?
Yes.
How long have you all been going to the West Dog Park?
I would say I'd probably be going for like 11 years.
And did Mr. Lay go to that same dog park?
Yes.
While you were going to the dog park and then eventually became your tenant and all of that, you got to know Mr. Lay. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Could you describe his personality? Was he an aggressive, mean, hostile person?
No, he was very laid back, easygoing, just wasn't very confrontational at all.
Ever see him get angry, lose his temper, get mad, aggressive, hostile to somebody?
No, never.
Never?
Never.
How many years in total do you think you knew Mr. Lay?
Probably maybe 4 or 5 years.
And that's obviously the 4 or 5 years up until his death?
Yes.
Do you also know from the park a guy named Gerald Declan Radford?
Yes.
Do you see him in court?
Yes.
Could you please point to him and describe him so we know who you're talking about?
He's right there at the table with a beard.
Well, there's 2 guys there with a beard.
The white beard.
The white beard. Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, I'd ask the record reflections identify the defendant.
Yes.
Did you know Mr. Radford from the dog park as well?
Yes.
And how long do you think you've known him?
Probably close to like that 10 years.
Okay. Did you ever have occasions to see Mr. Lay and Mr. Radford interacting with each other at the dog park?
Yes.
And when they first started interacting in the early years of Mr. Lay being part of the dog park, tell me how they got along.
They seemed to get along pretty good, but they would stand at the table, the picnic table. Then sometimes they'd smoke pot together, they'd talk about things, they'd make jokes, laugh,
They seemed friendly.
Yes.
I don't mean to suggest they're best buddies, but they were certainly cordial.
Right.
Did that ever change?
Yes.
Tell me what it is that you noticed that let you know that things were changing.
I think it was like around when COVID started, 2021, and then, the change of election.
So differences of opinions about wearing masks and about COVID and about politics and things like that.
Okay. If you had to, do you know the concepts of left-leaning, right-leaning,
Yes.
conservative,
Yes.
liberal, those sorts of
Yes.
things? How would you describe Mr. Lay?
I would say he's more left-leaning and sometimes libertarian in his beliefs.
What about Mr. Radford? How would you
He was
describe
more
him?
right-wing conservative.
So, you had two guys who were initially friendly. You start to hit that COVID, election time, all that stuff. And now there seems to be some sort of dispute between them? Is that a yes?
Yes.
And did you ever see Mr. Radford do anything belligerent, hostile, aggressive, disrespectful?
Towards the end of time, seeing things where he would like walk in front of him, or he would call him names, say things when he was walking by.
And can you tell me what sort of things was Mr. Radford saying to Mr. Lay?
He'd say, "Here comes the fucking faggot."
And what do you remember would prompt that sort of statement?
I don't really know, because I can't really say what would do it, just that they had differences of opinions. And I think, in my opinion, I felt like, Walt thought it was kind of like funny, but I don't think I got the impression that Deck didn't think it was funny. Like he was more angry. He's an angry person.
You described Mr. Radford as an angry person?
Yes.
Are you familiar with other people who go to the park? Do you ever talk with them?
Yes.
Can you tell me what the general reputation of Mr. Radford is amongst the group of people who go to the park regularly?
Well, just sometimes you just had to be very careful about what you said, because he might fly off the handle about something, or if your dog came too close to his dog, he would swear at the dog. And there's some people that I said, "I haven't seen you in a while," and they said, "Well, we're not going to come when he's here, because we would come earlier in the morning."
Objection.
Were there people who stopped coming to the park once Mr. Radford started becoming belligerent and hostile?
Yes, but I can't remember their names.
Fair enough, but I'm just saying, you
Yes.
started to notice that the regulars thinned in number.
Right.
Tell me, is there a pavilion at the dog park?
Yes.
Once upon a time, did you all sit together at the pavilion?
Yes.
At some point in time, did there become like a schism where people separated?
Yes.
And tell me what you remember about that.
Well, we would come earlier. We were early people, me and Albert, on Saturday, and then Walt would come a little bit later. But people started sitting at the other picnic table. It's a very big park. It's like 5 acres.
Okay.
So it's way over by another. Doesn't have a covering over. It's just a pool table. I mean a picnic table underneath a oak tree. So.
I want to talk with you. You know that obviously in this case, Mr. Lay died on February 2nd at the dog park, correct?
Yes.
That's a Friday.
Yes.
Do you remember the Friday before?
Yes, I do, because I am off on Fridays, but I didn't always go to the dog park on Fridays. It was usually Saturday, but that day I had a doctor's appointment, so if I did go, I would have gone earlier, but I went actually later, like at about 8:30. That my doctor's appointment was 8:30, so I got there a little bit later, like 9.
Okay, but you remember it's the Friday before Walt was killed on the Friday of February 2nd.
Yes.
And when you got there, was anybody there?
Deck was there.
And what did you initially notice about him? Just describe what you saw about him.
He was upset and despondent, and I knew that his dog had died.
So you assume that's why he's crying?
Yeah, and I just said, "I'm sorry about your dog,"
But as you're standing there interacting with Mr. Radford, tell the jury, do you remember Mr. Radford on that Friday a week before the shooting saying anything that you interpreted as about Mr. Lay?
Well, when Walt would come to the park, you could know that he was coming because he had a dog named Fala, and Fala would bark and you could hear him coming, coming down the road. And that's when Deck said, "Here comes that fucking faggot. I want to fucking kill him."
I want to make sure. You're sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
He said on a week before the murder, he said, "Here comes that fucking faggot. I want to kill him?"
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Press.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Darlington.
Good afternoon.
I want to talk about that statement. I want to fucking kill him. That's a very serious statement, correct?
Yes.
So I'm sure that you immediately upon hearing that contacted law enforcement, correct?
No, I didn't.
Okay. So I'm having a hard time understanding, ma'am, after this escalation of events and you hear this threat, why one wouldn't contact law enforcement.
Because as long as I knew him, I just thought that he was despondent about his dog, and I just said, I don't appreciate you saying that. That's my friend and my neighbor. And then he kind of went off on me, and I just walked away. I just walked away from him.
So fair to say you thought it was an empty threat?
Well, I don't know what at the time. I would say that I didn't think I needed to call the police about it, because I never imagined that someone would kill somebody over something.
Surely if you took that seriously and you thought your friend's life was in jeopardy, you would have contacted law enforcement.
Maybe I would have, maybe I wouldn't have.
Ma'am, how many interviews did you give with the media about this case?
None. I mean, I was at one time, I was at the picnic table, and somebody came in. I didn't actually, I think one time I spoke in front of the camera.
Okay, so one time then.
Yes.
You gave me.
Yes.
And in that interview, you said, I never imagined this would happen. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
But it's your testimony today that just a week earlier, Mr. Radford said he was going to kill him. So explain to the jury how that happens, but then you later tell somebody, we never imagined this would happen.
Because if someone coming to the park a long time like that, and being that they were having more anger issues, that wasn't the first time he had anger issues, he had a lot of them. I just wouldn't imagine, no matter what somebody says or does to you or says things like that, that you're not going to kill somebody over it.
So nothing that you heard rose to a level that caused you to call law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
And nothing that you saw happen gave you any reason to imagine that this scenario would happen. Those are your own words, correct?
Yes, because I've been in positions where if you call before and they said, well, unless something actually happens, you can report it. So I did say to Walt, it would be really good if you would keep a record of this or something, that you feel like this is happening to you.
All right, well, I want to clear it up. So you didn't call because you didn't think they would do anything, or you didn't call because you thought it was an empty threat?
I don't know. I didn't really think about it until you brought it up right now.
Do you know, sorry, strike that. You also contacted law enforcement, isn't that correct?
Yeah, after about, it was over a week and nothing was being said about, they were just saying that it was self-defense, that yes, I wanted to know what's going on. Are they doing an investigation? So.
Let me back up a little bit. You were friends with Mr. Lay, weren't you?
As he was a neighbor, I didn't go out and party with him or anything, but I would bring him cookies at Christmas time. I'd make extra food. I'd bring it over to him. But he was mostly going to the dog park, working type of person.
Would you consider him a friend?
Yes.
And it's fair to say you do not share these same positive viewpoints as Mr. Radford,
No.
correct? You've not considered him a friend?
No.
In fact, it's fair to say that you would have a bias in favor of Mr. Lay.
I suppose so.
And it would be fair to say that based on these multiple emails you sent to law enforcement that you blame Mr. Radford for Mr. Lay's death.
Yes.
And you would like to see him punished.
Yes.
Over the years that you went to the dog park and observed interactions between these two men, you never heard Mr. Radford say directly to Mr. Lay, fucking faggot. Isn't that correct?
I think I did when he was walking by, a couple of weeks before. Walt would walk with several different people. Sometimes I would walk with them around. And I know he said it loud enough for Walt to hear it.
So you're saying it's your testimony here today that you did hear Mr. Radford say directly to Mr. Lay, you're a fucking faggot.
Here comes the fucking faggot. There's the fucking faggot.
So I want to be very clear to this jury. You did not hear and observe Mr. Radford look directly at Mr. Lay and say, "You're a
Well,
faggot."
I don't know. I was standing over here, and he was over at the corner of the table that he sits, and Walt is walking by, so I don't know if he was looking directly at him or if he was looking out into the sky. I really don't know.
Ma'am, you gave sworn testimony before this court previously, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And if I was to provide you with a transcript of that testimony, would it help to clear up any confusion you have about this question?
If you would like to, go right ahead.
Mr. Diaz, this is page 2. You've made the transcript, and we're going to start at line 7.
Could you?
And you're under permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
Just going to ask you to reach your cell, starting here with line 7, and go down through line 13.
That's what I think I just said to you. Exactly what I said. That's how I read it. I didn't say that. I don't know if he was looking directly at him, but I heard him say it.
The transcript is, and tell us what kinds of names he would call him. Your response is, called him a fucking faggot. Question, did you hear him say that more than once? Your answer, yes. Question, and did he say that directly to Walt himself? Your answer, there were times I can't say he said it directly to him, but I heard him refer to him like that. Question, okay, so you heard him just generally refer to Walt. Your answer, yes, yes. Is that accurate?
And that's what I'm saying. He was standing here, I was standing there, Walt was walking by, so I don't know. He's like mumbled under his breath sometimes, about things, and he said, here comes the fucking faggot, there's the fucking faggot.
But again, ma'am, you never saw these two, Mr. Radford and Mr. Lay, face to face with Mr. Radford saying, you're a fucking...
No.
In one of your emails to law enforcement, you said Walt would never pick a fight. Correct?
Yes.
And you would testify today that you feel that you know Walt pretty well. Correct?
Yes, I know Walt pretty well. I did know Walt pretty well while he was alive.
Showing the witness what's been already admitted as State Exhibit 18. And these are some text messages. You may have seen them before. Just to draw your attention to this line here. I thought, and this is a message from Mr. Lay, and he's referencing Mr. Radford. I thought if he blocks my path again, I'll try to tackle him. He's really older than he looks. He's weak and feeble. I'll keep you informed. This weekend should be drama.
Well, I would think that if someone who's
Have you seen that text message before?
I've seen it because, yes, it was brought up when we were here for the Stand Your Ground.
So that's exactly in controversy to you saying he would never pick a fight. Isn't that correct?
Yes, but I'm saying that over time, people always have a plan. If something is distracting to you or upsetting to you, you're not just going to go around and be yourself. That I think that he was kind of at his wit's end. People were telling him that he needed to keep a record of this. People told him he should, maybe call the police, and he said, no, I'm not going to do that. And then maybe that's why he did his own little video thing of that. But
so, ma'am, when you said
I just would feel that
let her finish her answer, please.
I would feel that he would say that this, if he comes up to me again, because it came to the point where he said he was way on the other side of the park, and you ran right up to him, and went in his face. I wouldn't want to have a plan myself. If somebody did that to me, I might say that just to save face, because he's probably scared.
Wouldn't you agree when you say he would never pick a fight? That's not accurate now, seeing the text message sent by Mr. Lay.
From what I knew of him, that's what I believe.
So maybe you didn't know him as well as you thought you did.
Well,
you ever at any point observe any physical violence between Mr. Lay and Mr. Radford?
No.
And you never heard Mr. Radford say anything in general about a hatred for gay people, isn't that correct?
Yes. I mean, no, I didn't hear him say that, no.
And you were not present at the dog park on February 2nd to witness anything that occurred, were you?
No.
Nothing that was said?
No.
Nothing that transpired?
No.
But you were adamant in your emails to law enforcement that charges be pressed against Mr. Radford, isn't that correct?
I felt that because I saw how it escalated and I knew what type of personality he had, and I don't care what. Even if someone comes and punches you in the face, I don't believe myself that you should kill somebody. So I don't know.
But there was never any physical violence.
Well, it wasn't before that, but I'm just saying. I didn't think that there ever would be. But it was, you know.
So you saw this escalation, but you're still sitting here saying, I never believed there would be violence. Isn't that correct?
Mm-hmm.
A moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
No other questions for this witness. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, ma'am.
Hang on one second. Anything?
Just because you love Mr. Lay or you like Mr. Lay, just because you dislike Mr. Radford, did you come here today and lie and make up this statement?
Never.
Did you hear Joe Radford a week before the killing say, I want to fucking kill him?
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
All right, you can step down, ma'am. Thank you. Is she released from her subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, it's time to state rest.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, the state's rested. We're going to go ahead and break for the day so you can kind of have an early start home. That'll make up for going late yesterday, maybe, so you'll like me again by tomorrow. Same admonition, though. You haven't heard all the evidence or the law, so please do not come to any fixed or final opinions on what you've heard thus far. It's important that you not come to any final fixed opinions because the most important part of this jury process is your deliberations where you're able to exchange information freely among yourselves. So keep that in mind. No reading the newspaper, watching TV, having discussions of any kind about the case. See you same time, same place tomorrow, 8:45. You'll meet the bailiffs so we can get started as close to 9 o'clock as humanly possible. With that, have a safe trip home and a good night. All rise. All right, have a seat. Nia, Ange, do you all need a break? No?
I don't know how long we're going to be.
I'm going to let them do JOA argument.
Oh.
All right.
Do we have a brief recess?
Yeah? Released, so I didn't know if he was asking you or not.
Looks like we have a little bit more to go. I'm not going to end it just yet. Oh, and they're ending it. I spoke too soon. Wait a minute. Did they come back? Yeah, no. Okay, so they end it. All right. Let's go back and let's recap. We heard from a lot of people today. All right, I ended the poll. What would you do if you witnessed Radford's behavior? 52% of you said tell him to stop. 33% said stop being his friend. 14% said call law enforcement. 0% said encourage him. Out of 21 votes. Well, that's nice to know. Oh, I was supposed to do that, demonstrate. I forgot all about that. So I was trying to. I think it's like your tongue. To me, it's your tongue. I don't think it's your teeth. But that one guy who was really loud. That's so stupid. All right. Let's there was a lot that happened today. All right. Let's go back through all the dog park crew. Kim Wolfey, she was a friend of Walt's. She went out socially outside the park. She only interacted. Oh wait, did I do her already? I don't think so. I don't think they had a break. Let me just make sure. Okay. All right, so Kim Wolfey, she initially both Walt and Radford Deck, they were friendly and cordial. I think this is something you're going to hear from a lot. Everybody that came on, pretty much to a person. Matter of fact, everybody did come on and say they were friendly at first. Everybody was cool, and then COVID happened, and everything became polarized. Which is sad because that is unfortunately what happened. We have to get back to, we have our differences of opinions, but we have to get back to, you have your opinion, I have mine. That doesn't mean we have to kill each other, right? We have to get back to that. Somehow we have to get back to that. And I know the climate right now is such that, we're not there, but somehow we have to. Or else we're just going to keep killing each other. So let's see, it changed because they would start talking about different topics. It became heated. Politics, abortion, vaccine, Trump versus Biden. And when I looked it up, and it was, as I suspected, Tampa Bay is definitely Democrat. So you have basically, you have Orlando, Jacksonville, Tampa, Broward, which is West Palm, Fort Lauderdale is Broward. I'm sorry. West Palm is Palm Beach, Miami. Those are the Democrat leading areas in Florida. Just like every state. Every state has, you'll see it. And generally, it's weird. It's kind of not weird, but usually cities usually go Democrat, and the rural counties usually go, or rural sections usually go more Republican. It's usually conservative is usually rural, and urban is more liberal. That's just the way it breaks down. So Tampa is generally, and they did vote last election, they voted Democrat. So from what I was getting, Walt was kind of in the, I just did it. He's kind of in the minority, right? So it seems like most of these people at the dog park probably were more central to left, and Walt definitely was more right. So it is what it is. So it started in 2020. Deck was conservative right wing. Walt was liberal left wing. Walt didn't want to deal with the yelling. Deck would be aggressive. He raised his voice and yelled. Walt started sitting at a separate table several yards away. We heard this from everybody that came in. So I'm not going to say it for everybody, I guess, but we'll see how it goes. The group then moved to another table, pavilion. Deck was by himself. Specifically for the vaccines, she heard Deck say, "You're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about." See, I mean, things like that. What do? Do you just walk away? We've all known people like Deck. We've all run across people that are like him. And what do? Do you continue to talk to this person? Do you try to get through to them, or do you just and why try to get through to them? Just like they're trying to get through to you. I mean, nobody's going to change anybody's mind per se, especially at their ages. You're not going to change a 5-year-old person's mind. You're just not. And if you do, good on you. So yeah, what do you do when somebody's like calling you, slurs and effing this and effing that? What do you do? So she said, do you really have to use that word? And then he said, you two deserve each other. And he walked off. There were 6 to 8 regulars in the park. I think we heard from almost every single one of them. She saw Walt's video and told him he should start videoing any threats Deck was making at him. Again, we heard this multiple times. He was verbally aggressive. You don't know what you're talking about. You're an idiot. Walt was never violent or threatening to Deck. Walt was peace-loving and tried to settle down conflicts. Then the cross was, you love Walt and considered him family. Deeply affected and angry and blamed Radford for it. He murdered Walt, and she wants to see him convicted. She hates Radford. She was very, very clear with her responses. I gave her credit for that. She was very upset Radford wasn't arrested in the first week. She emailed the lead detective and gave statements and texts Walt sent to her. She followed that following Monday. So this happened on a Friday. The following Monday, she sent a video to Detective Harrop. It was sent within 3 to 4 days of the shooting. And I'm pretty sure Futch brought that up with Detective Harrop. Like, why didn't you, he was going on and on about his lead detective skills. So I'm pretty sure he talked about that. Walt would go to the park before. Deck would get there before at the same time. Majority of interaction would happen before she got there. The Darlingtons, who we heard from a little bit later, would get there first on the weekends. She never witnessed any violent physical violence between the two. She never saw any behavior that would make her call law enforcement on either side. He was verbally mean. She believed Walt when he said he felt he was going to die. She knows Sue Jones, and they talked about that text message over and over and over again. So when I get to it, I'll pull it up again. She gave interviews to NBC, Fox, ABC, Channel 10, People's Magazine, Tampa Bay Times. She gave a lot of interviews. See if we can pull her up. Then Sharon Saunders. She's another dog park regular, the dog park crew. She has known Walt for 18 years. Radford would be by himself with his dogs. She talked to him after his dog passed. That was a German Shepherd. She became friends with Walt. I'm sorry, she had been going to the park for 18 years. Sorry, she didn't know them. Sorry, she had been going to the park for 18 years. She gave advice to Walt the Sunday before. She advised him to make a police report with law enforcement. He was afraid, and things had been verbal for over a year. She says, Walt, you should document any of these occurrences. Walt was extremely laid back. He would smoke weed. He was a huge history buff. He loved American history. So that's the first time we heard that he smoked. We know Deck did, because he said the day of he was smoking pot, the day of he took a hit or whatever, he was smoking the day that this happened. So should that come into this? Should the jury take that into consideration? He had an altered mind. It's like saying, yeah, I downed a 6-pack. Should that come in? Should that come into the jury's mind that he was under the influence? Comes out that she was a deputy with Hillsborough County for 12 years. How close were you to Walt? They had she went to 3 dinner parties, she thinks, and they would talk 15 to 20 minutes at the dog park. She says it wasn't enough of a concern that she told him to contact law enforcement. Did you know 18 hours before Walt texted Sue Jones? She says, I've been made aware of that. Do you hate Mr. Radford? She says, no. Then we got to Jeff Miller, the sailor and the hospital worker. He never saw Walt threaten Radford. He said Walt seemed happy, never got mad. He was peaceful. He talked to others about what was going on between the two. Radford's reputation, he was mad at everybody. He was always angry about something. He was verbally aggressive. We're still responsible for our actions when we're drunk or high. I agree. I think that's so. Should that be part of widespread panic? Should that be part of it? Yeah, marijuana will really make you violent. Let's see. No one else would join in. Yeah, he would routinely make these. Walt's dog would bark, which we heard later. Walt's dog's name was Fala. And Deck would say, oh, here comes that. That was pretty standard. I'm just not even going to say that because it's just not a good word. I don't care to say that word. So let's see. So 18 hours before the text. So the 18 hours before says, Walt said, I'm going to tackle him. If he gets in my way, I'm going to tackle him. He's older than he looks. He's weak and feeble. This weekend should be drama. So that was kind of this text message that he sent to Sue. That he basically, meaning Walt, was saying he was going to tackle him if he gets in his way. He's older than he looks. He's weak and feeble. He's got something with his elbow. So, redirect. You chuckled before when this all started. I talked to Walt, and you need to protect yourself and consider getting a gun. And Walt said, I'm not going to get a gun. Walt felt sorry for Radford and didn't think it would escalate to this. So, he talked to him about, you should get a gun. Oh, God. That's where I'm just like, is this where it's going to go? Where everybody's just carrying guns and we're just going to start shooting each other because you'll get us. I don't know. I just don't know. I just don't know about this anymore. It's a slippery slope. Paul Gumpert, dog park crew. Paul was the guy who came in. Here I am doing with that. It was a social clique. He invited Radford out on the boat. So we got to know Paul. It progressively changed. He had a spinal operation. Radford became more aggressive toward Walt and would become aggressive towards people whose dogs would jump up on the table. So Radford's just not a jerk to Walt. He just sounds like a jerk to everybody. I'd be like, dude, I'm gone. See you later. Deck would chime in if Walt would say something liberal and would lash out, berating him, sexual orientation slurs. Oh, he's a groomer. If a young person was walking by, he would yell at them, even though they were like 40 yards away. We all know people like this guy. We all know people like him. Deck was going through his tirade that he was going to hit Walt. Walt stood up and shook his head and said, we're going to come to blows someday. That was July of 2023. And ever since then, he says he wouldn't come back to the pavilion. So he's trying to diffuse it. Just walk away. Just walk away. Walt was going on, and Walt stood up and said, if it comes to blows, I'm going to just, shook his head. Someday we're going to come to blows. Yeah. So Walt would sit at this metal table, and then everybody eventually got up and, sat with him because Walt seemed to be cool. Radford seemed to be a jerk. Self-described jerk. Well, what do you do with jerks? Do you hang out with jerks? If you accept that behavior, you're okay with that behavior, you're going to hang out with them. If you don't accept it, you walk away. Walt was affable, mild-mannered. He couldn't breathe very well. First time we heard that. Coughing fits. He was non-physical. He was calm, dismissive. Dismissive. He would ignore and walk away. He played the music. He was like the social entertainer. And it was disrupted by Deck because he talked so loud. Walt actually took care of this guy's dog. Remember, Walt had two dogs. He had his own dog, and then he was baby dog sitting. This was the guy's. He was dog sitting this dog. He was dog sitting this Paul's dog. So then William Genovese. Oh no, it's Albert Darlington. So William Genovese came around. He walked around the park. Then he eventually stopped at the table. He was there the day before at 4 p.m. He and Radford got to the park at the same time, and he says he's talking about, because he didn't go to the park that often, meaning William Genovese. He's like, hey, how are people trying to catch up on names? And he said as soon as he got to Walt's name, Radford's attitude changed, and he started calling him, slurs, and just says he doesn't like them. I'm going to hit that guy. I'm going to break his jaw. Sometimes I walk up to Walt to scare him. He's just a jerk. He's just a jerk. Radford, you're just a jerk. Then Albert Darlington, the dude with ponytail, he came up. He had a rental. Oh, so we found out that he rented to Walt. Walt and he had some pretty serious political conversations, but he's like, I don't care. You have your different opinion, and that's fine. So he seems like a cool guy. You have your opinion, I have mine. Whatever. You believe in what you believe in. I believe in what I believe in. Pretty much anything you could talk to Walt about. He seems like he was pretty well read. He would be able to carry a conversation with anybody pretty much about anything. Walt and Radford got along fine. We didn't see any problems. It changed. It seemed like Deck and Walt It changed when it seemed Deck and Walt escalated. Then one day Walt said, yeah, we're going to come to blows one day because of what Deck was saying to him. So again, everybody's kind of saying the same thing. I haven't heard really anything that's really altered, that has changed. Deck was calling him, really negative terms. Deck became an asshole, and I would say that to his face, and he would say, yes, I am. Deck knew he was a jerk, and he knew it, and he says that he knows it. Let's see. Albert says he's a commercial fisherman, and he says we mess on the deck, like that. That's just me. Fala. That's first time we heard Fala's name. Fala would bark, and Deck would say, "Oh, here comes that guy. Here comes that dude." But he wouldn't say those words. Albert would be like, "What the heck are you doing? It's ridiculous. It's getting out of hand." Deck says, "Yeah, you're probably right." But then the next Saturday, it just seemed worse. And then that's when Walt moved to another table. He called Kim a traitor, called her FH. Then she started, and she's sitting down there with that, that guy. Then the first time we heard about this, Deck walked right in front of Walt and said, "Walt said, what are you doing? Are you trying to walk in front of me and start a fight?" No, he said, "What are you doing? Why are you trying to walk in front of him and start a fight?" He just smiled and chuckled. So Albert said that to him. So Deck Radford would walk in front of Walt, get in his face basically, and Albert's like, "What are you doing? Like, just dude, what are you doing?" He would just, and Deck would just smile and chuckle. And Walt would say, "Why don't you just leave me alone?" He never heard him say, "I'm going to kick your jaw in." He'd be stunned. He was such a laid back guy. Then Cross got a little dicey, So there is a world where Walt would attack Deck. He's like, "So maybe you don't know Walt." He's like, "Yeah, whatever." That's like my favorite moment of the trial so far. Do you remember another time you testified? Sure, you can tell me. I said, but I don't remember that. This guy, he's been around the block enough times. He's like, "Yeah, whatever." He says, "Yeah, it's all a bunch of guys joking around, but it wasn't guys. There was definitely women there too." But did Lay talk about his sexual orientation? Not that I remember. His sexual exploits? Yeah, he did tell me about him going out. Did you hear or remember if Radford heard or said anything about that? He's like, no. And then on redirect, you're a commercial fisherman. He's like, yeah, a bunch of guys working on the boat. You tease each other. It's like, and this is where he comes up with, yeah, that guy Paul. We got a guy like that. We call him, and there's three-fingered Mike. Oy. And then following the effing F, he's like, because he would follow that with, "I want to beat his ass." So he would call him these names, and remember, names matter, or words matter, words matter, words matter. So he would call him these names, and then he would say, he would follow that up with, "I want to beat his ass." So Radford sounds like he's just, he's a short fuse. He's a powder keg ready to blow. So then Vicki Darlington, who is the wife of Albert, she's also a friend and landlord to Walt. She says Walt was very laid back. He was not confrontational. She knew him for about 4 or 5 years. Walt and Radford would smoke pot together. Now this is the second time that we heard that those two would party. Around 2020 and the elections and masks and all that stuff, politics, that's what changed it. That fractured them. Walt is left and even libertarian. Radford is right. Radford would walk in front of Walt, call him names as he walked by. Here comes that effing. We've heard this from literally everybody has said the exact same thing. The week before, Radford said, "Here comes that effing, that guy, and I want to kill him." So she didn't contact law enforcement. This was on cross. Well, why didn't you? Because I thought he was despondent about his dog, and I would just walk away after he would go off on me. How many interviews did you give? She gave one. She said she never imagined that this would happen. Unless something actually happens, you can't report it. So I told Walt to keep a record. She blames Radford for Walt's death and would like to see him punished. Her previous testimony is shown to her. You heard him just generally say that to Walt. Yes. So then they talk about the text message, and she said she saw it during the Stand Your Ground hearing. So there was a Stand Your Ground hearing. People said you should call the police, and he said, "No, I'm not going to do that." So people were telling him to call the police, and he said no. She never observed any physical violence between the two. She thought if someone comes and punches you in the face, you shouldn't shoot them and kill them. And and then redirect came back in, and just because you love or dislike Radford, would you lie? Or just because you love Walt and dislike Radford, would you lie? And she said no. So the poll. So yes, we're going to name the skeleton. Final vote is, it came down to Slim Pickens, Bon Jovi, Jeeves, and Jack Skellington. And Jack Skellington came in fourth at 13%. Jeeves came in third at 16%. Bon Jovi came in second at 23%. And your winner for the skeleton is Slim Pickens. Slim Pickens at 46%. Slim Pickens. So, what are you guys up to? Dwayne, what's going on, man? You missed all kinds of polls. We had voting for skeletons. We had a NCAA tournament style vote. What are you up to? Your brother, Sharon's son, very blessed towards the defendant. So I'll keep your opinions to yourself. Oh, you're biased. Sorry, very biased. I hear you. Yeah, we all have our thing, man. We all have our thing. I think the best thing is just we all have our thing. That's all. We're all who we are. It's just when things get heated, you just gotta take a step back, right? Hey, Irish Amy. Hey, Slim Pickens, you are officially named. Yeah, Dwayne. All right, hang tight. Let me pull it up. For you. Hang tight there. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. Where did I have? Oh, I think I had it here. Is it here? Nope, wrong one. Is it here? Hold on. Nope. All right, hold on. Let me. Oh, it's this one. There we go. Okay, Dwayne. There's the skeleton. They were the state was what's the word I'm looking for? Reenacting the potential of how. The ME basically, and Dwayne, I went through this whole thing, man. So the ME was basically saying the bullet came in, hit Walt here, and went through his body, basically, and ended up down here. So came in through his chest, went out through his body. So the state was trying to show how on earth did this happen? So. Yeah, Dwayne, I did this whole demonstration. So if you missed it, go back and check it out. But that's the skeleton. So I asked the chat, we need a name for the skeleton. So the skeleton name, we had this whole NCAA tournament style, and there were 4 rounds and 4 names. So everybody went through, and I picked the final 4, and they were Jack Skellington, Jeeves, Bon Jovi, and Slim Pickens. And Slim Pickens won. So Bon Jovi will live forever. Dwayne, I hope that satisfies your question. You were hoping for Bon Jovi. That's good. Well, Bon Jovi did come in a solid. Well, not even a solid. It's okay. In the interest of having multiple names, we can maybe do Slim Pickens, Bon Jovi. Hey, you know what? We have nicknames, right? Everybody has a nickname. Maybe his official name is Slim Pickens and his nickname is Bon Jovi. How about that? Baca says defendant wasn't on bottom for that. Kerviel, is that how he shot him? No. They were on top of each other, right? And I got so many names going through my head. Radford said that Walt was on top of him on his legs, and he was hammer fisting him, which is basically this, I think. He was hammer fisting him. So he rolls, pulls his gun out, goes like this, and they're struggling, and he shot him that way. So no, he did not shoot him that way. Little Miss, Bon Jovi got the silver. Yes. Well, it could be his nickname. Bon Jovi could be his nickname. I'm not opposed to having different names. Kerviel, you were slammed with clients all day, unfortunately. All right. This was a pretty good one. Abel says, now the wife will tell me Slim Pickens is on stuff trial TV. Nice. Jeeves is a butler's name. Widespread panic prefers Jeeves, but not everyone has your taste, and that's why we love you. Kerrville, yeah, OnlyFan, Kerrville, catch up on the skeleton testimony. The ME, I'm always a fan of the ME. I like the 911 calls and the ME. Those are always the ones for me that really put things into focus, because people's testimony is what it is, but 911 call, you can't fake. Medical examiners, you can't fake, so those to me always tell the story. That's my personal opinion. And then, of course, DNA, cell phone data, digital data, for sure. Dwayne says, here, let me get rid of, no, I can get rid of that, right? Squeegee, when I woke up for comfort break, I saw you laying on the floor. You scared the heck out of me. I yelled, Aaron. Oh, sorry, Dwayne. I didn't mean to scare you. But that's funny. Did I make you drop your hamburger? Sorry, man. Maybe I should have a disclaimer. Squeegee is about to do a demonstration. This is only a demonstration. Abel says, should we send you a ballistics dummy too? Well, let's start with just a skeleton. Let's just start with the skeleton. We'll do skeleton first. Just a skeleton. Brad, thank you for joining us. Never seen before where they reenacted the deposition testimony. Yeah, that's right. That's right. They did. That was at the Stand Your Ground hearing. That was at the Stand Your Ground hearing. Yeah, you're right. They reenacted that. Yeah, this was an interesting day, to be quite honest. Kerrville, you're supposed to be on vacation, chilling, watching trials. Well, got to make money, right? I hope you're making money. We'll say that. We'll go with that. Sorry that you're slammed, but I hope that you're rolling in the fat stacks, yo. Yeah, it was an interesting day. State rested. We have defense tomorrow, and Hellcat. Sorry you missed today. All right, no worries. Thank you. Capri Law off to baseball. Play ball. Yep. First day of baseball. Go enjoy, Capri. May your sports ball team win. Sinbad, Slim Pickens is no longer on this earth and can't sue for defamation or copyright. That's true. That is true. Dwayne, yes, the hamburger rubbed the ketchup in your pants. Dwayne, dude, seriously, when you said that, posted that, I was like, if I had something if I had water in my mouth or anything, I'd probably spit it out. That was just the funniest thing. You got me on that one. Aw. Thank you, Kerrville. Hugs back to you, man. Appreciate it. Play ball. You two of the best words. Two of the best words ever. All right, you guys. It's after 5 o'clock here on the East Coast. We're going to call it a day. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to our chatters. Thank you guys for keeping it together. This is a really intense trial. I get it. Emotions can run high, and I appreciate everybody being respectful of each other. And tomorrow, I'm assuming we're going to hear from the defense because the state rested. So we'll have to find out. So thank you for joining us. Sinbad, yep, love baseball season. It's always good. Widespread panic. A ballistic dummy might be behind our pocketbooks. I looked one up. Yeah, don't, guys. Don't buy. Don't do anything. Just stop. Stop. Lil Miss, probably, I have to look at, that's a good question. How long is tomorrow? 6 hours, 7, it's about 7 hours. So we'll probably start at like 10-ish, 9 or 10. Yeah, we'll probably start around 9 or 10. I'm not sure yet, but probably around 9 or 10. It is Friday, so time. Probably around 10. I'm going to shoot 9:30 or 10. Well, you know what? No, it has to be later. I have an errand to run tomorrow. It is going to be later. Probably 11. It's going to be later. Dwayne, you love this channel. Dwayne, we are, thank you for that, Dwayne. I really appreciate that. Chat, you make it what it is. You guys make it what it is. If you guys were not as cool as you are, I'm not sure what I would do. If you guys were not as cool as you are, I wouldn't know. I'm not sure. So, Callie Graham, bye for now. Cool. Yep, 11. Yep, I have an errand to run, so going to do that. OnlyFans says, psst, check out the liner notes all the way to the bottom for a surprise. Oh, no. What? All the way at the bottom. I'm all the way at the bottom. I don't know what you're... You thought today was Thursday? It is Thursday. Tomorrow's Friday. Right? All right, OnlyFan, have a good night. Sinbad, funniest chat on the tubes. Appreciate that. All right, guys, have a great night. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you to our mods. Thank you, chat. You guys are great. I leave you with Super Ball. I leave you with something fun to contemplate. There's my spoon. There's Super Ball. She's being all cute. I'll leave you with that. And have a good night. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for joining us. Bye.